The Raider way, or the Raider tenets of commitment to excellence, just win, baby. Once a Raider, always a Raider.
To the bag, and it's caught! There for the touchdown! Zach Wilson throws in traffic and picked off by Robert Spillane. Spillane taking off, he's down. He's in a little bit of trouble, but Adams gets him out of it. He got free in the secondary to the 23-yard. Adams, he's got it! Touchdown Raiders! Oh, a dice roll in Vegas for 6. The Raiders at the 40-yard line, and O'Connell wants to take a deep shot. And he's got Trey Tucker out there, Tucker diving, and he makes the catch inside the 10.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Raider Nation, stand up.
Straight out of Compton, crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube. From the gang called niggas with attitude. When I'm called 5 yards, David is for safety. The safety by Crosby. You too, boy, if you fuck with me. The police are gonna have to come and get me off your ass. That's how I'm going out. For the punk motherfuckers that's showing out. Intercepted. Good night. Going off on the motherfucker like that. With a gat that's pointed at your ass.
What's up?
Tell them where you're from.
Straight out of Compton. Another crazy ass. Folks, how are you? Welcome inside Allegiant Stadium to Sunday Night Football and the home opener for the Las Vegas.
Hey, real quick, just stay where you are. You don't need to move. Hey, we talked about a f***ing blank piece of paper. First half's over. You know what I'm saying, right? This is going out there with that same mentality, that same energy, the same focus, attention to details, and listen, all gas, no brakes.
And looking downfield for Devontae Adams. He's got it. Touchdown.
The number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. No.
It's cool when they do it, but the problem when we do it,
Yeah, Hit it dead center, hit it dead center. Bullseye, hit it the most, there's no misses. Something like fish in a barrel, it's no different. Blindfold on me, I still got the most vision. Trendsetter told them before, but they don't listen. Better, bring a better bat because I'm bigger, better. Solo, single, selling several shows at every single second. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Time to came and crushed the competition, hope they get the message. Look, living it fast, spinning my M in the bag. I never go slow, thinking I'll crash. End up a thing in the past, they know I won't though. Big fish catching me, they gon' need a bigger boat. Ironic how the world stops when I spin a globe.
Since Tay knows history, Tay's really good at history. He said last week we was on the wrong side. Well, this week, goddammit, we're on the right side. 63 points, franchise goddamn record.
Salute Raider Nation. Appreciate y'all showing up here tonight, man. Really do appreciate it. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to the mods in the chat, man. Salute to everybody here on the panel and everybody to come. Really do appreciate you guys stopping by. Salute Jason. Really do appreciate you. Salute Seth. Salute Silver Driller. Salute Rudy. Really do appreciate all of you guys. If you want to give a shout out, Rudy, you can before we get going.
Yeah, shout out everybody. It's been hot in California. I hope everybody stays cool and hydrated. It's pretty nasty out here.
Yeah, shoot, it's been 100 degrees up here today, man, and it's just straight miserable. Like, everything just feels like it just sticks to you, man. It's just horrible. Feel like you're in the desert. It's just miserable. Well, basically, I'm just going to hop into the first topic, which is basically the NFL hates the Raiders. Like, every single thing we do, they just hate on us, man. Like, I know a few months ago when they did announce us going to LA to go down there and practice, they did announce then at that time that we weren't going to be able to advertise and that there was a 75-mile radius on deals, but they didn't say like we couldn't have players there or people there. Like, they didn't say nothing like that. They just said like couldn't advertise things of those. Now they're saying like couldn't have ticket holders there, can't have fans there, all kinds of things. And I just think it's kind of BS if you're looking at it, because look, man, if the Dallas Cowboys have a pass to be able to advertise in California for granted forever, and we don't, that's just crazy as hell. How does a Texas team have granted access to be able to sit and throw out their sponsors and have their people come to their camp? And look, man, if AP had to go to Napa Valley to do it, then he should have went to Napa Valley. You know, I mean, I don't know why he put us down there in LA with everybody right there. And look, I don't know how this, like, what are they going to do? Put cops at the practice and tell them, like, the NFL cops tell them, like, hey, you can't enter the deal. Like, they can't sit out in the parking lot, things of those factors. Like, I don't know the whole circumstances of it. I've heard people say that season ticket holders, they're going to allow 100 to 200 of them over the time. Then I've heard from other people that it's zero, like can't have no fans, no anything there. It's just a bunch of BS. And the reason that they're saying it is because the Chargers and the Rams actually blocked us. They could have granted us access to be able to do it, and they actually blocked us from being able to promote or grant access to our fans, and which is another bitch move again on their behalf. I mean, look, it doesn't matter if we're in the state of California or not. I've said it even on multiple platforms today. How about you just take a poll from, take a poll in California of all the California teams and put the Raiders on there, and then see if we don't beat them all. We beat every single team by a mile. It won't even be close. Yep. So it won't even be close. Oh, yeah? Oh, nice. Thank you. Oh, those are beautiful. You can go put those in the water if you want.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Agree.
Yeah. I agree 100%. I've been to Palo Alto, and there are a lot of Raider fans, even in the little rich city, very expensive city. Strong of them. Majority of those people are all Raider fans. I didn't see any 49er fans there.
Yeah, and I mean, I just think like when you look to California, it's Raiders all day, every day. Like when they look at a California team, it's the Raiders. There's no other team that they look at. There's no other team that is labeled like us. And to sit there and say like, hey, the Cowboys can go down there, they can advertise, they can have their media there, they can have all these things. I just think it's BS. And to sit there and say that, look, I get it. If we put ourselves down in there with the Chargers and the Rams, like literally right in their spot, Salute Rebel. If we put ourselves like in their territory when we could have went to Napa Valley and we could have promoted ourselves, then I'm going to kind of falter that one on AP, because at a certain point, you got to look, they're there, we're not, our place is Nevada. And this is the other thing I keep getting like told by all kinds of people. And I got to tell them like, hey, I didn't book the trip to California for one, and I don't work for the Raiders for two. And people are like, oh, if it's so hot in Vegas, how come they're not just practicing indoors in the AC and all this? And look, I get all that. Like, I get it. I don't know the answer to that. That's a deal for AP. The only thing that I think is like, when we're trying to put ourselves down in LA and it causes controversy because they've already hey, come on, dude, out now, out. And there's two teams down there already, like, and we want to go down to California and have our fans there. I think that it would have been smarter. No, get down, go to your mom now. Yeah, go right now. Yes, now. Yes, you can't eat those chips. You can't eat those chips. No. Get your mom. Like we could have went to Napa Valley, dude, where everybody else, and then we could have promoted ourselves, had our fans there, things like that. I just think it would have probably been a little bit better. Let me show this video real quick, just of like basically what they were saying real quick, and then we can speak on it.
Our Raiders officially starting training camp, and it's happening in SoCal at a sports complex in Costa Mesa. And they are returning to that area because it's just too darn hot here. As a result, they're shelling out $165,000 in rent, contributing $600,000 in improvement for the overall complex. And they're making a $10,000 donation to a youth sports team there. Also, the Raiders are unable to promote their presence. And that's because they're within the 75-mile home territory radius for the Chargers and the Rams. ESPN is reporting on this, saying that our team cannot invite Los Angeles media or fans out to watch them do their thing. And also, some of the season ticket holders like to be able to go do this. Apparently, that's a no-no. You just can't promote anything, commercials, billboards, or anything that you're in SoCal, because it essentially takes away, I guess, from the other franchises in that area. Our Raiders officially starting training. This is the
thing. This is the shit that really pisses me off, like, instantly, is like, all right, look, she literally said, starting it off, we give them damn near $1 million. Like, we literally give them $1 million damn dollars for their stadium, the time, all these things, and we can't even promote our own shit in our own place. I think it is just crazy, man. Like, no fans, no. I just want to know, what are they gonna do if the fans show up? Are they just like, keep on going, keep going? Like, how's that gonna work? Those fools will start parking along the road and walk up over the hill, So
I could see the fan thing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I could see the fan thing, but season ticket holders, man, like, they should definitely be allowed to pretty much go where they want to, like, in my opinion, especially people that are paying for, like, the box seats and shit like that and stuff like that. Like, I mean, they should definitely
$25,000-$30,000 for a season, a lot of money, man.
But on the other hand, like, I don't believe AP is ignorant, and I think they probably knew that there was a 75-mile radius and we couldn't promote. Like, maybe they're trying to hide something. Maybe that's why we're not doing the co-team practices, or I think maybe they're trying to hide a lot of stuff and stay low key on the down low, and they just don't want a lot of people seeing stuff or getting stuff out. Because I mean, we don't need to promote the Raiders organization. Everybody knows who the Raiders are. Like, we don't need promotion, but the fans, I mean, not having the fans there is, I don't know, but I believe that they already knew that before they got in. I don't see how they can just go in there, put $1 million to, $600,000 to fix their field and all this when, I mean, you'd have to know the NFL rules. And Tom Telesco, being a GM of all, for as long as he's been, of all people, should know that you can't promote in a 75-mile radius. They should have known this beforehand, and I believe they did. I think they're just trying to.
They knew when they signed it
things
because
under wraps.
I knew.
AP
they
wants
had to
no
know.
distractions. Like he said he wanted the team to be there, no families, a bonding time. And he said, he even made a comment in his presser today, with no fans being there, that's more time for them to bond. So I think they had a good idea of what was going on, and I think this was all planned.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody paid attention to anything 2 months ago when they brought it up, they said it right then and there that they weren't going to be able to do it. I mean, multiple times. So I think, like with the Raider fans, I've always say they wait till it happens to be like, oh man, it's news now. But it was already brought up when they made the deal to go down there to begin with,
And it's funny that they had the.
And they even spoke about that same shit, the same deal about bonding and all that shit. So
it's funny that they released those the 14th and the 20th of August before any of this information was already released, because they knew the fans were going to be able to go down there. Why do you think they released it at home to let the fans in, or so many fans in, and come and watch practice?
Yeah, and they gave the tickets away for free. They gave the tickets away for free. So amount of people
they already knew this was coming, in my opinion. Like they already knew.
Nope, that's facts. Because, like they said, they did where you had to call on call, sit on the phone.
Dude, I sat on that phone for 6 hours and I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning and I thought I was going to have tickets, and they said, sorry, the limit was. I was like, what, dude?
Well, they were giving out as many tickets as somebody wanted. If somebody wanted 20 tickets, they can get 20.
Yeah, but they only gave out so many. So I was 10,176, and I thought I was going to get tickets. And when I woke up, they said there are no more tickets left. Sorry for waiting. Yeah. I was like, bro, I waited 6 hours holding that phone, checking it every 20 minutes.
Yeah, because I know a bunch of people. Like I had a buddy that was on the phone 3.5 hours. He got 4 tickets. His woman 3 hours. She got 4 tickets for the following day. I mean, a bunch of people were doing it, and then like they were even saying when they got off, they were like, "Shit, man, we didn't know that there was a limit. That there was no limit." So basically, he was saying like, if I wanted 10 tickets one day and 10 tickets the other day, I would have got them.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
I just got on too late.
Yeah, people were getting called out on it too, because people that were doing like that did know that they can get 20 tickets, was trying to sell them. And people were like, bullshit, man, those tickets were free. So why are you trying to sell them? Like there's other people out there that got them and then raffled them away for free.
Yeah,
you know what
raffling
I mean?
them and using them to promote their channels and shit and stuff.
Yeah, if I was thinking, that's exactly what I would have did. If I was thinking, that's exactly what I would have did, man. I would have been like, give me 20 tickets, man. I'll raffle them bastards away every single show.
As soon as I hit 1,000 subs, I'll hand 2 or 3 away.
For the cheap tickets, we'll just get them with the pole in the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get them with you said the pole in the goal line.
Yeah.
Right.
She's like, you can still give away cheap tickets. She said, just get the tickets where the goalpost is in the way.
Right. Our preseason get you some like a bunch of content creators. I can't even talk. I've seen a bunch of people getting like preseason tickets and raffling them off, or like doing a $10 buy-in, and then you have to be on their show, like watch through the whole show before they give the information away for the next time. It's pretty.
Yeah, I would just do like tickets to a real game, and then that's that. I don't like all that. I don't like all that little pecky stuff, man. Like I get it that a preseason game, but preseason games don't even mean nothing, and they're about to not even mean anything. They're about to go to an 18-game season, and they're about to eliminate those to begin with. So at the end of the day, if I'm going to do something, like I would rather give away autographs, sure, going to a game. You know what I mean? Like make sure that it means something to somebody, or something that Preseason to me, man. I mean, I've been to so many of them, so I don't really know. I mean, it might sound dick or not, but I'm not. I'd rather go to a regular season game all day long, where I can be like, "Yep, that shit mattered. That's in the history books." You know what I mean? Like, they'll be like, "You remember that preseason game in 2024?" I'd just be like, "Nah, that shit was gone extinct like the dinosaurs at that point." So, oh, your mic's muted. Your mic's muted.
Am I good?
Yeah.
You got to think a lot of those families can't afford those highfalutin prices that in the Vegas. So you got to take if you're trying to take your family and you got.
Well, don't get me wrong. If you're
is like
buying them, like if you're
preseason
physically
best.
buying them, one thing. But if I'm giving them away, like
yeah.
if I'm giving away on my show, I'm giving away regular season tickets.
Something that's gonna mean shit.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, what don't you think it would matter? Like if you were gonna go to someone's channel and let's say two people are giving away tickets, right? One's giving away preseason game, one's giving you either Charger game in the very first game or whatever our first home game is. Like I'm
Chiefs,
pretty sure
Steelers,
everybody I'm pretty sure everybody's gonna be right up over in this one for damn sure. So that's all I'm trying to say is regular season games have more behind it. It's more historic. If something was to happen in that game, it would go down in the history books forever. A preseason game you wouldn't even remember it in a year or two, So
speaking of preseason, what do you think about AP saying that everybody's going to play?
Said everybody that's healthy that can play will play. So
you're gonna put Crosby out there and Kuntz. Like I'm not down with that.
I would do it. I mean, this is how I look at it, and this is why I hope that they move to 18 games sooner than later. Because if people don't get acclimated, like getting ready, like getting going, I believe it causes more injuries later down the road to begin with. So I mean, if somebody goes out and starts getting adapted to the game and adapted to the season, they're able to go with it a lot easier. I think what can end up happening, and it's something Devontae's even said out of his own mouth, overstretching, overdoing things can actually hurt you more than helping you. And I think in this deal, when you're playing 17 games out of the season and you're going to be on the field for 60 minutes, it's like going from 0 to 60. You know what I mean? Like, I believe, like, hey, play a few snaps here, a full rep here, 7, downfield, run downfield. You've been practicing for a few months. I think you're pretty ready to go. Everybody knows the rules out there. I don't think anybody's just blatantly out there to just straight cheap shot a dude like that, so, and plus the rules and how everything is these days. Like I said, I would rather do it, especially as a player. And if Max and them are ready to suit up and go step out on that field to go get ready, that means that they have a strong voice in the NFL. They can be like, nah, I ain't going to do that because it can hurt me. And he's like, nope, I'm going to go out there and take the reps. Because I think the more they get ready, the better off they'll be ready, like when they face the Chargers or the Ravens. I don't want it to take them till the Ravens, or who'd you say, the Steelers in the first home game? I don't want it to take till week 3 to get going, in my personal opinion.
And we got the Panthers week 3, the first game.
All right, Panthers. Salute Raider at freaking I just feel like how I've watched and how I think more people get hurt when they're the ones that don't anticipate. Like when they're the ones that don't go out there and anticipate, like to play, they're the ones that end up being the injured one. It's the guys that go out all the time. I mean, you look at it, for instance, like I get it like a Tom Brady or something, but there's players out there that play every game for their whole entire career. Some people are just injury prone and others aren't. And I just think, just like I said, in my personal opinion, I would rather start playing sooner than later. I'd rather get going now.
Yeah, but players like Max, Wilkins, they don't really need that
extra
extra
time.
Right.
He's a straight up NFL athlete. He's an NFL athlete. He knows what he needs to do or not. Like he knows.
They stay in shape all year long, and I don't think it's worth the risk for a meaningless preseason game to have your highest paid starters out there, like the heartbeat of your team and the franchise. Like,
yeah, but I don't think they look at it. That's why I think those games are going to get minimized. I don't think Max looks at it like I do. Like, I don't think Max is like, oh, this game's meaningless. Max is like, hey, this is a chance for me to communicate with the team. They're young. We can get a lot of information right here and get this shit out of the way versus, hey, me not taking the field until week 1 with these teams, them not learning nothing but what I tell them in the classroom or on the practice field. They always say there's nothing like in-game experience, you know, and to be underneath the helm and be underneath the deal and him being the guy to relay or Spillane or let's say Tommy Eichenberg, like that shit means something. And if Max isn't in there, he's the leader. He needs to be able to hear those communications from those people too. And now he might not need 4 quarters of it. He might get it done in a rep. As long as he's hearing it and has the communication, I think that's all it's about, you know. But look, listen, this is how I think about like rope horses or any type of deal, okay? And this is just facts, all right? When you take a rope horse, for instance, when you get them young or cheap, right? You can go to an auction, you can buy a horse for $500, one that'll fuck your ass off, put you in the dirt every single time. Get it at 2-year-old, bring it home. You spend about 6 months on it, 6 months to a year. You break that horse. You can take it out into a field. You can rope cows. You can take it anywhere. Take it to the mountains. You can start doing all kind of great things. 2 years later, man, you're in some of the biggest ropings out there. You're winning big money. Now that $2,500 or that $500 horse just turned into a $25,000 horse. And you know what people do? They tend to put them in the barn, dude, and then just sour them up because they just keep putting them in the stall, put them in the stall. Hey, this horse is worth so much money now. Let's not take it out and do it. Well, you know what I say? You know why it's worth so money? Because I took it through those fucking mountains and I took it through those hills and I took it through all that shit. The reason that horse is strong is because he's doing it every fucking day. I didn't get done with the horse and put him in the fucking barn. Like, I didn't do that. There's a reason certain people have that mentality and they have that training. Now, I believe that as a horse. I believe it as an athlete and a person. It's the same concept of how you want to get there. You can get there lazy or you can get there the hard way and still keep going. It's only people that put a value behind something that want to limit things, man. This horse that I get for $500, which is Max, come from Michigan. He's a $500 horse. That's all he was. He was a $500 horse when he got here. He built up to who he is, no different than this little colt. It's who the people and the time that they put in. And if this horse gets to a point where it's like, okay, I don't want to work no more, but I'll still go out when it's time to go put money on the line and go win for you. Some horses get that way. Around 10, 12 years old, they start to get a little more, you know, like, hey, I don't want to have to go out and lope around all the time and go to the field no more. And that's up to Max. If Max wants to start doing that, it's his option. But if Max is still that young colt where he's like, hey, I need to get out there. I still need to train. If I slow down, I'm going to end up hurting myself. You know, like that shit happens, dude. People need to stay moving. So, yes, I agree. I agree on a lot of levels. Yes, it's a pointless deal. Yes, I think putting people out there. Look, if you go tell me that Max is playing 4 full quarters in the preseason, I'd be like, bullshit, you know, but to sit and say he goes out in the first quarter and plays like 2 rotation, you know, 2 up downs in the field, I wouldn't have no issue with that. He has so many young people: Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Coons, Butler. You got Young, you got Nesta. You got a lot of young people that are all right there. You know, you got Robinson. You got all kinds of people there. I think right now is also look at it like this. Would you rather get it out in preseason or get it out in the regular season? I'd rather get it out in the preseason, you know, so. Yeah. And that's just how I look at things, man. I always think that people feel like they get to a certain point because of money and they want to start doing that. I don't believe that, man. If you look outside my window and where we're at, I believe the best thing is to put the work in, train them, put them in the mountains, put them in the flat land. I mean, you got to slave shit, man. And I think the minute that you start laying up is when a horse can be going through a field, or a player be going through a field, horse steps in a hole, twists his ankle, he falls down. A player walking down the field has his cleat on, steps sideways, and puts his ankle down. A guy that's usually out training all the time, if he twists his ankle, he's more times like I am. If I twist my ankle, I'm like, fuck 10, 15 minutes, I'll probably just walk it off and keep on going. You know what I mean? Yeah, some dude that ain't, he's going to be like, oh, give me the ice back. Get the ice, you know, so.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys ain't horses, and they're out, they're training every day, so they're in shape, and that's what camp's for, is to get in shape. Like, you don't have to play in the preseason, so they're going to be practicing every day. But I just think it's too risky. It's too many freak accidents that happen in the preseason. That's why they're trying to go to 18 games and get rid of the preseason entirely, because it don't mean shit, and it just gets too many people hurt. There's constantly people missing a whole season because of something stupid that happened in the preseason. It's just too
Yeah, I
risky.
think they want to do like 18-2, so 2 preseason games, 18 regular season
You
games.
got to
So
have preseason games because you got to have your rookies
you have to have a way to cut
and the
players and
new
give
people
players
you're bringing in learn
eligibility.
the system and see what you got with them. So you got to have some preseason. You can't just throw them straight into the
Yeah.
fire. Like,
Plus, you have UDFAs. You have all kind of players that have to have a
yeah,
chance at a roster spot some way, somehow.
and you got to see what they got in a live game, but you don't have to see what Max or Devontae or Christian Wilkins, Nate Hobbs. Like, you don't have to see what these guys got. In my opinion, like, they show it every single day on the field and in practice. So it's just way too risky, in my opinion, to even throw them even out there for a snap, bro. Like, I wouldn't even let them smell the field. Just stand there,
Yeah,
wear
I
a
just
mask.
figure like to anticipate injury can happen at any given time. You don't play a guy through preseason, he steps on the field in the first game, gets injured. If he goes out in week 1, don't get injured, in week 2 he gets, or 3 or 4 or 5. I mean, there's no way to
Yeah, I
anticipate
mean, it could
anybody's
happen
injury or length of injury. Now, that what I would say is like what you're saying is like you would justify his injury by a meaningful game is basically what it is. As long as there's a game online that has a win-loss on it, then it's
Yeah, then it's worth
justifiable.
risking the injury. That's all I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
worth risking the injury for something that's meaning something. It's a game that we have to have. You can't take off during the season, but a preseason game doesn't mean shit. It's not a game we have to have. It's not a game the veterans need to have, especially on the defense. Most of them, except 2-3 people, have been there 3 years together, going on 3 years in this system. So it's not like the veterans have to learn the system. There's just no reason for them to be out there. Now, I can see
Yeah, the only
AOC and
thing I
Gardner.
would
I don't even want them out there, but we have to see who's going to win the battle. So they pretty much have to be out there. Like, I'd have been better off, if Gardner just was the backup and AOC just won flat out. And in camp to mini camp, they were like, man, we're going with this guy. But it just that competition is scary too. Like,
yeah, I mean it's hard because like I said, if yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, it is what it is. I mean, they're not playing every down. They're not playing every down. They're not playing for 4 quarters. They're not playing 60 minutes. They're, again, if you don't have communication in the field, I get it. People that I mean, I don't know if you played football or not. I mean, to be out there and say that you don't want to take the field with your team and have communication to basically make rosters or players, or like they said, you're playing at full game speed, not against yourselves no more, against another team. Like in practice, you get to know your players' tendencies. You're seeing them every single day. You know what they do. Like something that somebody sits behind the line, they know right away. Like they know, okay, they're going to do here. When you're playing against other people, you don't know that. So, and again, if you get in habit or rhythm, and it's not even that. When you're in preseason, you have people in the stands. It's a real game. It's a real game environment. So, like I said, I mean, I get the whole injury deal, but the thing I would have to look at is how many people have actually been injured in the preseasons that are big players in a substantial amount, and how many of them. Like preseason's been going on for a long, long time. And if we just start safe havening every single player or safeguarding every player,
yeah, but
I mean, like
wasn't
I
it
said, if
6
you go
games
back
back
and
in?
look at
Wasn't it 5 or
Sean
6
Taylor,
games
man,
back in the
Sean
day?
Taylor laid out his own quarterback in the freaking Pro Bowl in the early 2000s. Like that fool. There's players out there like Ray Lewis, Brian Urlacher. They're going to be full speed at all times. So I mean, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'd have to see what players have been injured and to what extent and how often does it happen. Like that's what I would have to look
Well,
up
I think
first.
it happened a lot. That's why they cut it down,
You have
because
to
it
injure
was
a lot.
5 preseason games, then it went to 4, and now we're at 3. Now they're trying to cut it to 2.
Well, they're cutting them down because they're extending regular season games because, like they said, they can put more money on a regular season game and tickets versus a preseason game. If you put 4 preseason games out there and you could only sell out half the stadium, but then you go out there and put out 2 more regular season and you sell out the whole stadium, That means it's bigger money. It's just money. That's all it is. It ain't got nothing to do with anything. It's just about the money.
That's what everything's about.
Yeah, that's what it gets to anymore. You know, that's what it gets to anymore. I mean, I get it. Like I said, it goes either which way. It's just how whoever wants it. I mean, look, Max is a grown man, dude. He has agents, dude. He's worth crazy ass money. If Max felt like him going on that field didn't have to happen, he would most definitely make sure of it. You know, he'd most definitely be like, I'm not going on that field. Like, he'd be like, it ain't worth it. But if you got people like Devontae and you got people like Max that are going out on that field, is they want to be there and they need those reps. Like, our opinions are our opinions. Like, we don't know what's going through their minds. We don't know how he's like, okay, we're finally like, look, like I always say about team roping or training is because there's a thing in the practice pen where you can go out there and rope fucking 100 in a row, pop, 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 fucking riding every time. And then when you get in the arena with everybody there and all the shit up on the line, dude, your heart pop, 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 shit goes out, fucking nod shit goes. You still got to get it. It's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different thing from being in a practice field to
I
real life.
understand all that, but I'm just saying they're vets though. They've been there, done that. The young
I
guys,
get that, but
the young
I
guys might
mean,
need that. But
Aiden O'Connell hasn't been there. I mean, he hasn't. He most definitely needs his people
he
there.
balled out in the preseason last year. Like,
Hey,
he
don't
did
get
good
me
as hell.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I agree, but I mean, there's also all kind of defensive players that, especially corners, especially all kinds of people. I mean, if you don't have Nate Hobbs and Jack Jones out there, or anybody, who's leading them? You know what I mean? If Spillane ain't out there, who's leading Tommy? If you know, there people got to be led. I mean,
But that's what we need to find out too. Who else could be leaders? Like, if something happens to these
oh, it
guys,
ain't them
who's
guys,
stepping
man.
up? Like,
It
that's
ain't
the whole
them.
point of the preseason is who's next up. Like, who's gonna lead? Who's gonna be out there vocal on the field? Who's gonna be out there quiet? You know, not doing their job, not knowing their job. Like AP
Yeah, I
said,
think if they're not vocal by that point in time, then they're not gonna make it anyways. I mean, you're not getting to the preseason game to be vocal. That's why leadership is in practice fields, and that's why it's amongst the players and stuff of that. I mean, you should already be speaking to your players in the game. Like, it's more of guy calls a play. Does this guy run the same play? There's 11 players. I call a play. And these 10 guys here, this 11 guy doesn't. You know what I mean? It's how it deals. And then terminology, where did this guy come from coming to this team? I think defensively, I'm not going to argue that if they probably have the most continuity, second year, third year with the coach. A lot of these players are 2 and 3 year players. So I don't think that they should be having miscues. Offense, hell yeah, they're most definitely going to have miscues. There's dudes that are coming all over that are going to know one terminology as another. So when they say hike, this fucking guy might go left instead of straight. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I can see offensively 100%. You know, I'm not going to argue that. I mean, defensively, I think if you're just being real, it's the cornerbacks there's hella corners over there. There's like 4 corners that are literally right there. Hey, there's like 4 corners. There's like 4 corners over there that are new to the system, so most definitely going to be needing to learn that shit. But like I said, it's what it is.
And like a player like Max, sometimes you gotta keep him from himself, because if you give Max the opportunity to be on the field, he's gonna be on the field. Like, he wants to play every single down. I mean, he don't miss in the regular season. I think he'd be the same in the preseason. So sometimes you gotta also keep players from themselves, because
and Christian Wilkins has never played in this system.
If you let them do what they want,
in the system, he's never been with Graham, so Christian's gonna have to be out there for sure. He's never taken a snap in this team outside of practice, you know. So, and then like face him, he's gonna have to be there if he's gonna be a player, because he's yet to take a snap either, you know. Like, there's all kind of players that have yet to take a snap in this system that are probably going to be pretty big contributors, like Eichenberg, so on. I mean, like I said, you got Tyree, Butler, Jenkins, Robinson, second. You know, you got multiple people, second-year players. So I guess it's like both and both. You know what I mean? Like both and both, because most of them are only 1-year players in the system. And then this will be their second year with a few other people, first year, Max 3-year. I mean, Max and Kuntz, Nate Hobbs, Morick, all of them, but they'll be year 3 players, so they'll be year 3. Outside of that, there ain't very many.
Some of them 4. I think some of them 4, right?
Well, no, because Graham came with Josh, so Josh was only here 2 years, and then this will
Isn't
be
Kuntz in his
3.
4th?
Kuntz is, but he was drafted under
And Hobbs.
Gruden. They were all drafted under Gruden. They were here with Gus Bradley. So yeah, like year wise, yes, but I'm talking like Patrick Graham wise.
In the system, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like Patrick Graham system wise, you know what I mean? Like those guys should probably be like taking off. You know what I mean? Like those guys should probably finally put it all together, knowing. I mean, that's a pretty massive majority of people that know that system now. You know what I mean? So I think they should be able to take off and do something. So, but I don't know. Like, Rudy, you have anything you want to add to it? Say anything? You have anything you want to bring up?
Yeah, the defense system, it's not as complex as the offense, but yeah, Mad Max, he does want to come out and play all the time. But yeah, I think with some of the players, they got to play a little bit in the preseason, not very much, but a little bit. But yeah, they should play a little bit, because if they don't play, they're going to get a little rusty. You got to get that rust off your body.
Yeah, I don't think you let Max play at all. Like, nowhere even more than a 1 down, 1 back. Like 2 whole. Like to me, I would say like 1 full like team reps down the field. But to sit and be like, yeah, I'm gonna let him go play for 4 quarters. Like hell no. Like there's no way I would do that. There's just no way. Salute Al, what's up, man? To that extent, I want it. You guys have anything else you want to add on that, or what?
I'm all good.
So basically, we'll just bring up. We're gonna watch AP's presser, but we're gonna talk about Michael Gallup real quick, and then we'll watch AP's presser, and then talk about what he's got to say. Then we'll talk about the inactive players and so on as it goes. But basically, I guess here just a little bit ago, Michael Gallup, he basically set to retire from the NFL. I think played like 6 years or something like that. And for the Cowboys, I think he was like $3-4 million. Like this is the thing. Months ago, I talked about this, man. I said this guy, how people were all talking up his name, everything. I said, hey, man, that guy had an injury. He was over there still with the Cowboys. He didn't really do anything. And I even told people on those lives, don't be surprised if that dude retired this year. I said he just hasn't mattered, and other teams haven't even looked at him. I said if you look at him on our team, and the whole time that we've been talking, he's never been brought up any time. Not been brought up one damn time. Tucker been talked about, Jacoby Myers, all these other dudes, even Wilkerson has been talked about. Gallup has never been mentioned one time in conversation because nobody looks at him that way. When you looked at Gallup a few years back, he was a really good player. When he got injured and so on, never been the same player ever since. And for me, I'm kind of glad that he did get injured, or like not injured, but I don't want to say that because I don't mean that. I mean that he retired. Because look, man, when you got a guy like Gallup that he's questionable at all times. Like you're like, hey, he's already done. I think he had 1,000 yards in one season too. So the question, like what everybody's mind is like, can he do it again? Will he do it again? So I don't want our player or quarterback to like feed somebody or try to have something in their mind. Like Tucker is fresh blood. I'd say it's just like kids, like kids are what you train them. They come out, they're pure, man. Like it's everything you teach them, dude. So I think when you look at Tucker, it's just like a little baby, man. Like you're teaching him everything as you go. He doesn't have these habits or these other things. It's what you're training him. And I always believe like first team training gives the player the best chance, man. And maybe that's why Gallup was here through, like, you don't see, like, Gallup was here through camp, and then he retires the first day that everybody's coming back. He could have retired at any day, and 30 days ago at any given time, he could have retired during the OTAs with no pads, no nothing. This fool waits till they announce first day here, veterans and everybody are coming, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to retire. Like, sometimes I think it's the, B word out there. for one thing, because it's like, how do you do that to your team? Because we could have probably went out and looked at other players that were out on the market or bring, but again, I said that dude from that Tula dude's gonna be danger. So hey, good for Gallup, adios. But I think we really already have his replacement, the UDFA from Tulane. I think that dude's most definitely gonna get that job anyways. I've said that in our 53-man roster. Even said that Gallup. I didn't even put Gallup on that roster. So
I said over and over again, Gallup wasn't going to make this roster.
Yeah.
Do you think he really retired? Because I mean, just the timing. Do you think he retired, or you think maybe AP or somebody said, "Look, bro, you ain't gonna make this roster. Like,
I wasn't gonna make it.
We'll let you go now, or what?" And he was just like, "Man, I'm just gonna retire." Like, or
Hey, don't get me wrong. I mean, I was sitting here thinking about it. Like, is he under contract with us for multiple years, and did he force a retirement so he can force the way out? Like, that's what I was thinking at first, but it's not like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not his is just he ain't gonna play again. That's just that, you know. So I think for me, AP could have most definitely told him like, "Hey, you're going to be farther down the board than where you think, because maybe
he
where
might have
your
just
injury's at."
been at the bottom of the depth chart and was
Yeah.
like, "Bro, I ain't even fucking. I'm just gonna retire. Fuck this. I'm out."
Yeah.
Like,
If he ain't matching up with players here, that's a most definite possibility
and then
that
they
he
put, and then we put Guyton on the pup list. So like, who I mean, that brings us down to eight wide receivers. Who makes this team then?
Oh yeah, I said, dude, like I already said who I think's gonna make it, because
You think? I mean, Christian Wilkerson had great timing with
he'll make it.
AOC in the
He'll make it
preseason.
just
Like
because he's been
they
on the
kind of
roster
balled out in
for
the
the last
preseason
few
last year.
years. I said this isn't mine. This is the one that he did.
I kind of like that Keaton kid, but I really like that Ladidrick Griffin.
Griffin's gonna make it. Griffin will be there. Tucker's
DJ
gonna be
Griffin,
there.
bro.
Devontae, Jacoby. I think Wilkins will be there. DJ Turner is gonna be there. There's already people that are already gonna be on the team from previous experience.
So what are you at, 6? How many wide receivers do you think we're keeping?
Well, you'll have the practice squad. You're not just going to have, you'll have your receivers. I think it'll be 5 or 6, and then you'll probably have 2 or 3 on the practice squad. And if you look at how they ran it over the last few years, they've put veteran players on the practice squad, rotated them out as games came that they needed them. So if I'm just thinking, I think you'll have like 9. I think you'll have anywhere between 8 and 9 on the total, like total. 5 on the field at 1, or 6 on the field at 1, 3 on
keep 5, 4 on the practice squad,
or 5 and 3. However they decide that they want to do it, because when you look at people like Griffin and so on like that, there's dudes that got massive talent. Guyton got massive talent too, but if he's already injured and goes out, I mean, then you're just wasting a spot with him. So I want to do that. You have too much youth here, where a guy that people may not think can do anything, or those are the guys that end up doing something. You know what I mean? Those are the guys that end up being talked about at the end of the year, because then nobody was thinking about him to begin with. So I don't want to designate a spot on our roster to a dude that, what is he, 28, 30 years old. He's never really done much. I mean, I would, if he goes to the deal, just move on from him sooner than later, for me.
I see us keeping one less position spot than we did last year for a receiver, maybe 2, just because we got Labe and we got Bowers. Like that's gonna limit the amount of receptions and swapping in and out at receiver, because especially if we're running 12 personnel, there's only going to be 2 wide receivers on the field. I don't see why we got to keep 6, especially when we need extra spots at offensive line and corner.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Running back.
Also, you can't run the same. You're not going to run the same formation every game.
Oh, I mean, you're not going to run it all the time, but even if you run it 50% of the time, bro, like still, like
you're going to go into games with 5 wide
6,
receivers
7
on the field. He runs a spread offense, dude. He runs a fucking spread offense and a West Coast deal. You're going to most definitely have 5 receivers on the field, regardless of how they want to label the names or not, but to just go out there and set up in certain formations, you'll just become predictable instantly. It don't matter what players' names are on there. And to be honest, a lot of people are just jocking up Mayer and Bowers. Neither of them really just done shit yet. So, I mean, and again, if you look at Jacoby Myers, yeah, he had a pretty good up and coming, but Tucker didn't really do nothing either. He had 300 yards, you know. So we're hoping on people to develop and then take that next step. But on the end of the day, half of these guys have minimal stat lines to even begin with. So, like I said, the more people that are out on the field that give better options or more options, I mean, that's why I said I think Zeus and the halfbacks will end up getting more of the carries. I think that's where the game will be more carried around, is run through the run game and then see how the passing game develops. And if Aiden's going to have to give it to Devontae just to make him happy, but you're going to need to throw that ball around. So I think passing game will determine on Aiden and how he's going, or Gardner, whoever it may be. I don't really.
I think Gessie runs a pretty balanced system. I don't think it's going to be as much smash mouth running. I mean, I know we're going to pound the shit out of the ball, but I think it's going to be pretty even, like it was in Chicago. Like, he wasn't the offense coordinator in Green Bay, but he was, passing coordinator, so he didn't get to limit what the run and pass percentage was. But
they ran the ball with Justin Fields hell of a lot of times. He had over 650 yards rushing. So to sit and say that it was a balanced pass, perverse run, I don't know if we can go that
yeah,
route.
But most of those are scramble plays. They're not called set plays for running. Like that's
bullshit.
That's
bullshit. They had RPO play. Goddamn right they did. So
yeah, but RPO is like run pass options, so like he can keep the ball or give it away. And most of the time,
they had plays for him to run, man.
And there,
so I don't know.
There
if
was a lot of breakdown plays also.
I don't know if you watch their games, but they most definitely had plays for him to run at the quarterback position for sure. Will Aiden improve his mobility this season? I think Aiden almost definitely work his better within the pocket. Like, I don't think Aiden's ever gonna be like running quarterback. I mean, I think Aiden will do like the video that I'm about to release here is like I'm gonna show like Aiden can most definitely run. I mean, he can see the gaps and take off when he's in the right systems or gets taught how to through progressions and breakdowns. Can I see him being way more like mobile within the pocket? Yeah, but I think Aiden's like, if you're just being real, like how accurate Aiden is, I think it would be a waste to have Aiden try to run when he can throw the ball. Like, you have a better chance to make bigger plays with Aiden throwing the ball than him trying to run. I mean, I would just like to see him like saying like maybe something Carr could have done is just when the play breaks down, go pick up a first down or something.
We just need him to extend plays.
Exactly.
That's all. We don't need
set it down.
They're not going to be creating no run plays for Aiden O'Connell. Like it's just when he's got to scramble and plays break down, can you pick up 3, 4, 5 yards instead of taking a sack or a loss? Like,
yeah,
that's how I feel, because he's way more dangerous putting the ball in his hand. He's going to make big plays this year. That's why I think he's going to shock a lot of people. I mean, the kid's got a phenomenal arm, dude. He's got great accuracy. I think the kid's been ready the whole time. So I don't think he needs to wait to get to this point. I think he's been ready this whole entire time. So I wish I would have posted that video on YouTube, because we had watched that video, but you'll see like Aiden threads the needle all the time. Cover 2, right down the middle, 2 dudes cutting, just right down it, right in dude's pocket.
He should have already impressed people last year with what he did in the situation he was put in. So I mean, Raider Nation is one of the toughest critics, bro. I don't see how anybody in their right mind can call themselves a football fan and say Aiden O'Connell is a trash quarterback. Like, I went over this 3 times in 3 lives today. Oh, if we just had a quarterback. Oh, if we just did this. Oh, if Aiden wasn't so bad. And they keep bringing up the same flipping games, Minnesota, Kansas City, like they have no argument, bro. They're like, I don't know if they
I
watch.
said it
I
like
don't know
this
if half
straight
of them
up.
watch the game drunk. Like I know most of them probably are shit faced by the first quarter and don't see the rest of the game. Like, or what the
Yeah,
problem
most
is,
of
bro.
them
But
don't even know how to evaluate
you
players
cannot
to begin with.
you cannot be
Most
an
of them don't
NFL
even know how
fan
to player
and say
evaluate
you're
to begin with.
you can't say you're a fan of football and you know football and you can look at Aiden O'Connell and say he sucks, bro. Like, what are you looking at? Like, I mean, I know I wear glasses and shit, but I don't need glasses to see the potential of the kid when he stands in the pocket, not scared to stand in the pocket. Like you said, he threads the needle. He's led receivers open over and over and over again, man. Like, just
And you
in
ain't
the
gonna just overthrow a dude
yeah,
by like Jimmy that's fucking wide
in the
open and just
in the
throws it
Colts
over him by 20 yards. You know what
in
I
the
mean?
Colts game,
Like,
bro. On the Colts game, we went for it on 4th and 13, and he threw 46 yards to Devontae to the 9-yard line, bro, in double coverage, like on the sideline, like, and he only needed 14. So people are like, oh, he's scared to take shots. He's this, he's that, he's that. Bro, I don't know what tape y'all are watching, bro, because when you're going for it on like fourth and 13, and the game's on the line, and the dude picks up 40 yards as a fourth round pick. I mean, come on. I don't know what more people can ask for what that kid did last year for this team, for the franchise, for AP to keep his job. Like, it's just ridiculous.
you know, the one thing I keep telling people every single time that they bring them up or talk about it, I tell it just like this. We've had Derek Carr. We've had some of the best quarterbacks in the early 2000s to play on our team that was in the NFL. We had multiple of them, man. Carson Palmer, Aaron Brooks, Dante Culpepper. I mean, we can go on and on. There were all kinds of great people that were here. That Chargers game with the players laying down was not the first time a team has laid down, especially with the quarterbacks at the helm that we have had. Nobody's come close to putting up 63 and breaking a franchise record. So, and not only that, you're talking about veteran quarterbacks that have been put in those exact same situations, but this dude's a rookie and does it. He a rookie and does it. He just come off he got 0 points in the game before, comes on a short week, comes over here and kicks the dog shit out of him by 4 touchdowns out there, so on. I mean, the dude was dotting it up, and to sit here and just discredit it or discredit who he just crazy. I mean, you can go back and look at all the quarterbacks that's been here and been in that same situation. None of them have done that. None of them have done that. Even with teams putting down, they'd be lucky if they were 30 points on them. These fools 63 and Aiden wasn't giving back. Aiden would have put up 70 or 80. Like, they chose to lay back. Aiden would have kept on going. So
No, AP said he tried to put up 70. Like, he was trying. AP even come out and said it. He's like, fuck 63, bro. We were trying to put up 70. They weren't
that's
holding
bullshit.
back.
That's bullshit. They laid that game down. So if anybody said that, they're full of shit.
AP said straight out, we were trying to put up 70. He's like, I wasn't stopping at 63. We were still trying to score.
Hey, I'll bring the game up right now. I'll bring it up right now. I remember that game clear as day. I mean, that they laid that game down. Like, they could have easily went for it, and they didn't. Like, that game could have been like 80 points, 70, 80 points. Easy. Like, they got to a point where they were just like, nah. And they even talked about it because they had the chance to go and break the record, which was we were 63, but that would have been an NFL record, which was 72? I think it was 72 for an NFL record, and we didn't push for it. So I'll disagree with that 100%. Because, like I said, and the whole point is that Aiden could have did it. That's all I'm saying. Aiden could have most definitely did it. So if you sit there and say, like, the ups and downs that they had last year under Bo Hardigree, and then to go off season with all the players and come back with the actual structure within your offense, man, I can't see. And, like, there's so many parts, like, we're watching the presser for AP. Like, I feel like AP already knows Aiden's the starting quarterback. Like, I feel, but he don't want to say it because he don't think it's going to be fair to not give everybody the fair chance to go out there and do it. But there's so much, like, where he just pauses and he's just like, like, you don't pause like that if you feel like there's still a battle to be out there. Like, you would be pretty confident, like, nah, we would still need this battle ball. Like, there were so many times I felt like he would just be like, yeah, Aiden's going to be the quarterback. But I get that he's going to be like, it's probably a big deal for him, most definitely. So I think he needs to most definitely evaluate it. Not only that, he even said in the presser that when people were like, is it going to come down to the captains, this, that, the other, and they were like, nope, we're gonna come down to me, Telesco, and Getty. So it's gonna come down to those. And I've just said I think Aiden's just got it by a mile, because every single time everybody talks about Aiden, it's the accuracy. And then if you look at Devontae in recent deals, him talking about the accuracy, and within the system, the accuracy matters. Like he emphasizes it massively in these like press conferences, or whatever you want to talk, pods that he's going on all recently. Like he talks about Luke Gessie's system. He talks about how accuracy within the system, why it works so well with Rodgers. Like he's literally said, like, Aiden's the guy. So, and for me, like I've said, I think Aiden's most definitely been the guy. And I think outside of it, it's just going to be, like I said, if Gardner shows up and he's been training and he got this next level. Hey, what was that? Turn that on. No, don't do that. Turn that down. He does that, then I would say, here, man, I got to get these kids out of here. So you guys can talk for a second.
Yeah. I think that with this, I think Aiden O'Connell was most definitely suffocated by Josh McDaniels' system. I think that we'll see a lot more in him than we did last year, because I do think he was suffocated. Josh McDaniels suffocated everybody. I mean, it's no secret. And people got to stop looking at the players and look at the staff, the coaching. That's where you look at. Then with Josh McDaniels, he was just bringing his team down. And then when he was gone, the team played better. I mean, that's just facts.
Oh yeah, he definitely screwed Aiden's career. Like, for one, I've never seen a coach, and again, I'm 49 years old. I've been watching football since I was able to remember what it was, 3 years, 4 years old, however, whatever age that is. But I've never can ever remember somebody bringing in a rookie quarterback and not changing your plays, not changing the system, not bringing in protection, not going max protection, especially a third string quarterback that's never had any timing with any of the offensive line, any of the receivers, any of the running backs. Like, you don't know any of these guys. You don't even practice with them. You're practicing with the practice squad. So it's totally unfamiliar territory. And to be a head coach and a guru of offensive genius, how could you just throw in a rookie quarterback like that to the fire and not change the playbook? I mean, the playbook was already hard enough. Everybody, like even Devontae said on the Netflix thing, like, you got to be a scientist pretty much, or from Harvard, to figure out Dick Daniels' system. So for that system to be hard enough where players like Devontae Adams have been in the league 10 years are complaining about how hard the system is and how smart you got to be. And he also went to Josh McDaniels, like he said in the Netflix thing. He went to Josh McDaniels and told him, we might have to lower our expectations because there's players on this roster that basically aren't smart enough to grasp your system. Like, I mean, I thought that was pretty bad for Devontae to even say on Netflix. Like, I can't believe you'd say that about some of your own teammates. Like, you actually admitted going to Josh McDaniels and telling him you got to dumb down your playbook or lower your expectations because we don't have guys that are smart enough to pick up the concept of your playbook. Like, so for him not to change the system when he put in AOC to just let Khalil Mack run wild and not try to dumb it down, because like, you have to dumb it down for a rookie quarterback, especially most rookie quarterbacks, even if they're drafted higher, are at least second string quarterbacks, not third string holding a clipboard. So to throw that dude in the fire like that and not dumb down your playbook at all he's trying to destroy that kid's career. And he could have, if AOC wasn't tough enough and didn't have the mental fortitude and toughness to be like, man, I don't care what this dude does to me, I'm gonna come back in. And I heard somebody saying the other day in the chat, like, we have to start Gardner Minshew, because if we start AOC and he does bad, and then we bring in Gardner and he does bad, he's not strong enough to come back from that. I said, did you watch the season, bro? He got sacked 7 times in one game, almost won that game. And then misses 2-3 games and then comes back in like nothing ever happened, bro. That dude's memory lost. Like he just forgets like that, and that's what you
He
need.
wants to win.
That was the thing with Brady is like you might throw interceptions, you might make mistakes, but that's just forgot. It's the next play mentality, and AOC has that. Like,
yeah, he wants to win, dude. He don't have time to sit and dwell on, spilt milk, dude. He knows he's gonna make mistakes just like anybody else. The difference is he wants to learn from those mistakes. The sooner the better. And I've always said, in order to be great, you have to fuck up first. You have to fuck up first and know what not to do, and then that way, we're going forward. You don't do it going forward. Like, for people to sit out there and think like you're just gonna go out and how do you be perfect without knowing how to be perfect? You know what I mean? Like, when you get put in those situations, you're going to know how to mess up. And then when you go back again, you're going to know, hey, don't do that. Hold on to the ball this time. Don't throw it over there or throw it away. Things of those factors, different thoughts will go through your mind the second time around when you know where you're messing up at. So if you don't know where to mess up at, that's why I've always said you don't want to be afraid of failing. Like, for too many people to sit there and say like, oh, you're just going to be perfect. That's an unrealistic thing. You want to mess up, man. You just don't want to mess up so bad that you can't fix it. You want to make mistakes that you can learn from and be better at going forward, and I've always said experience is the best thing in anything. Experience teaches you what not to do, so when people sit there and go around older people later on in life and they say, man, how are you so good? How did you learn so much? He'll tell you right away, well, when I was younger, I screwed up and now I ain't screwing up, so it's just things like that. So, but
yeah, you can't fix the problem if you don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, exactly. It's 100% facts, dude. It's just like I said, if you go to a car and you get a mechanic that's just year one out the shop and he hears this ding, bing, 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 he makes the assumption like, I don't really know what it is. I can think it's in the transmission. I can think this. Then you get this dude that's like 40, 50 years old. He walks up to it. He hears this deal and he is like, oh, yeah, it's a rocket in the torque converter. Like, fucking, how the hell you know that? Like, yeah, you hear the ting, 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 ting. It's hopping, like, oh, all right, fuck, because it's experience. It's something that they've seen or been there before. And the reason that he can pinpoint it to that exact T is because it's probably happened to him before. So I've always said the reason that they're so good at acknowledging the problem is they've seen it already. That's the only reason. And if he didn't see it before, he'd be standing there just like everybody else thinking like, what the hell is that? So experience matters massively, and when you're looking at a kid like Aiden and he's a 4th round pick, he's not even destined to be the starting quarterback. And 1 year later, he's in control of the Las Vegas Raiders, brand new franchise, high powered players, dude, and Jacoby and Devontae and Mayer and all these people, dude. Like, he got a lot of big names sitting around him at the moment. Bowers, White, all these people, man. And he's the guy leading them. He's a young player. He's done very good at it. So, I mean, like I've said, some people would take the pressure or not. He's taken it and ran with it, So I've said I don't think anybody's going to dethrone him but himself. Like, if I'm just being dead ass honest and just being honest, I don't think anybody's going to dethrone him but himself. He'll be the only one that takes himself out of this situation at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, it's his to lose. Like, there's nothing else going to say that it isn't, like he's a very good kid, man, but I've said he's very, very good, man. So I think it'll be, but if you guys want, you have anything you want to add, Rudy, or say before we watch this presser real quick?
I'm good.
Rebel, you have anything else you want to add before we start watch it?
No, I'm good.
All right, we're going to watch the AP's presser basically from today from camp. So basically, you guys can listen.
Hello. Yeah, how you doing? I'm in Southern California.
You want competition at every position, but specifically about the quarterback. They're going to be battling with no joint practices, and you never know what you're playing in the preseason games. Does it just make practice even that much more vital?
Well, I think more importantly, when we look at our team, we feel really good about defense. And I think when you do have competition going against one another, that's a great opportunity to showcase. So regardless of the joint practices, preseason games don't take care of themselves, but we got 16 so practices for these guys to go at it and compete like they've been doing all spring and let the best man win.
You know, it's something like you said earlier, Rebel, and that deal is like, you know, like I said, most people knew coming down here it was going to be just them isolating themselves, kind of. I think that they like with the joint practices and stuff where people are thinking they're hiding things, it can definitely be that way. Like maybe if Aiden learned the offense fast, or you know, Gardner, whoever it may be, the difference is like they're looking at it like the reason that they joint practice with people is to gauge the team offensive and defensively, right? They're basically saying like our defense is going to be the best in the league. That's basically what they're saying. And then they're saying like if Aiden and them can beat this defense, then they can beat anybody else's defense out there. Like that's pretty cocky. That's pretty cocky to me, you know, like because that's what they're saying. Like it's literally what they're saying. Like if he can beat this defense, they can beat anybody's defense. You know what I mean? So
it's the truth, though. I've been saying the same thing. Like everybody keeps talking about, oh, we got all these high-powered quarterbacks to face, but those quarterbacks ain't doing shit when they're on their back or running for their life.
Yeah, I mean that's facts, man. And that's why I've said Aiden's worked out in the offense more because they said it. They said before they were going to the break and before all that the reason Gardner was struggling is because he can't get outside the pocket on our defense. Our defense is shutting him down in the backfield before he can get out of the pocket. And I said, well, yeah, wait till he put pads on and then he can hit that motherfucker. But he's red jerseyed, so it doesn't really matter if he has pads on or not for the quarterback because he can't be hit anyway, so it won't matter. The only difference is he gonna run over there with pads on, and Max is gonna want to most definitely hit him. And you never know, Max might fucking hit him. You just never know. So
he has. He's been saying last year the coach was constantly yelling at him like, "You can't hit the quarterback with the red shirt." He's like, "Fuck that red shirt."
Yeah, hey, that's facts. That's facts, dude. So I said, he could most definitely. But I just wanted to bring it up because I think like in AP's mind and the team's mind is that they feel that the defense is good enough that if Aiden plays well in it, then he can go play well in it in the season, or Gardner, however they view it. That's why they don't want the joint practice. That's why they don't need it. They're more focused on learning the offense. And I feel like they feel like the defense is already locked in. So I don't think it's as big as issue as people are even proclaiming at all.
Yeah, you're just throwing pretty much Christian Wilkins in the mix. Everybody else is pretty much the same starters except for one corner.
Yeah, you take out Belai and you put Christian and think that we got worse. I mean, I think that's crazy.
When it's obvious, like okay, it's like a no-brainer. No need to rush it. I mean, but when it's clear and it's evident, then we need to make that decision.
I've got some more swagger this year. What have you seen from Gardner so far, and what does he have to show you to get the job?
Yeah, I mean, both guys got a little swag now. That's kind of cool, right? Aiden had so much last year, but he's kind of picked it up. And then with Gardner, just his personality is so unique, so free-spirited, but more importantly, a great teammate. He loves to compete. His attitude, his purpose, each and every rep that he takes, you can see that there's a driven player there that's always been an underdog. And that's a good thing for the Raiders because that carries over to the rest of our team and guys feed off of it.
See, he says the underdog mentality feeds over to the rest of the team, and then they feed off of that, dude. Like, gives them that hype. So basically saying, like, if you can be a backup and still have energy to the team, you know? And this is things, too, like, for me, like how I think about AP and Aiden. Listen, Aiden is AP's guy. Like, it's up AP's dude because let's be real. When they made the transition, when Josh got fired, he could have rolled with Hoyer or Jimmy for the rest of the year. He did not have to go with Aiden at all. He was there, watched the way that Aiden developed. He watched how he played. He knew, like, hey, all right, listen, we're going to ride out the rest of the season. I'm going to ride with Aiden. At any given time, he could have shifted from Aiden at any point. They had 5 players they could have traded up and drafted outside of Jaden or Caleb or not. They could have traded for 3 other starting quarterbacks at any point in that time and never did. Never moved off, never tried to trade up, never called to try to trade up in the draft. Not one damn time for any player. So I believe like AP has already made his bed with Aiden. Like I believe AP thinks Aiden's his quarterback, dude. I mean, for the accuracy Aiden has, from where he's come from what he's done, I get the whole deal where people are like, you know, all the push. That's what it is to me. I think, just like I said with the Derek Carr and Mariota deal, it's to push the player to get the best out of them. There's a difference. Aiden's only played 11 games in the NFL, where Gardner's been here for 6 years. He has the experience to be able to push him in certain moments where, like people have said, start Aiden. If he fails, Gardner can come in because he has experience coming off the bench. It would fit our team better off, which is probably more true, you know. But to sit and imply that Aiden couldn't come in and play off the bench is crazy. Came in fucking week 7 of the season, went out and still won. We were 3-5, and he ended up 4-5 or 5-4, and we ended up with what were we, 8-9?
8-9.
Yeah, so I mean,
8-9.
definitely got us out of the hole and played from off the bench. So, like I said, I personally believe Aiden is AP's guy. He's gonna play with AP. Like this is the Derek Carr, John Gruden saga all over again, where people are like, "Oh, Gruden's gonna get a different quarterback. Gruden's gonna every year he's gonna get a different guy." I believe Aiden is AP's dude. I strongly believe it, and I don't think he's gonna move off of him. And I think if you go with Aiden last year, don't draft a quarterback, and you only go into free agency, and you ended up with Gardner, and you rolled with Gardner not even a year later, I think that's just a massive fucking strike against AP, in my personal opinion. He could have drafted any young quarterback. He could have taken any quarterback for the sake of it at any point. Taking any guy, dude. But
yeah, did he think any of those quarterbacks were better than the quarterback he had? Like, why risk?
Why risk Purdy was going to be the quarterback he was? I mean, if
that's
you're in the market,
he didn't think. In my opinion, he didn't think that any of those quarterbacks were worth moving up and risking moving up to find out that they're not better than what he has already in Aiden.
Well, I've said Aiden. I've made that clear to multiple big time people before the draft that there ain't nobody better than Aiden in that draft. I've said it straight up, and I've got it on record and got it in messages and videos where I've told everybody there. I mean, to sit and say that a guy that's already played in the NFL versus a kid that's never even stepped on the field at all, to put experience over non-experience over experience, I don't give a shit. I've been watching football since I was a little ass kid. I've watched the biggest names come from college, on the biggest names in the face of this earth, come out of college and come to the NFL and fall flat on their fucking face. So for any person to imply that just because some guy's name and where he comes from is going to have success, that's bullshit. That's just bullshit, and you can't do that. So players have to play in the league. They have to have a year underneath them. A lot of players you can tell within the first few games, and some take a year or two, and some will never get it, period. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter the name. It's people like Purdy. You don't know that Purdy's going to have the success he's going to have until he gets here and gets on the team with a Shanahan that can develop him to that next level. You know what I mean? And it's just like I said in the last live, which I'll replay it again. AP or Tom Telesco and them already knew that they were going to roll with Aiden during the combine, and I spoke about it 100 times that they already knew that Aiden was better than all of them, and he made clear of it. And people just space it and don't want to. They just want to hear what they want to hear. You know what I mean? Like that's where we are in life. People just want to hear what they want to hear, and they wipe out everything else that people, coaches, players say. Like if they don't matter. It's just what content creators think, that if they can put this out and there's 5 other guys that'll mimic it, then that they're right. You know, I hate that shit. Like I've said it the whole time. There was nobody out there on paper. I've said the reason that Jaden Daniels got talked up as much as he did. All right, look, I told it the whole time. We never had the drafts. We never had the draft value. We never was going to get up there to 1 or 2 to get him, period, at any given point. Never once. I said when Jaden went into the draft, he was ranked as a 4th or 5th overall quarterback. He was ranked 4th or 5th when they started talking about him. When AP started talking him up, and wanted to go, guess what spot he went? Second overall quarterback. That's exactly where he went. So I think AP served the mission that he set out there to do.
Yeah, he bumped up his boy. We never had no intention to go get that kid. He was just bumping up his boy in the draft. That's all he was trying to do.
I said that
We had no intention to go get that kid. If we wanted to go get that kid, they would have traded Devontae or Colton Miller because that was the only players we had on our team.
Man, let's give up half our shit for that spot because we already know you're not giving up that spot. Like, that's the thing. So, like, I said this when they walked into media row and he said what he said. I said, nope, that's the biggest smokescreen I ever said in the history of the game, or this guy's the stupidest coach ever on the face of this earth. I said, you can't walk into media row, say the things that you're saying. There's nothing that says that team will even trade that pick to begin with. Like, you can't imply that you're going there. They didn't trade. None of them guys traded. People kept saying, oh, number one pick going to go get traded to this team. Not fucking bullshit. You know how many times they said Bo Nix and Penix weren't even day one prospects? They went in the top fucking 12. You know, like, a lot of these guys don't know shit. They don't know shit. And that goes for straight up analysts. Straight analyst. You know how many times I said that we would take fucking Penix if he fell to us at 13 or somebody else? I said Bo and them both be gone in that shit. I said from day one, Bo Nix was going to go to the motherfucking Broncos. I said that since last year if we didn't get him. I said it the whole fucking time. He is a Drew Brees clone, bro. I said it the whole time. I have fucking 50 lives of talking about it. You know what I mean? And if we ain't valuing these quarterbacks the way these guys are, then we're behind. You know what I mean? And I've said it. I said straight up, hey, Telesco seen something in Aiden, and we'll watch the presser after this. Let's not get on that too much right at the moment. We can watch Aiden or Tom Telesco, and we can talk Aiden in a moment. Let's talk AP real quick, and then we'll hop on the Aiden conversation.
Lack of a better term, what's the standing board look like right now in that quarterback race?
Where it was when we left spring.
Even somebody taking the lead, or
we got some more practices to go at it. To be honest with you, I don't think it's fair to do it. I mean, the off season there's not pads on. I mean, O line, D line, the way that's working out with protection is different. When we get the pads on, then you get a better feel for it overall. And then also guys just get into the system right away. In the spring, learning it. So there could be some days where Aiden looked better than Gardner. There's some days Gardner, and then there's some days they both look bad. So they both look good, to be honest. So I think it'll take its course while we're here in Southern California.
When you do to make that decision, how much will they're kind of standing in the league? Gardner's been around with no commodity. Aiden really kind of young, don't really know what he has. Like, how much does that play into you to think about who's the starter?
Zero. Best player for help the Raiders win games is all that matters.
You know that you're the coach, you're going to make the decision, but how much will you listen to Luke or your captains, or is this going to be your gut telling you?
I think myself, Telesco, and Luke Etsy will be the main guys there to make that decision.
What did you see from your defense that you really liked, and how confident are you that they're going to elevate the play of the offense?
I'm always on my camera.
Just how comfortable they are with the system now. Year 3 with Patrick Graham, communication,
I just want to say something.
The ability to play with one another, feel one another.
I just want to say something. Like, Aaron and Tori are fucking trolls. They don't run YouTube channels or do their shit. So for anybody to imply what I'm going to get on my channel or what's going to happen to me, I got over 400 videos on my other channel. I've already got over 15 in this one. I'm pretty aware of what'll get me a strike or deals. Raider content I can use at any given time. Never been striked on it. Never been banned on it. Not one fucking day in 4 years of using it. So that's a bullshit conversation. Any person's other video that I use on my shit, I have their permission. Hit up Raider Alex, ask them all. Ask Sandra, ask them all. See if they don't tell you that, hey, Dustin can use my videos on their shit. I've literally messaged them all and asked them, and they give me permission. Tori and them are just pissed off because they don't get to come up on this show, and Rudy does. It's just plain simple facts. That's the only reason that they come in the chat, say the stupid ass shit that they say, and I'll just keep timing them out over and over. So I don't really give a shit. Long story short, they're haters, dude. They just hate on Rudy. They want to come up with all kinds of lies. Tori's a bipolar ass little kid. He'll come up with all kinds of lies that have zero validation whatsoever, dude. I mean, guy's weird as hell. A woman be sitting right here. This dude just makes up lies left and right. He's weird as shit. But long story short, we're not going to do it every live. I've always just said that for people that don't know them, That's who he is. We don't got to explain it to this fucking guy. He just hates on Rudy. Gonna say the stupidest shit over. I'm gonna time him out every time in the now and in the future, and I'll probably ban him. So I don't really care. And outside of it, I've always said they can come here, talk Raiders, hang out, or go. They don't. They have an issue with Rudy because he likes Carr, and fucking these guys are just weird little fetish weirdos. So outside of that, we're just gonna keep on going. And I've never been striked on any of my shit, so I've played all kinds of shit. These guys don't even know what the hell they talk about, man. But outside of it, we're gonna move back to it.
I mean, it was a really, really good spring for our defense. They were gelling well. Add Christian in there. It was like he was with us the last couple of years. So
Just remember,
they got to keep
Tori
picking it up.
and
There's a train.
Rudy always gonna be on this show, and you're not. Go ahead.
As you go through training camp here, are you looking for a slow build as you work towards?
There's nothing slow about what we're doing. We're in the field running.
You're looking to get out of these 2 weeks here in Costa Mesa.
Bonding, competition, physicality, creating the Raider identity.
Work for the NFL.
And then really putting our stamp on what we want to
every move that
have our play style look like, both on offense
made
and
in the
defense.
NFL. Oh, John, you're still in your feelings, bro. Did you just find my channel? I'm glad that you got it, man. Maybe you'll learn something over here instead of some of the channels you ain't on. Bunch of dumbass motherfuckers talking
Yeah, I just
stupid
think it's
shit.
time. Our guys are eager. There's a lot of burn and desire in our players that we just get out there and play. We got a couple
guys
days
gonna
here
be
we
more
can't do
wrong
it. So
than
we got to slow
shit,
down a
like
little bit. But
80% of
come
the
next
time.
Tuesday is full throttle. We'll scrimmage. We'll go live. We'll tackle. We'll do all the good stuff to really get some competition to get.
What happened about Josh, man?
What's the message?
Forgot about that Josh conversation.
Arriving here, knowing that you've been there, done that a bunch of times as a player.
I haven't told him quite that yet, so we'll discuss that.
Did he
this
say
afternoon.
next
But
Thursday
key
till the
thing
pads
is,
come on?
When you go to training camp and you go away,
I think
it's the
they come on
brotherhood.
next week.
It's us against the world. The good thing about it, we can't have fans.
He said this Thursday or next? I thought he said the 30th. Somebody said the 30th.
It's safe to say that fidelity is something that you want to hang your hat on. And
Maybe next.
Part of your identity. How
1 week,
anxious are you?
1 week
Excited are you
without
to get the
pads.
pads on? I know it's a few days away, but to start setting that tone.
Yeah, I just think it's time. Our guys are eager. There's a lot of burn
They
and
don't
desire
even
in
show
our
up
players
till
that want to
tomorrow,
get out
don't
and
they?
play. We got a couple days
That's
here.
what I
We
thought.
can't do it, so we got to slow them down a little bit. But come next
Yeah, that'd
Tuesday
be
is full
Wednesday.
throttle.
So
We'll
they'd
scrimmage.
show up
We'll go live.
Wednesday,
We'll
and
tackle.
then
We'll do all the good stuff to really get some competition and get a good feel for it.
He said next Tuesday we'll scrimmage and go live, and then the pads will come on Thursday.
Arriving here, knowing that you've been there, done that a bunch of times as a player.
yeah, so less than a week.
I haven't told him quite that yet.
I thought the
so,
pads came on tomorrow.
We'll discuss that this afternoon. But the key thing is,
I have no
when you go to training
idea.
camp and you go away, it's the brotherhood. It's us against the world.
The
The good
guy
thing about it,
said
we
in a
can't
few
have fans
days.
here, right? So
He
it's,
said in a
we're
few
gonna have to
days.
entertain one another, and some.
He
So
said
let's slow them down a little bit. But come next Tuesday is full throttle. We'll scrimmage. We'll go live.
come next
We'll tackle.
Tuesday.
We'll do all the good stuff to really get some competition and get a good feel for it.
Along those lines, what's the message to the team that you
So
send on
they're
the
not
way,
gonna go live till
arriving here,
next
knowing that you've
Tuesday.
been there,
So
I'm
done
saying
that a
until
bunch of times
next
as a player.
Tuesday. That's the 30th.
I haven't told
right?
him that yet, so we'll discuss that this afternoon. But the key thing is, when you go to training camp and you go away, it's the brotherhood. It's us against the world. The good thing about it, we can't have fans here, right? So it's we're gonna have to entertain one another, and sometimes that's the thing. When you're in training camp at home, you get to run the mom and dad and the family, and the kids and the wife. Well, when they get to that hotel, it's each other. It's one another. So same thing for the coaches. I think it's gonna be really critical for our team to be the tightest unit possible. It's all peaches and cream right now, right? Sun's bright. There's only some dark moments and some dark days, and we're gonna have to be ready to go through some adversity together.
Southern California, being here, being a Raiders fan, what does it mean to you?
I love it. 30 miles from where I grew up. I landed when the plane hit the tarmac. I smiled. It felt good to be for me home. I'm
See,
excited.
that's what I think. Like to
Excited for our
me, dude,
Raiders
if
to be
I'm
here
just
and have
being
a great
honest,
opportunity
like
to enjoy
to
some
me,
nice
I
weather
feel
and get
like
away.
what it means to AP is like he's trying to reenact what he was when he was young. You know what I mean? Like when the Raiders meant the most to him, because every single time you hear it, like every time they're in LA, Compton, freaking straight out of Compton, all these things, dude, like it means a lot for him to be able to take the Raiders back to LA. You know what I mean? Like even though that they say that players can't or fans can't be there and shit, you already know they're going to be there in the parking lot. They know right where that place is at, and there ain't nobody going to stop them from being able to go out there. They're just going to say they can't enter the field. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to tell them you can't go on the field.
If I was close, I'd be there flying my drone around.
Yeah, I mean, but Raider Nation, dude, like they're gonna show up out here no matter what, and it's probably gonna piss off a lot of people like the Chargers and the Rams, because like I told people in lives today, I said, hey man, they're gonna sit here and look at it straight up like they're gonna look at it like they're gonna get more people in the parking lot than they're gonna get in their practices, like straight up, and they're gonna be Raiders out the yin yang over there partying up because they're in LA, dude, like straight Raiders, dude. So, like I said, I just think, in my personal opinion, I think, like I said, to me, for him, it just means more. Yeah, it means more for AP. Like, just to go there and to be back there and to say like, hey, we're Raiders, man, and we're here. Like, I think that it just means a lot to him.
Yeah, I think that's another reason why they did it, because that's his hometown. He knows the Raiders are originally California team. They know we run California, and he's just trying to give back because they took him from LA, brought him to Vegas, so he's just trying to give back to all the fans, I think, that are in LA, and then the fact that they can't show up is just going to piss a whole bunch of people off.
Yeah, it's facts. And I mean, I think when you look at AP, he's a player. He's been through this before. I think he's been through, especially like when you looked at that Giants team when they won the first time, dude, they weren't even a good team. They barely even skated by to even make the playoffs to begin with. So I think
weren't they a wild card that year?
Yeah, and I think they were like an 8-8, dude, 8-8 that even made it in there. Like 8-8, 9-8, or 9-7, something. It was not a good record, but what you make of it when you get there is what it is. But long story short, he was on those teams, so he probably knows like what unified them to get to that point. And I think when you're a player that's he's in current era. You know what I mean? Like, he's played in the current era of football. So I think when he's sitting here looking at like where teams are, how people viewed, like you're looking at the Giants, bro, in New York. Like that's under the scope massively, like the Raiders are too, but not like that team. Like those are the most criticized teams anywhere, or New York teams, And long story short, I feel like with AP, he's like, he knows like what it takes to be under that scope, and how hard it can come down. And you look at the transition that he's made. Like, there's a deal here I was reading earlier that Sergio posted in the Discord, and how they ranked our team. And I think some of this is just bullshit when I read it, because I was like, there's no way, man, that they just look at us like we just suck like that bad. And I think what they say, so it said ESPN has the Raiders with the worst value of future outcomes. It says ranking quarterback situation, 32nd of 32nd. Overall roster minus QB, 31st of 32. Coaching staff, 29th of 32. Front office, 28th of 32. Hey, stop. They just have us ranked for shit. And the thing that I want to know is like, how did we drop off so much in so many categories when last year, even with Josh and them, we were like damn top 5, top 10. Some of them we were even top 1.
We had a 10th ranked
top 5 all the way across.
We had the 10th ranked offensive line. Our defense got in the top 10. And we're going backwards now. Like, they got us.
Where did we lose the players 6 wins to go backwards at? Where did we lose players to go backwards at? Listen, are they giving Josh McDaniels credit when he wasn't even here? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, he was 3-5 with this team, and they're saying, "Oh, this team was trash because they lost Josh McDaniels. We're going to be worse, bro. Because at least we have an offensive system that people can grasp, and they don't have to be rocket scientists to figure out the damn playbook." Yeah. Like, this team's way farther along than it ever was. They're farther along in the 10 weeks that AP played than the whole year and a half Dick Daniels coached, bro. Like, How could anybody say it and look at AP and just be like, oh, he doesn't have coaching experience. They don't have a quarterback with experience. They both have the same amount of experience. They learned on the fly. And the dude's a Super Bowl champion. Was the middle, the linebacker was the Mike linebacker calling all the plays, man. This dude has all the experience he needs to be an NFL coach. He knows the X's and O's. He knows the system. He might struggle calling timeouts and shit like that, but that's why he's got Tom Coughlin on speed dial, and that's why he brought in Marvin Lewis, and that's why he brought in Joe Philbon, and that's why he brought in Getsy, and that's why he brought back Scangarello. Like, all these dudes have nothing but experience
That's the highest
in
degree
the college
against some of
level,
the
in the
best
pro
developed
level.
people.
In every level, they have experience. Like, Philbon was just left college, so he knows those young kids, and he still kind of connects with those young kids. And like, that dude's a great offensive line teacher. In college, isn't he credited for? I can't think of the name, but there's like two offensive linemen that are all pro and might be Hall of Famers, but they were tight ends that he converted to tackles, and they ended up being all pro tackles in the NFL. Like, Philbon knows his shit, dude. That dude's been around a long time. He was a Green Bay coordinator. He was the assistant offensive in San Francisco. Like, man, we brought in nothing with James Gregg. It was the same thing, assistant offensive line coach in the 49ers, who just went to the Super Bowl, who were in the playoffs every year that he's been there. Like, Scangarello's there. Like, these dudes are coming from winning organizations that know what it's like to be in the playoffs and be consistent. Like, I don't see how they can discredit anything or anybody we brought in, unless the only thing I could think of straight out is, bro, is Mark Davis paying people to say we're trash? Like,
That's right.
Are you using all that money to fucking put us down on the bottom and get us off the radar? Because nobody in their right mind, dude, unless they're smoking bath salt like Chandler Jones was, can look at this team and say, bro, we're only going to win 6 games, bro. Like, you could put Anthony Brown in there and win 6 games. I'll put my never mind.
Hey,
Well,
that's why I said if
yeah,
Anthony Brown he's the most mobile guy on this roster, and it's not even close, dude. I mean, like
Carter
I said,
Bradley could win us 6 games with this defense, bro.
easy,
Like,
man. If he got caught behind the right quarterback coach, especially with Rich and them here right now, he can be a little badass. There's no doubt about it, dude. Like, if they spend time on him to develop, he can most definitely be a badass. He's just been suffocated under Lamar and everything over there for the time being, but he was in a great system, a great deal. He knows how to run and throw. I just think
he came from a good ass team, like, and a good coach. Like, come on, you came from a damn good coach over there. Like, the thing with Anthony Brown is he's going to be in the same spot that Aiden O'Connell was in last year, a third string quarterback holding the clipboard. You ain't getting no reps with the first string offense or the first string receivers unless it's preseason, and you ain't getting no reps with first string in there either. Raider Paul, what it do, my brother?
Hey, Raider Paul, salute.
Yeah, that's why I said, I mean, there's a lot, man. I mean, and again, like, since the pads are coming on and a lot of things are going to happen here real fast, they said 16 practices before they're able to, get into the preseason and so on. I think they'll know long before 16 practices who their quarterback's going to be. I think once the pressure starts going on in full scrimmage come next week, they should have a pretty good idea of who's leading the field, tremendous. And I made a post before they went into this break for that month. Don't be surprised if Brown came back, dude, and knew the roster or knew it better than any, because AP said it's open to anybody that knows it, regardless of pay or where they're drafted or not, and that kid has a lot of talent. He has a great arm, man. He played for Oregon. I mean, the kid is a great player. I like I said, I wouldn't be mad if he ended up being on there or not, but I've just said, like, his development for Gardner, he has the same exact as Gardner, just younger. So,
and way faster.
Yeah,
and way faster. And doesn't have near as many fumbles. Fucking, dude don't have 34
fumbles the ball a little bit
43
more,
games. Like, but yeah, I don't know. I think, like I said, Antonio Pierce as a first year coach, having Andy Reid, Sean Payton, and Harbaugh in your division, why in the hell would you announce who your quarterback's going to be right now? Why wouldn't you wait till the Friday before the first game on Sunday to say, hey, we're going with this dude? The team probably already knows who the quarterback is. They're probably getting most of the reps, but why would you put that out there? Like, why would you want to show your card and let people prepare for a quarterback when we got teams right where we want them right now? They don't know if they're preparing for Gardner. They don't know if they're preparing for AOC. I mean, I'm sure
Yeah,
they're
but you can only
probably
really
preparing
get
for
away
one
with
of
that
them,
for
but they
one
don't think it's
game.
Anthony Brown. Like they're not,
Yeah.
they don't know who to prepare for. You're gonna have to prepare for two quarterbacks. So our first couple games, bro, like
It would
I
only be
wouldn't.
one game because the minute that they see him suit for the Charger game, they know they're not swapping quarterbacks from then. So it would only be if you felt like we that the Chargers, like, you need to give them that much, like you're that scared of them. I mean, the Broncos ain't sit there and be like, hey, we drafted Bo, we're gonna start Bo. You know, like I don't think that they're too worried about who views them. I mean, I get that in the old times, but look, that strategy is only going to work for one game. So once we go into the Chargers, if once they suit up Aiden, unless Aiden just straight gets humiliated out there to no touchdown, no yards, like then you go Gardner, but then you're not changing your cards. I think, to me, I don't. If we're as good as we are, who gives a shit? What do you think for 21 games out of the rest of the season, including playoffs? If we were to go to a Super Bowl, they know who your quarterback is. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's too big of for me. I don't know if that's too much of a concern for me because where's 21 games, including a Super Bowl, or is it so? What is it? 18 and 1 is 19.
17
But we're at 17, 18, 19, 20. I think it's 20, 21 games with the Super Bowl. They know who your quarterback is. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't. Good quarterbacks are going to be, like I said, Tom Brady was there. Like, that's why I hate the idea of how people view quarterbacks anymore. I just think it's crazy. Tom Brady did this in the modern era. He did it in the modern era, got 7 Super Bowls from 2000 to 10 near 2000, 22, 2021. Like, I mean, he's the most unmobile fucking guy there is. He's just a great pocket passer, is something that Devontae said, dude, in the deal, like on that show. He said, hey man, the thing about Tom is he's going to be right there in the pocket. He ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I just think guys like him obviously have prevailed over the long term of Super Bowl rings. So I think if you're looking at Aiden has the accuracy, he has all the things. I think it's something like you said earlier that, like, why I seen a lot in him last year is like when somebody gets sacked 6 times in the pocket, knowing that your team's not adapting to it. Hey, get back so you don't hit my switch. Like, he didn't get scared. A lot of times that just makes and breaks a guy right then
yeah,
and
that'll
there.
ruin a quarterback, especially if
Hey,
a
I
young
just
kid
said
getting
play for
drafted in
my
the
club
fourth
right
round.
now.
Like he said on the rush, he's like, bro, I'm not even supposed to be here. Like I'm not supposed to be in this spot right now. You think I'm gonna let it go? Like this shit, like he fell into a perfect spot. Jimmy G was ass, Brian Hoyer was ass, Antonio Pierce took over, and Devontae was in. You could say it was Antonio's guy, but Devontae was in his ear saying, I want this kid in the game. I don't want Jimmy Garoppolo throwing me the ball. I don't want Brian Hoyer. So AP didn't really have a chance to be like, oh, he could have put in Hoyer or Jimmy G because both those dudes sucked, and Devontae didn't want either one of those dudes. Devontae was in his ear saying, give me Aiden O'Connell. I seen the kid in preseason. Like he said on that show, like, man, on the Shannon Sharp show, he's like, I seen that kid in preseason ball out. I seen his accuracy, bro. Like, put him in there. I have a better chance of winning with this guy than Jimmy Garoppolo or Brian Hoyer.
Damn
So,
right.
like, AP just like, all right, if that's what you want. And like AP said, man, if I roll with this kid, I'm rolling with this kid. I'm not pulling him in, pulling him out, switching quarterback. This is going to be my guy for the rest of the season, unless something happens to him.
Max said it in the rush right off the get-go when they talked about with Aiden about what good franchises do is let quarterbacks stay at the helm for a year or two at a full season, so that way they can take a full entire season to get under the reps and be under the deal to see if they're going to make it or not. And multiple people, and I've said it, even when Gardner was on the rush and everything, they never presented him as the starter. They presented Aiden as the starter, the leader of the pack, dude. Like, literally, like. So I've said from day one, he's always been the guy. I just think so many people want Gardner, or and there's nothing wrong with it, man. If Gardner can push to that extent, then let him push to it. That's why he's here, is to push to it. But Gardner's literally said out of his own mouth, dude, that hey, man, if I beat Aiden, that means our team is just doing phenomenal.
That means he set the bar even higher. He said,
Yeah,
like,
he already knows Aiden's
if I beat
already
out
over
Aiden
the
O'Connor, that
man.
just means I set the bar even higher. Like,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I don't see your bar going higher than that though. Like, I mean, I love Gardner, bro. I love what he brings to this team. I love his character, his swag. I love his mobility. I love his ability to come up with plays and when the pocket breaks down. But that's why you're struggling in practice right now, because you're not getting to the outside. You're not scrambling on this defense. So them
And you're
seeing
not going
that
through your
when we play
progressions like you
defenses,
should be.
them seeing that when we play defenses like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers, you really think you want Gardner in there trying to run around out of the pocket when you can just build a wall around AOC and let them pick defenses apart? Like, I mean,
That's facts. Let's get going. I'll start going with this.
For a little bit, for 17 days, so we go back to Vegas.
All 90 being
17 days.
Any health issues at all coming into
As of now, dude, I mean, those guys, when we left a little early so we could come and check out the field. So we'll have that answer probably a little bit later.
The last couple of years.
Hold on, man. Everybody's just coming up in here. You guys need to get up out of here now. I'm telling you right now, go. And something that he's gonna bring up right here too is like the thing that I really like about AP is like he knows like what it takes. Like a veteran can show up the day of. Like he knows what a veteran can do when they get here. Like he's like, okay, you guys been in the system for X amount of years, you've been on time all the time or flawless at these deals, so they can. But what he did with those rookies, he brought them here 3 days before, bro. 3 days before, so that they can get here and learn shit. Like he even said, like, and he'll say here in the presser where he's like, oh yeah, they need to get back in the books or something like that, and I think like that's smart.
He said let them get acclimated, and some of the players that might have not been in the books like they should have been in the books might need to get back in the books.
And that's smart. That's smart because he knows that because he was a player. Like he knows that because he's a player. And to sit there and to sit and say like, hey man, let's bring the rookies down here. This is where I've seen people mess up over the years, and where players were struggling. He was like, let's get him here and get him here 3 days before. And let's get them acclimated in there. And I'm like, man, that's smart as shit. You think about it. All the coaches that's always been here or been in the NFL, I have never heard any coach go there days before and take the rookies there for that purpose alone. That's the first time I've ever heard that. And I just think like if he's the only one that's ever done that, I think that is smart. And I'm not saying other coaches haven't, because I don't just study 31 other teams to that extent. But man, if he is, that's just next level genius, because he's not bringing them here with all the pressure of everybody here and trying to learn it and then get them off. And this is something people have most definitely spoke about AP, is that he's a player's coach because he can teach people. He doesn't just teach them all one way. He spends the time with other people. So the people that don't learn the same as others, he'll take the time to teach those people how to learn, and I think, in my opinion, I just think that's really good for AP, man. Like really good.
Well, he said too, like he said when he was a rookie, that he's like his first day of training camp, he was throwing up and shit, had butterflies. He's like, bro, I was sicker than a dog. I was throwing up all morning, like just nervous to death and shit. So he knows what it's like to be in that position, and he knows what these young men are going through. Like, so he's taking all precautions. He's trying to make it comfortable as possible. Like, let's get him in the building, no rush. And a lot of another thing, like on my interview with Wu Governor, Wu said that they, and that they got them coming in the morning, and they're not even teaching them football. Like they're teaching them business management, how to manage money, like what scams not to fall for. Like they're teaching these guys finance. Like, I mean, so they're actually still in school. They're not just learning football. Like I give a big props to Mark Davis and the organization, because there's a lot of kids that, especially coming into Las Vegas, bro. I lived in Las Vegas for 24 years, And I know Sin City is one of the, I mean, it's so, you don't have to look for trouble, bro. It just finds you everywhere you go and turn. There's something going on in Las Vegas. So, I mean, there's strip clubs on every corner. There's a bar on every corner. Like everything's open 24. I guess after COVID, it's probably a little different, but everything's open 24 hours. So to be a
You
young
can
kid
drink
coming,
24 hours. That's the problem there is you could just nonstop drink
yeah,
there.
yeah, bro. You can go sit in the casino and just gamble and get free beer and just have to
You
tip
can
a
get
waitress
free
$1,
hard
bro.
shots,
You can get
bro. Like
wasted as
straight
you want
hard
playing a nickel
alcohol.
machine. Like, I mean, yeah, you could walk downtown. I mean, there's anything you want, anytime, anywhere in Las Vegas. And for to be a young man and come in, with money in your pocket to Sin City, like even though you have an opportunity, there's some guys that just still make stupid decisions. Look at Henry Ruggs. I mean, you just make dumb decisions. So for somebody to be telling these guys, hey, look, this is what we need you to do. This is what you should be doing. This is what you should watch out for. Don't go down here. Don't go down there. Don't have people fucking acting like they're your buddy trying to hustle you out of money. Don't be investing in stuff unless you know what it is. Like that's really huge for these young players, in my opinion.
Yeah, because especially with a lot of them having that much money, they would think like at the point in time of purchasing something in Vegas that it doesn't like it's minimal money, but as time goes on, it's gonna add up taking a lot of their money. You know what I mean? So that's all I think too is like I think it's a good deal, like you're saying, that Mark does that with them and teaches them because a lot of those kids don't know nothing. Like they don't know jack shit when it comes to real life being out there with that type of money to even begin with. So
Yeah, in a wild state like Las Vegas, where you can buy anything you want anywhere, anytime. Like a lot of people, like a lot of these kids, they're in college. They might have went from their hometown to college, and that's the only place they've ever been. And to end up in a place like Las Vegas for the first time, bro, like it could change somebody's life real quick for the bad. I should know.
nope, I mean that's 100% facts. I mean, it's like you said, sometimes that it's the stupidest things that will end a person's career being so flawless for so long.
Yeah,
Make
one
one
stupid
mistake,
mistake.
it'll end everything you've ever done.
Yep.
And people don't realize how important that is until it happens to them. When
Yeah,
it happens, then
one bad
they're like,
decision.
yeah, then they're like, oh man, but by then it's too late. By then it's too damn late. So
Like
there's
getting in a
like,
fast ass car with somebody in the passenger seat after you've been drinking, when you can call anybody on the team. Even Hondo Carpenter said you could call me anytime, bro. He said that over and over again. Like, why would you get in a car drinking like and act a fool? Henry Ruggs, I just don't understand. Like
yeah,
some people
and not only that, dude. The Raiders
just
offer
the choices
the
that
Raiders
yeah.
offer free Uber, free
Free
everything.
Uber, dude. They'll call Mark Davis or the coach, bro. They'll probably call you a limo to come pick you up. And all the money you got, why can't you buy your own fucking limo? Like,
Yeah,
dude, you have Uber, you have a taxi. That's just stupid.
yeah. And I think they're just more like. I think they're more like, in my opinion, I think it's more like they're ashamed. But for me, I mean, come on, man. If you're a Raider, dude, and you can literally, if you can just call up a dude and he pops up in a ride and picks your ass up, I mean, how more baller can that be, dude? Like, I get to go get shit faced, dude, and then my team's gonna send me a ride. Like,
Right? Somebody's gonna send somebody to come pick me up. Instead, he's like, "Oh, if they find out I was drinking on practice week or something, or I'm showing up shit faced tomorrow, like I might get in trouble." Well, yeah,
That's what it is.
you might
That's
spend your
exactly
life in
what it
prison
comes
too,
down to.
making
That's what it
dumbass
comes down
decisions.
to at the end, is that exact thing right there. They don't want to show up and have the team look at them different, but they don't.
Yep.
They wouldn't offer those things if they viewed you like that. I mean, they know, like the Raiders, they had some of the fucking big craziest druggy motherfuckers out there, alcoholics, smoking, everything. Like
Max
I mean,
Crosby for the first 2 years, bro. He said, "Look, I showed up to practice wasted." Like
Marshawn Lynch said straight up, I had a bottle of vodka in my bag every fucking day. So, I mean, like I said, how people want to view a guy don't know. I mean, it is what it is. But let's listen to this presser. Let's finish the list of this real quick. But you know what I mean? Any players can be going out there doing shit, cocaine, fucking meth. Like nobody knows, dude. Like only the guy doing it knows,
especially in Vegas, man. Like it's just crazy out there. Like,
Yeah, it takes a different type of blood like Max to know not to do it. Like that's what makes him unique. Like that's
And
what
to turn it
separates him
around.
from everybody. Where he's in the one place he can get it at fucking hand. And not only that, he's around world elites, dude, that do cocaine, shit like that, that can just hand it to him at any given deal. Probably get him, like get him a sponge in football. And he doesn't. He's on the up and up. He knows what's right, what's wrong. That's why I'm the kind of the way I am. I know what's right and wrong. I've been in that exact same circumstance. And you can ask my woman, like I say it all the time. I don't give a fucking what their name is, how much money they have, or what they do. I'll tell them straight to their face. Like, I don't care. I've been there. I've done it. And I know it, dude. So there's no bullshit. And when you look at Max, when he got here and who he is now, Max is that guy. Like, he's not going to listen to your bullshit. Like, he knows if you're full of shit. And if you're full of shit, we ain't got time for that. Like, we got time for work, dude. I only got a short window for my contracts to be a Raider. And in those short windows, we need to do the best of what we have with it. Like, that's what I love about Max, man. And that's why I think his energy is going to get us to that Super Bowl, man. Like, I strongly believe it because his energy is contagious. I said his energy is like cancer, bro. Like, when you seen it the first time, you seen it with one player, then the next year it's like fucking 10, 15. Like he's contagious as hell, man.
And
So
also Hobbs, like what I've seen is I hate to keep bringing him up 'cause I'm not trying to promote and shit, but Will Governor said like, well, I was like, who's the most influence that you got there? Like, who's taking you under your wing? He's like Nate Hobbs, DJ Devonshire. I just seen in an interview with I don't even know, I can't even remember who it was, but DJ Devonshire was in an interview, and they're like, who's the one player that stood out to you, or that's odd, that's wowed you, or taking you under their wing? He said the same thing, bro. Nate Hobbs, like his consistency is like the way the man, just comes in and plays. He's calm, he's mellow, he's quiet, but he's like, man. And Trey Taylor said Nate Hobbs, like when you ask these young guys coming in, bro, they all gravitating to Nate Hobbs. So Nate Hobbs is like a silent, the silent guy that don't get a whole lot of props of kind of leading this team and being a leader and a vocal point too. Like they all said
but I
the same
think,
thing.
like
Like
I
Hobbs
said,
was,
it's because of Max. That's why he's that way. If you listen to Nate Hobbs, he even said to get praised by Max is one of the best corners in the league. In this game, coming from a top player like him is massive deal. It's Max that's bringing that energy to all those players now, and you need leadership at all levels of the field because Max is D lineman, their corners. He can only tell a guy how to get on and off a player, bring the motor, don't quit, don't ever give up. He can't tell them how to cover a dude going down the field. You know what I mean? Like, he's
and
not
then
gonna
you
be
got
able to.
Kuntz and Spillane, and like now Wilkins. I mean, we just
Yeah.
have so many leaders on this team and so many people to lead by example, bro. That like it's just going to be nasty for the rest of the NFL when these young
It
guys
works
catch up
perfect.
to these guys.
Yep, that's why I think it works perfect how they're doing it at the level, and that's why I've said it was at one time. It is bad that Carr got let go, but it was also a good thing he got let go because you wouldn't had the leadership pop up in as many different areas as it did. And I think Max's leadership on the team has shown more growth and presence than Carr's leadership. And it's not a knock against Carr. It has nothing to do. It's just when you look at what's transpiring out of it, there's more leaders coming out of Carr or out of Max than there was out of Carr, and that is just facts. I mean, you see it all the way to Devontae, to Jacoby, to Tucker. I mean, to Mayer, to everything. I mean, you see it from all over. Mayer taking an extra 15 pounds, 265, talking about he gonna be that guy this year. I mean, all kinds of people all over the place are trying to step their game up in all atmosphere. And look, I've said it. I think when you got dudes like Devontae and dudes like Max, that's just who they are. They thrive it. I mean, you look at Jacoby or at Hobbs when he was on the rush, and he talked about even Devontae. He's like, man, sometimes you just stargaze at the dude just because of how good he's still, like how good he is. Like he'll leave, you'll think that, oh, I got him right here, and he'll just burn your ass on the next one. Like you can't anticipate with these dudes. And just like they said, it's just what what makes you grow to love the game. And I think when you got players like that, where he's asking questions, everything, they're all learning from each other, man. And they're all being able to take these young players like Devonshire, Richardson, all these dudes, and they're going to develop faster. You know what I
Dude,
mean?
Cameron
Like,
Richardson, man, that kid don't get enough credit, dude. Like
he's going to be a dog,
Mississippi
bro.
State, man, the kid played in the SEC, the best division in college football, bro. He went against the best quarterbacks. He went against the best receivers.
Dude, he had the
And they're
fourth
like, oh,
best
he didn't have
RAS
any
score.
interceptions or he don't make plays, but he was a shutdown corner. They
right.
have to throw the ball his way for him to make plays. Is what people don't understand. Like, you can't intercept the ball when nobody's throwing it your way. Like, you're not. Unless you run across the field, like
dude, he had a 9.70 RAS score, dude. He had the fourth or fifth highest score in the draft at that deal.
And you're guarding guys like Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. Like, man, Brock Bowers, bro. You're playing against these guys.
I've said it, dude. I've said if you don't get it from Bennett,
dog.
you're gonna get it from Richardson or Devonshire, because
and Devonshire
was ranked like the 10th or 12th best RAS score, and Richardson was the 4th or 5th. Like, they're both no slouch players. They're both very high coverage players, man, in college. So 100%.
And then you got Woo Governor pushing all of them, trying to be the first one in the building. Like, he's like, bro, I'm the first one in the building. I was like, you beat Maxon? He's like, well, not every day, but he's like, man, it's hit and miss. He's like, I get there in the morning, like before anybody, and then the next day they'll be there earlier, and then I get there earlier, and so it's just a competition. Like they say, it's a competition to the water fountain. It's a competition, the first one in the building, who's going to get their workout faster, who's going to get in the ice bath, who's going to get in the hot tub. Like, it's just a nonstop competition from what they said, like constantly for everything.
In the NFL, it should be a competition in everything you do. You're at the highest level of levels, There's not going to be no higher level than here. So if you don't take it to be the highest deal, then, I mean, like I said, if those guys, I'd be racing to be who can tie their shoes faster, I mean, every single thing you can do, because that's what pushes competition, is players push players, But let's listen to this. Let's listen to this deal real quick.
You guys didn't really play when you started. So
I don't have a lighter in there.
Specifically for the quarterbacks, do you think that would be necessary for them to?
It's in there in kitchen.
I expect all our guys to play preseason.
AP is talk about the emotion, please. Your first training camp as a head coach compared to your first training camp as a player.
Ooh, as a player, I was nervous, throwing up, scared. I was carrying shoulder pads and helmets for all the vets. It's a little different. People hand me water now. People tell me which way to go, so it's a little different. But being the head coach of the Raiders is special. Having my first training camp back in Los Angeles, Southern California area is really special to a degree for me, because it's full circle. Right, I said I grew up watching the Raiders from '82 to '94 in Los Angeles, and be able to have an opportunity to bring the organization back here and to do it as a head coach, I'm honored.
Is it fair to say that you're more confident as a head coach than you were as a player, and there's no throwing up right now?
I am more confident, because as a player, you don't know what to expect, right? You're fighting for your life. Training camp back then was 6 weeks long. It was 2 days. You were banging every day. It hurt. Now it's a little different. Here, you can really gauge and control the tempo of your players and practice. There might be days we say we got pads on, and if I don't feel like we're not going to have pads on. So you control the narrative, obviously, as a head coach, and I'm going to do what's best for the players.
Going back, things were flying a million miles a minute when you got the job as the interim coach. But looking back, how important was that ramp was built so that there's no surprises anymore? You're the head coach; they know you, you know them. How important is that to start off like that?
Huge. I mean, I know it's like first head coach training camp, but when you did it 9 weeks in the season, in the middle of all hell breaking loose, this is a lot easier, to be honest. But a lot of things that I learned through those 9 weeks in the season really helped prepare me for what's going on today. And then obviously, when I brought in Marvin Lewis, that was really critical for me. Right? There's a lot of things that I've bounced off of him, along with Tom Telesco, who's been in the NFL for 30 years, to make sure I give us the best opportunity to have the best training camp possible, to put us in position to start fast and to set the tone and identity of what we want this Raider team to look like.
From the players' perspective, just being here in Costa Mesa, has that kind of had an effect on them coming down this way as being out of the heat of Las Vegas and all?
I don't think they talked about it. We do got a lot of guys from California and Southern California area, so I know they're excited. we'll see what happens when they land here and how they feel with the weather. But when we left, it was 105 or 107. So it was smoking. I think it's 75.3. I'm wearing a hoodie on. It feels nice.
Going back to the health question. The learning curve of the top rookies. Does that speed up now? Does that learning curve get faster now as camp starts? What have you seen from the learning curve of the top rookies? Does that speed up now?
Well, I think we did a really good job with our personnel department. Teleso, Champ, Brandon, BY, they all did a really good job of evaluating the guys that we drafted. And they all had high football IQ. Brock Bowers right there, Jackson, DJ, all those guys, man. Trey, all high academic guys, but more importantly, high value guys when it came to taking football serious. I think the thing about those rookies, we brought them in a little bit earlier, gave them about 48 hours to get adjusted. And yeah, some guys a little bit further and had some good recall, and others like, oh yeah, I need to get back in that playbook. So that's typical as a rookie this time of year, but I think they understood right away that when we get on the grass tomorrow, the bullets are really flying and they got to be ready to go.
Let's get on the grass.
You didn't have much information yet, but you talked to Colton Miller and you figured out where he is. Understand where he is at this point.
I saw him the other day. He looks good. I mean, he's running around. I mean, it's totally different. Obviously he had surgery, so we'll see again. Those guys are getting on the plane and be here shortly, but I really don't have that answer, to be honest.
You usually big on staying in the moment, but every team has goals obviously going in their season. What would you quantify as success this year?
That's a really good question. Being consistent. Don't want to go through the roller coaster of the season. We're going to lose games, right? I would love for us to go undefeated. That'll be a goal. There's only been one team ever to do it. It's hard to do. But just be a consistent team. Win, lose, or draw, that what you see with the effort, the discipline.
Dude, if we go undefeated, that means something massively.
Brotherhood and doing it the Raider way.
He said only one team has ever done it. Hasn't there been two?
The clock's going to hit zero and we're not winning.
No, the Patriots were 18-1. They lost this year.
The sound right did a
Yeah,
little
the
bit.
Dolphins
They don't count their undefeated in the
But obviously
season.
there's goals higher than that.
Yeah, season, two teams. That'd be Dolphins.
Yeah, he said
Dolphins
one.
were undefeated to the
But,
Super Bowl.
Devontae said some things on that show months and months ago, but if you have watched it, is it worth you guys talking about it, or was there anything that you didn't know that was going on at that time? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I watched pieces of it, but there's nothing to talk about. Devontae signed up for a show. There's things said and shown, and it is what it is. You can't erase it.
Nor does he care. Devontae don't give a fuck.
He didn't sound very happy when he said things shown and said.
Probably about Jimmy.
How the drill's going to go, that sort of thing.
You seen how he laughed right there? He fucking laughed when he said
I
that.
think just because
He said things shown and shouldn't be said.
See right there? See him laughing?
But there's nothing to talk about.
Look at watch
Devontae
him.
signed up for a show.
Look at his face.
There's things said and shown, and it is what it is. You can't erase it.
He's talking about bagging Jimmy, guaranteed.
Marcus, when you laid out this schedule for training camp, I mean, that's something we probably
Like the second, you see the second, like if he felt any way, the second he is like said and can't take back.
Devontae said some things on that show months and months ago, but if you have watched it, is it worth you guys talking about it, or was there anything that you didn't know that was going on at that
He
time?
laughs.
Yeah, I mean, I watched pieces of it, but there's nothing to talk about. Devontae signed up for a show. There's things said and shown, and it is what it is.
Devontae's bag was Jimmy pretty much the whole damn time. He just trashed
when you laid out this
him.
schedule for training camp, I mean, that's something we probably haven't done before as a head coach of when do we practice, how do we practice, how the drill's going to go, that sort of thing. Were there challenges that you were kind of interpreting, or?
Yeah, I think just because you're not a head coach or haven't been a head coach, you understand how to schedule a practice. You've been in the league, you've watched, you've been a part of it, you played. And then at the end of the day, training camp to the off season is probably even as more difficult because you don't have your players there. So you can have all these drills, have all these things to do, and if only half your team shows up, you can't do it. Well, for us, we're fortunate everybody showed up, so it was pretty easy to do training camp. And again, like I said, when you got Marvin Lewis in the building and Tucker Coughlin on speed dial, it's pretty easy to do a training camp.
Question to that. Knowing you have
Let me
the
see
support
on
of the
speed
players, does
dial.
that add additional pressure for you as
Marvin
a
Lewis has
coach,
done
or is it
what,
something that
fucking 20
actually
years
makes
of it?
easier, and it's kind of like an open door policy?
I'm telling you, man, we have like almost 100 years experience on the offense and the defense.
We have
separately.
Watch, you've been a part of it, you played. And then at the end of the day, training camp to the off season is probably even as more difficult because you don't have your players there. So you can have all these drills, have all these things to do, and if only half your team shows up, you can't do it. But for us, we're fortunate everybody showed up. So it was pretty easy to do training camp. And again, like I said, when you got Marvin Lewis in the building and Tom Coughlin on speed dial, it's pretty easy to do a training camp.
Question that, knowing that you have the support of the players, does that add additional pressure for you as a first-time head coach, or is it something that actually makes it easier and it's kind of like an open to policy?
No, I don't honestly feel any pressure because we're prepared, we're ready. We have a very stern agenda of what we're going to get done here over the next 17 weeks, 17 days. I don't feel any pressure at all. And I know our players don't. We don't play that way. I'm not coaching that way. I'm not allowing our coaches to coach that way. We'll play the game the way I was taught to play it. That's to have fun, be physical, enjoy doing it, and doing it with one another, and let the chips fall where they fall.
All right, thank you, Coach. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, I love that, man. I mean, that's the thing that's the thing I feel like when you're a player, you bring something that nothing that coaches can't bring. He knows, like, hey, once we get to this bonding point, there's no past there. Like, you're not gonna go past there. So if you don't gel here, you're not gonna gel at all. And he knows that from experience, and I think that's a plus, dude, because I feel like that's why he keeps on pushing it so hard. Like, he feels like that's the most key point. He already has the players. He already has the people. He just needs to make sure that they're all here for the right reasons, like they're all here for each other, like straight up. And look here, I just want to play this real quick because I've said it. I want to make sure people understand about Tom and AP and all these guys. This was Tom Telesco at the combine. This was at the combine when they were scouting people and so on, and how he viewed Aiden then over the people.
Being around those guys and know what it takes. Because it's more than just watching tape of a player, especially at the quarterback position. Because so much of the game is from here up, and how do you evaluate this, and this is hard. So, so seeing those guys on a day-to-day basis at least helps me, for whoever down the road, whoever we take, you got to have those same qualities.
You've never had to trade up for any of those guys. When you think about that, does that make you? Are you less reluctant to do that? People say, well, he's never done it before, but you never really had to either.
Yeah, you just trading up at any point in a round, you have to weigh it, how bad you want the player and how much you're giving up and what are you losing with that. So it's just a judgment decision. And, part of that is we may think we know the player is going to hit, but we really don't, right? We just don't. You never 100% know. But you have to weigh what you're giving up, and
see, he even says it right there. You may think you know what type of player you're getting when you're drafting, but you don't know. Like, there's no way to prove it until they play in the game,
AKA Ryan Leaf.
Yep, facts. Now we'll listen to what else he's got to say here. And what he was talking about in the beginning, so people know, is they asked him about Herbert and other people, like when he was with the Bills and all that, with all the quarterbacks, Peyton Manning, so on. He was just basically talking about the traits that they have, and what they see is what he sees and what he wants to see in other players. That's why, like Herbert, knowing him, and like he said, from the shoulders up, in the brain, the head, a lot of the game is won in the head before you can even take the field, So I like Tom Telesco. He's smart, man. And like here at the end, I said this, I said this in week 14 last year. But when Tom got here and was at this press conference, when they interviewed him here at the combine, and he said this, I was like, nope, he ain't getting the quarterback. I said that it's 100%, dude. He wasn't getting one. And I've said it the whole time. And you listen to what he says here at the end of this, man. Like, I knew it was a lock, dude.
Oh, and could that set you back, or can you handle it? So that's all judgment decisions.
Is there a price that's too high? If you feel like you identify your guy, is there somewhere you're like, I can't go past this?
Oh, I'm sure there probably is. Yeah.
Vision on the better quarterback market at all these offseason, or is it pretty
No, we'll explore every avenue, and I like the quarterback that we have. I mean, I thought he did a really good job last year. Rookie quarterback to come in to play the way he played in the circumstances he played in, I think that should not discount that.
Yeah, I knew right
Dude,
then. I knew
I think that
right
helps me
then,
being
just how he said it when he talked about how he played, shouldn't discount him, what he's seen from the traits from people coming in the building, everything. I told everybody that I said it on multiple occasions. I said when people were asking about drafting a quarterback and they said, like, how would you value looking at him? And I said, well, look, I want to get the coach here first. Like, if it's Harbaugh, I said he would be able to evaluate the quarterback instantly. So if he came in here and he was like with Aiden, he'd be like, no, we need to get a different quarterback. Aiden ain't going to work. Like, I would take Harbaugh's opinion. And I also said, the second that Tom Telesco came of option, I said, oh, yeah, he's going to become our GM. And I even said, wait till he gets here and can evaluate Aiden, and he'll let us know too. This guy is very smart when it comes to them quarterbacks, dude.
Look at the quarterbacks he's been around. Fuck.
Damn right. When
he's been around nothing but winners.
You look at how he went out of the way. Like, he went out of the way and was like, hey, I really like this quarterback and what he did here, dude. Like, you can't just sleep on that. Like, he didn't have to say nothing about Aiden to that extent. And he made sure, like, people weren't like, he wasn't sleeping on Aiden, dude. And I said, when he says stuff like that, that's why they never tried to trade for quarterbacks. Why they never tried to trade up. Look, you can talk about wanting a quarterback all you want. If there's no trade on it, that's just like someone saying, I want this pickup, and somebody else goes up and buys the truck. You know what I mean? You can talk about it all you want. You never got it. You never tried. You never put in the work, never put in the trade, never put in the offer. You know what I mean? Like, you can't sit and say that, oh, our team's quarterback need, and we never even tried to trade for one at all when 5 of them went. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that shit. And when you hear him say shit like this at the combine, when he was like, hey, I really like Aiden, like, you can't discredit what that dude did as a rookie, man, and what he played against his team. He knows exactly what the hell Aiden did. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you straight up, when I heard this, all it did for me, I was like, nope, he ain't taking quarterback. I knew it. I knew right away. I was like, all it did was validate what I've been saying the whole entire time. Like, this dude's seen who Aiden is. He knows exactly what he's capable of doing. I keep saying the Gardner Minshew deal, man, which I'm going to Google it while you guys talk here in a minute. But I'm going to Google Gardner Minshew's first interview, man, when they brought him in here and he told everybody, like, I'm not here. I wasn't brought here to be the starter. I was just brought here to fight for the starting. They told me I can fight for the starting job. You know what I mean? So
it's an opportunity.
And I mean, at the end of the day, when you hear things like Tom Telesco say that about Aiden O'Connell, I knew it, man. Like, I knew it right away. And that's the things I'm not understanding. Why do Raider fans twist dudes' words up and people's words? Like, I can go get the one from AP from last year saying that he was riding with AP the whole time, that was his guy. He chose him. The very next day, man, they contacted Aiden that morning and told him, like, hey, we're going to roll with you the whole year. Like, we're not switching. We're not moving. Like, you are the guy. And if AP felt like at any time, which I've spoke about, Devontae going to the park and Trey Tucker and all these dudes, everybody, like, look, dude, them going down here to LA could only be like you said in the beginning of the deal. Maybe they do got a secret shit going on and they don't want to let people know it, dude. Like, now the pads can come on. Now, look, let's be real. It could actually be that they can't have no televised outside of the fucking actual NFL media. You can't have no television people at. Let's say that they're in Vegas. Guess what? You can have Las Vegas media. All these people are allowed in there. Maybe there is a lot more to it in how they're viewing the team. And then that can be a conspiracy theory too. Like, don't get me wrong. That can just be like, oh, there's so much here and there may not be nothing there. You know what I mean? But let's be real. There's the makings of something and there's the makings of nothing. You know what I mean? Like, something could be that I've said it the whole time. The team is there offensively and defensively, man. If you were to go put a Patrick Mahomes on this team, man, we go in the Super Bowl for damn sure. Like, there's nothing on this team way set up more than that. Chiefs team's been set up in years. So all theirs has been is receivers for the most part, dude. Like, and that defense been playing okay, dude. But still, even when we played them, they couldn't even stop it. So, like I said, I think for me, I think our team is way better than where other people view it. But I've said I think people view Aiden way higher than other people are giving them credit for, and maybe their intention is to keep it down on the down low, like you're saying, make the Chargers think you're getting ready for this guy when you're getting ready, like you don't really know. But when they face Aiden, they're going to know, and everybody's going to know that for the rest of the year. And it's up to Aiden when he goes in against that Chargers from going and putting up 63, which I think he put up like 45. But long story short, when he faces them again, he's going to have to at least put up, 17 to 21, I think at least, you know what I mean? So I think if he goes out there and puts up 14 to 17 points, defense gets there some type of halfback, because he's not going to be credited for all the touchdowns. But even if it's a halfback, it's one or two. I mean, you got to just go out there and have like a 28, 35 point game against the Chargers and try to beat them for sure, So, like I said, I think Aiden's been the goal the whole entire time. I've said it. I keep trying to show instances of like the Mariota deal. Couldn't be the more. Mariota is way better player than fucking Gardner Minshew. Like way better overall player, dude. I mean, better mobility, better accuracy. Like Mariota was a good player. I don't know whatever happened to that guy, but he was good when he went over there. Where was he? In the Titans, right? He went to the Titans.
The Titans.
And, yeah, he was one of the most talked about players with Carr, and then he just fell off the face of the earth, dude, at some point, And but that's all I'm trying to say is like we've already been down this road before. The difference is Carr was a multiple year starter at the point in time. Aiden is young, but he has all the talent in the world, and I think when you're looking at Gardner, you're like, hey, he's a veteran player. So if worst case, we do fall back on him, but there's no way in hell that you're telling me AP is like, yeah, Gardner is the whole choice. Like there's just so many things like in this presser where I felt there were multiple times where like AP was asked and he didn't like, yeah, we didn't have pads on. We're in here, but there was times where you can just see it in his face where he wanted to say Aiden is going to be the starter. Like you can see it, but I just don't think he wants to make the bet too early. And I maybe could be like you said, but man, in his face, I guarantee like, I felt like he wanted to say Aiden like 2-3 times in that presser, so, and that's just my opinion. He may not, but I get it, dude. Like Gardner's a good dude and all, but in every single report, dude, they've all said that he's not even close to Aiden's accuracy this year. Not even close, dude. So I don't know. When I hear Tom say what he says here, like where he's like, hey, like we can watch it again. Like you can just watch him at the end. He's just like, hey, like I really like
being around those guys that know what it takes. It's more than just watching tape of the player, especially at the quarterback position. So much of the game is from here up, and how do you evaluate this, and this is hard. So, so seeing those guys on a day-to-day basis at least helps me, for whoever down the road, whoever we take, we've got to have those same qualities.
You've never had to trade up for any of those guys. What do you think about that? Does that make you? Are you less willing to do that? People say, "Well, he's never done it before," but you never really had to.
63 points. Just trading up into any point in a round, you have to weigh it. How bad do you want the player, and how much are you giving up, and what are you losing with that? So it's just a judgment decision, and part of that is we may think we know the player he's going to hit, but we really don't, right? We just don't. You never 100% know, but you have to weigh what you're giving up. And could that set it back, or can you handle it? So that's all judgment decisions.
Is there a price that's too high? If you feel like you identify your guy, to be like somewhere you're like, I can't go past this.
Oh, I'm sure there probably is. Yeah.
Watch right here.
No, we'll explore every avenue, and I like the quarterback that we have. I mean, I thought he did a really good job last year. Rookie quarterback to come in to play the way he played in the circumstances he played in, I think that you should not discount that.
You see, like how much he's emphasizing.
That helps me being around these guys.
He hopped on that the second that they asked that. He didn't even. venture down that veteran quarterback conversation. They said in veteran quarterback, he was like, yeah, but then he was like, yeah, and then he just instant like that hopped to Aiden instantly, dude. Like, hey, like don't sweat this fucking kid over here. Like he's good at what he does. He's very good at evaluating players. I've said like the thing I loved about Ziegler, dude, Ziegler is great at it too, man. Like freaking, I hate that Ziegler ain't here no more. But the one thing I loved about him, man, he was really good on player. Like he knew player like progression, like if they're falling off or they're gonna develop.
he was
Like
great on
he
first
knew it.
down.
He knew it very well, dude. Like, and people like them are very rare. And this guy, Tom Telesco, he's just like them dudes, man. He has that rare blood in him. He has that vampire blood in him, man. Like he just knows. Like when he sees shit, he knows, man. And I just think when you hear him to like, look at people that are in power, he's powerful in the NFL. He's a damn GM of the team. He runs the team, dude. Like he's one of the most powerful people in the NFL when it comes to running teams. And like when he takes it out of his own conversation, like he jumped the Aiden conversation. They didn't ask him about Aiden. They asked him about players in the draft and about scouting players in the draft and veteran player. He said straight up instantly, Aiden O'Connell. They already had Gardner Minshew here. They already had Gardner on the team, man. This is in the combine right here. So, like I said, dude, I think like I said, he's been high on Aiden the whole entire time. And you don't get high on players like that to not play him or have him here, dude. Like he's high on him because he sees traits in him and his value. You know what I mean? Like that's what this dude's job is to scout players and to know. And if he felt that Aiden, listen, he just came from a Justin Herbert pick in the draft. He picked Justin Herbert for that team, 5,000-yard quarterback, dude. And he just left out of there. He's coming over here, and he's going to base his career. I kept saying about the Jaden Daniels why it wasn't going to happen. I said it. The whole number one reason I said out of everything was the reason it wasn't going to happen is this guy got phenomenal first-round draft picks. Like, why the hell would he give up 4 first-round draft picks for all the first
And
round?
he's never traded up.
The Chargers. That'd be
He's
crazy.
never traded up in his career to go get a player that long time. I think.
Hell no. So that's why I said like these people.
All his players come in the later rounds. Like he's a definitely great eye of talent. Like all his high picks are like the players we have on our team, 4th, 5th round, 6th round picks, UDFAs. Like I mean, look at Eckler and like a lot of the players on that team are UDFAs and lower late round picks. And also on something else, I seen. I was watching Behind the Shield. I don't know if you've seen that yet. The newer one came out a day or two ago, or today or something. But they were interviewing. They were interviewing Marvin Lewis, and he said AP called him last year and told him, "What do you think about changing these guys and these guys on 3rd down?" And Marvin Lewis is like, "Man, you're the coach. If you think those are your best players for that down, I'd make the switch." So he did, and it ended up leading to 2 touchdowns, and both those touchdowns were on 3rd downs that we had for fumbles. So, and he put in Adam Butler and changed it up, and Adam Butler ended up having 5 of those sacks were all on 3rd downs. Like, so AP's a great judge of talent. Also, like for him to like, just like he came, in the Super Bowl when he came up and was like, "Hey, I found this on film that Tom Brady does every single time," which is why they ended up beating them. He wasn't even coaching that long, and he's already like, "Hey, I know these are our starters," but he straight up went to Patrick Graham and was like, "Swap these players out. We're putting these guys in on 3rd down," and it worked for him. So, I mean, that dude's a genius when it comes to football. Also, like just the amount of talent and football knowledge on this team and the coaching staff and the way they've developed players, like the ones that have been around forever, it just goes unheard of for people to think we're 32nd in quarterback room and 15th in the defensive line and like last in the league in the NFL.
Quarterbacks that have never taken a snap before ever in the NFL, and Aiden O'Connell got a winning record in the NFL.
And you got Garner, who was one throw away from making it to the playoffs, like as a backup, bro. So
Yeah, and
the people evaluating teams are.
I never compared Aiden O'Connell to fucking Patrick Mahomes. So I don't know where
Yeah, I
that
don't know what.
conversation
That's
came
what I
from.
said.
What I said was is our team is so stacked on offense and defense that if we had Patrick Mahomes over here, there's no way that we're not going to a Super Bowl. That's
Oh
what I
yeah.
said is with
Yeah.
if what they're saying is that we're lacking a quarterback and that's the worst that it is, then they're crazy as hell, because I've said Aiden O'Connell just has to game manage if that's the case, and again, Tom Telesco says you have to have it from the shoulders up, meaning you have to have the brains to be able to play the game. He's literally been around Hall of Fame after Hall of Fame after Hall of Fame players. He had the time to evaluate Aiden O'Connell when he was coming over. Not only did he have it coming over, but he actually got to watch it in person when he put the beating down on the actual team. So if you look at who he is and how well he evaluates players, I mean, let's be real. Brock Bowers at the 13th pick is one of the best picks we've had as a Raider organization in like the last 10 years, if we're just being real, outside of the Khalil Mack from what's his name? McKenzie picked him in 2014 at the 4th overall pick. I think that was probably, for the value, was the best valued player at that pick. For the most time, we're either overreaching,
Crosby,
underreaching. We're
Coons.
not we're getting injured players at those positions. Bowers is easily an elite player at the 13th pick, which usually does not happen. That's a solid pick. And you're looking at all his picks going through there. All I keep saying is this guy has a 3-4 year tender probably with AP. And if he don't solidify that quarterback position, which he knows is one of the most crucial positions, he would have most definitely, that would have been the first time in his career he made a trade. I'm telling you, listen, Bo Nix went at the 12th pick to the Broncos, dude. If they felt like that Bo Nix was better than Aiden O'Connell, they would have hopped up. And if they felt that Penix was better than Aiden, they would have hopped up. If they felt that Drake Mays or any of those guys, they could have hopped up.
I don't think it all had to do with if they thought they were better or not, because you heard him say like it's all a way of how much is it going to cost you to move up, and if it doesn't work, how much it's going to set you back. So he wasn't really looking at, are these guys better than the quarterback we have? Is it worth going after? Are they that much better that the risk and the reward, if it doesn't work, is
well, that's facts. But everybody said 4 first round picks in 3 seconds. That's what they all advocated for Jaden Daniels. So to imply that they weren't already putting a draft cap on it, that's exactly what 95% of Raider Nation indicated. 3 to 4 first rounds, three second round picks for Jaden Daniels. So,
and Tom Telesco's track record hasn't been that great drafted in the first early rounds. He's had a couple of flops in there. Like I said, most of his high draft picks are the ones that have worked out, have been in the later rounds for him, or the UDFAs.
What flops did he have?
I don't know. I don't have this. I'll have to go back and look. I had it pulled up. I was looking for it right now, but
yeah, because I know he's had Derwin James, Slater, freaking Samuels. I mean, this dude, he has a Tuca that's in the second round last year. I mean, that dude's been nothing but knocking him out of the park. So I'd like to know who he flopped on for sure.
I'll pull it up on the next one. I'll get it.
Yeah, because he had Slater, even on that for that line at that time. I mean, he's picked some great picks for the time, and even Derwin James is easily one of the best out there. He's just been injured, but I even thought that he was injured a lot, but he only been injured one damn year of his time that he's played over there. So I don't know why I thought he was injured more than what he was. He's only been injured one time during one season, and then he had like one game in another, but he's been mostly healthy for the most part there. But I don't know. He even got Keelan. He got Keelan Allen, Mike Williams, dude. I mean, he's gotten pretty damn good picks. I don't know. I mean, he's gotten Eckler, dude. I mean, he's gotten pretty good ones. So
Eckler was UDFA, wasn't he?
Yeah, when you look at
I'm
Eckler,
saying his most of his higher picks have been like third, fourth, fifth round or UDFAs. Like in the first, second rounds, it hasn't been that good for him on his track record. I do believe. Like I could be wrong, but
yeah, because I mean I only named one second rounder and one well, there's one second rounder which was the middle linebacker and then the UDFA player. But if you look at Dillon and Eckler, I mean, damn, if they're going to be just the same damn type player, I mean, that's what I'm saying. This guy, he got a great mind, man, and if he can get the right people around, and that was the thing about Herbert. He was a 5,000-yard quarterback, but they still weren't going to the playoffs and dominating the playoffs. You know, you can have all the yards if you're not getting the touchdowns to back it up. That's why I think maybe he thinks Aiden's a lot smarter in that, because what was his record? 7-1 in the red zone. He was 7-1 in the red zone, dude. I mean, he had a damn great red zone presence. And I think when you're looking at a guy like Telesco and stuff, when you're looking at Eckler and those type of players, those are scat backs. You're trying to give any type of option in the slants and the drags, anything in those sideline, the wheels, anything that puts you in that open field by yourself in the backfield or right on the line. He thinks that type of football, man. Like he's got a great mind, man. I can only wait to see what he does going forward. So I really hope he hits on a lot of these picks, so that way going forward we can see more of him. I don't want to see him here and gone in the same year. You know, like that shit would just piss me off. I'm not even gonna lie. You can say not yet, but I guarantee you Aiden is going to be way better no matter what. I have a huge gut feeling about. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think Aiden. At the moment I would have to go with Rebel and say, like, at the moment, as much as I hate Patrick Mahomes, like I would still Patrick is way better than Aiden. Like there's just he got 3 Super Bowls. He's been 5. I mean, Patrick ain't I hate Patrick with all my heart, but again, Aiden got to get to a playoff at least, and I'm with you on the whole can be better than him for sure, because, and I agree, I think I've said it. The thing that I think that Aiden can be so dangerous is like he is the same type of deal about Patrick Mahomes, where he's gonna move, but he's gonna try to throw the ball as he gets to the line every time. He's gonna always be looking to throw the ball. He's gonna turn into where. Watch, mark my words this year on Aiden. If Aiden runs, just mark my words and tell me if I'm wrong. We'll know in the first few weeks, and I guarantee you we'll talk about it. The times that Aiden's going to run is when he says hike and he looks through progression 1, 2, and 3. When he makes his first, second, and third progression, and he knows that there's no player open, he's going to drop the ball to his stomach, and he's going to look for the lane to the left or the right, and he's going to go for it, man. And that's what he's going to start doing this year. Mark it. I'll bet anything I own that's what he'll do. He'll try to pick up those 3 yards, 5 yards, first down, sideline play. But he's not going to try to get out to the side, because the more he has the ball in his hand, he's a bigger player, dude. He's going to get knocked, and that ball's going to come free. He's not going to do that. His intention is going to be move forward, pick up the 2-3 yards, and get down and get up, dude. Like, I guarantee it, man. Like, Aiden's ability that can be so dangerous, where he can be even more dangerous than Mahomes is he's just way more accurate. Like, he's way more accurate. So if he's coming to the line, dude, and not trying to look to run, man, I think Aiden's going to slay up people, because a player like Devontae or Jacoby or Tucker can be your worst nightmare in a play like that, where Tucker can be in a little drag route, dude, have his player down on the line right there. Tucker knows that the play's burnt, dude, and he just says, fuck it, run up the sideline. And Aiden's like running to the line of scrimmage, and he's like, oh, there's my guy. What? Dude, right now field for 50 yards. I mean, it was kind of like it's the Chiefs right now, like, don't sleep on Worthy, man, because Worthy, dude, in practice over there with Mahomes, Mahomes making some crazy passes to Worthy off that sideline. He's doing these little backwards bootlegs out to the sideline, and then Patrick Mahomes is just getting like this running head start throw downfield, and Worthy just burning dudes. So I think Tucker can most definitely be that same guy. Yeah, you are. I think Tucker can most definitely be that same guy. Aiden bulked up this year, so Aiden can most definitely have a way stronger arm, way more accurate. Like I said, I can't wait till we get there. Just can't wait. Let's see here. I just can't wait till Telesco proves everybody wrong out there, man. What one was this? This was you know what? I'm gonna try to look for actually, do you know what players it was that they had put on pub list?
Guyton, JPJ, Colton Miller, Amari Burney, and Jake Johannan.
All four can be removed at any time early in the day. Pierce noted that Miller looks great. He was working back the offseason shoulder injury. Miller did not take part at organized team activities. Powers is preparing for a starting role at the left guard in 24. The Oregon product left in OTA's practice back in May early with a shoulder injury and did not see the field again for the rest of the season. Raiders placed Darren Butler, Jacobs, Johan, and Jackson Powers Johnson on active pub list. Butler was also absent during off-season program, but Johan did manage to take part in spring practice. Butler is rehabbing from a serious knee injury suffered last season, last preseason. Johan has an unspecified lower body injury, according to Tristan Kuntz of TWSN. Oh fuck! Give me a break. What? Who's writing this article? Whose article is this? The Sporting News. All right, whatever. We'll fucking. Guyton picking up an injury is a bad considering he has struggled in the area the past few years. It's unclear at the moment what he's dealing with. But that's why I said DJ Turner will most definitely keep that position. Not only that, I've said, what's his name? Griffin, dude, is going to take that spot anyway, so it's not going to matter.
Who?
Frickin', what the hell's his name?
Griffin?
Yeah,
Lededrick?
Griffin from
Lededrick?
Tula Griffin right here. Frickin' Tulu Griffin.
Yeah, Lededrick Tulu Griffin.
Yeah, that dude's a little beast, bro. And matter of fact, let's go look up some highlights on him real quick. What is his name again? Rudy, you have anything you want to talk about, bring up?
Go ahead, Rudy.
Yeah. The one thing, yes, Aiden has over Patrick Mahomes is he's got better weapons than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes' main weapon is Travis Kelce, but he doesn't have the Tyreek Hill. He doesn't have even the guy that replaced him, Juju Smith-Schuster. When he lost Juju Smith-Schuster, the Chiefs looked a little shaky last year, but they still managed to come back. You know, they played really ugly in the regular season, but they still played good. And like I said, they proved everybody wrong that skill beats out talent. We in the AFC West, we got the most talent, but what we have to build up. This is where you have to be the critic. It's a skill we got to add. We could add that skill on the offense position with the quarterback position and play calling. The Raiders will be a very dangerous team that could dethrone the Chiefs. It just depends on how we play our cards on offense.
Hey, don't sleep on freaking Worthy, man. That dude is fast as shit, dude. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm a little worried about.
That guy's a burner, bro. Like, you're gonna have to have somebody. Like I said, Bennett's fast too. Bennett runs a 4.340, dude. So he can probably most definitely keep with him.
All those guys we got run a 4.3, I think 4.3 or 4.4.
Yeah, Bennett or not Bennett.
I know
Richardson.
I know Richardson runs a 4.3.
Yeah.
Bennett runs a 4.3. I think
I don't know if Devonshire might run a
Devonshire,
4.
I think they said 4.4, 4.3 is close, somewhere in there.
January, February, March.
I don't know what Will Governor's 40 time is.
He's a 4.3 40.
Yeah, see, so man, we got these speedsters, bro, that are just gonna cook out there. Like, and there's a lot of players taking the Woo Governor from what I hear. Like, I'm worried about Epps, dude. Like, so everybody was talking trash on Trayvon Morig last year and this year. Like, oh, we need a better safety. We need a safety. Come on, man. That kid allowed a 54% passer rating last year, and Epps, so everybody's saying isn't going anywhere, who's on the last year of his contract, allowed 115% passer rating, bro. That's ridiculous. He got cooked back there.
Yeah, facts.
115 passer rating, bro. Trey Taylor's taking that job.
Yeah.
So this is the wide receiver. I said earlier in the year, I said that this can be a guy that we would target. And not only did we get him, but this kid right here, he is no sleeper, man. The kid's got a lot of skill. He's still got to be polished, obviously, but somebody I can most definitely see, which I even said that he'd make this squad for sure. So I said I didn't feel like Gallup would make it. I just felt too many people were speaking Gallup's name because of who he is.
Who's that? The kid we got from Arkansas State.
Say again.
The receiver we got from Arkansas State.
I don't know who.
I'm trying to look.
This kid right here, he's a burner, man. He's a burner. He's got good hands, good little slot player, good little kick returner, man. Like I said, this guy right here, I think he can be a dangerous player for us, man. And I've even said he would challenge DJ Turner because I felt like DJ Turner, even over Guyton, Turner's been here the longest time. And not only that, he's been in the special teams program for the last few years underneath the dude that we got. So look at this guy. He's hard to take down, dude. This guy would break 4 or 5 tackles right there, still get up and out of there. Look at him right on that corner.
Make sure you sleep on your bunk bed like you said. No, she said she got to sleep yesterday.
Hey, she did sleep in your bed yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a dog, man. He cooked my Razorbacks last year.
Yeah, this guy right here ain't no joke, dude. I'm telling you, right when we picked him up, I was like, oh, sleeper. I said it right away. I was like, this guy's a sleeper.
They finally switched it up and put my guy Dwight McLaughlin on him. Had to shut him down a little bit.
Yeah, and he still was putting hurt on him, dude. This guy is hard to contain, man. This guy's a tough player right here.
Yeah.
Look at him, dude. He just takes on 2-3 dudes. Like, nah, he'll just put his shoulder down and goes at him, dude. Like,
He reminds me a lot of Devontae, like this.
You know who he reminds me of?
His
Like
catch
grit
radius
wise.
and
You
how
want
he
to know
just
who he reminds me of grit wise? Like I'll give you one guess, dude, and I'll even tell you the team that he played for. It's a black jungle animal, man. Like it's a freaking panther.
the
Like
Jaguars, bro.
Like no, it's the panther.
No,
And he played for
college?
the Panthers. He played for the Panthers in the NFL. One of the most dog receivers they had.
Steve Smith.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Steve
This
Smith's
dude
small,
got
but
this guy got
big
Steve
hands for a
Smith
little guy.
energy all day, bro. Like he got Steve Smith energy all
You're gonna
day.
have to put on about 40 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, hey, Steve Smith, small ass dude, just like he was when he came out, dude. Same
Yeah,
damn
he still
person.
beat dudes up, literally.
Heck yeah, he did. Steve Smith hurt dudes, man. He hurt dudes.
I respect Steve Smith. He's a tough little guy.
I mean, he was
Hey, I'm
5'9".
telling you, Steve Smith was phenomenal at his position, man. And when you look at this guy's energy, he's got just massive energy like that, dude. Like I've always said, a pit bull in a chihuahua's body, dude. Like just straight up.
The Jeff
Like
Foreman,
that play right there, man. If he would have just held on, man, that would have been just a burner. It's just plays he's still got to grow in, you know. It's still little plays like that, but those are Devontae plays right there. You can most definitely teach him that type of play right there.
Yeah.
But these plays right here, these little slants across the middle, can't beat it. Can't beat this dude. Put him in a slant play across the middle. He's ruthless. Put him on the outside. It's like a 50-50 for sure, you know.
Look up Jeff Foreman for Arkansas State highlights if you can pull those up.
Fucking gone, man. He's a little burner, man.
Right, got those Tyreek wheels.
Dude, he's a burner, bro.
How big is that dude?
This guy, I don't know.
He's in like, I thought he was like 6'3". He don't look that big. I thought he was a big dude.
Oh, I don't know if he's 6'3", man. He might be 6 foot.
He looks small.
Well, when you look at these guys, man, like when they're showing it like this, he's like, smaller than them. I mean, shit, he's big as that linebacker right there. I would say he's got to be around 6 foot if I'm just guessing. I mean, he's taller than that corner. Yeah, unless that corner is just a leprechaun.
He's 5'10", bro.
5'10", so that corner was a leprechaun.
5'10"
What's his 40? What's his 40 time? 5'10" ain't bad. I mean, especially for a slot receiver. That's
5'10", 180. It doesn't have time for a 40.
I'll look it up. Griffin.
I don't have it. That's on the Raiders.com. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't have it on PFF either. What the hell? But yeah, if you can, if you get a chance, I don't know if you got to save it before you can pull it up on there. But Jeff Foreman for Arkansas State, man, that kid's got some sneaky to him too.
He runs a 4.43 40.
4.43.
Yeah.
So he's more like a slot receiver.
That's
Antonio Brown was
faster than Tay.
Antonio Brown wasn't.
They said that he's faster than his 40 time.
Yeah,
they said
that's how they
he's
usually
faster
are.
than his 40 time. Just what he clocked at was that for his time, but they say he's faster than that.
So he could be a little bit more like a kind of like maybe without the
He's probably
attitude.
like a 4. I bet if he was in open field, maybe like a 4.39, 4.37 player. I mean, when you look at him in the open, this kid, when you look at him in the open, he just gets it, man. Like you see this right here. I mean, he's dusting that whole team.
I like the quarterback on Mississippi State too. That kid's pretty decent.
I don't know if I accidentally bumped it backwards. Did I bump it backwards? But it's plays like that, dude, where he just puts his head down and runs forward. That's what gets you first downs and wins, dude, is running forward all the time. Slant play, boom, see you later, man. I mean, the kid that's what we've been lacking. And I think when you look at Renfro and you look at this guy, I think that's like with Renfro, he always had to do those double, triple cuts. I think they want a player that can just make the original first initial cut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's why, to me, do I think he'll go out and start? No, hell no. I mean, you already got Tucker, Jacoby, Devontae. Every one of them can play in every position. They can play inside, outside. They could all play in there. Same with Bauer. Bauer can play inside, outside, and tight end.
Special teams with the new kickoff return would be a great spot.
Yeah, I think that's where a player of him, but I think like Wilkerson can most definitely be a player that can be the 4 in our team this year. I mean, you can most definitely see him get a little bit more playing time. This dude right here be a 5, can be a special teams type player. Like I said, Dylan Olave, a player like this guy, See, if a player like him gets hurt, man, you have no loss. I mean, he wasn't any picks. He wasn't hoping on development is pretty much what you're doing, you know. And if he develops out there and gets, you know, let's say that 17 games, he's getting, let's say that he gets 20 to 25, you know, receptions throughout that 20 or 17 games. I mean, that can be a Trey Tucker, 300 yards right there. That shit adds up over time. And a player like him, it can be a big game parts, you know. So
we keep the like Ramel Keaton. It depends on like, are they looking for small speedsters, or are they trying to get guys to compete with these new 6'2", 6'3" corners that everybody in the NFL is trying to bring in? Because if you're going with a big receiver, because we don't have too many very tall receivers. Well, we got Brock Bauer was tight end, but like we have some UDFAs like
but receivers don't face receivers. They face corners.
Like,
so
Keaton's
the average
like
corner,
6'3", 200 pounds. Like that dude's a monster for a receiver.
Yeah, the average corner in the NFL is 6 foot. So if you have receivers that are 6'2", 6'3", I mean, you're already bigger than the average corner. I mean, Anthony Browner, or not Anthony, it was Browner was one of the tallest corners to play for Seattle. He was 6'6", man, back in mid 2000s. So all like the average corner is about 6 foot, 6'2" at best. You know, like, and if you were to do an average, it's probably 6 foot. Receivers, I mean, if we're averaging, I mean, and again, I think like height, all those are overrated. Devontae is one of the best out there. You know, I think in the one podcast we were just talking about just recently, somebody brought up the Mike Evans deal. Like I've been stuck on that for over a week now about thinking about that Mike Evans deal, because every time I research the guy, it's like, oh, it almost put him above a lot of players because of the fact that he's done more on lesser numbers. Like his numbers are just great. Like for instance, when I was looking at it, I think he has almost 100 less. I think he has almost 100 less receptions, man. Yeah.
Just remind me to go potty before bed.
Yeah, tell her to go to the bathroom.
So we got the Camry Richards, 6'2".
See, I think what is he? He has 762 career receptions, right? Is what he has on 11,680. And then I was sitting here looking at Devontae. Everybody got Devontae up on this pedestal. And I would almost anticipate that fucking dude better than him.
I need to go watch tape on this Rashad Williams kid. I haven't watched really nothing on him. He's 6'3", 215-pound corner.
What is it?
Rashad Williams.
What about him?
The dude's 6'3", 215 pounds as a corner. I gotta go watch some tape on him. I don't think I watched him. I think I watched him a couple of highlights, but I ain't really watched tape, dude. I'm gonna have to go check this kid out.
Yeah, because this whole Devontae Mike Evans deal just had me. Yeah, so that's what I thought that was right. So look, Devontae has been has. So what was it?
They've been in the league the same time, right? 10 years.
Yeah, they've been in the league the same amount of time.
And
so
he has
this is
1,000
what I thought
yards
was
every
crazy.
year.
So this is what I thought was crazy. They've been targeted almost the exact same amount of time, 1,366 times. Adams, and then Evans has been targeted 1,324. So he's roughly about 42 less targets, right? But this is where it's crazy. He has 762 receptions out of those 1,300. So he's caught 762. So he actually caught less. He caught less than Adams. Adams caught 872 out of that. That's almost 100. It's a damn near. It is 110. It's 110 receptions more. He has 110 receptions more, and he has 10,781 yards. So he has 100 more receptions with 10,781, and Evans got 100 less and he got 11,680.
He's got
His
those
average yard,
those
his average
yak
yards in his
yards.
career is 15.3, where Devontae's is 12.4. To imply like Devontae is the Hall of Famer, the clear-cut Hall of Famer, Mike Evans is a clear-cut Hall of Famer. If you're
I've been
implying
saying that. I'm not even a Mike Evans or Tampa Bay fan, bro, but I lived in Florida for a couple years, and I was like, this guy, bro, this guy right here.
There's no way you can put in conversation that Devontae is a Hall of Famer with the quarterback that he's had in the career.
How he's not even in the top 10.
Yeah, he's not top 10 right now.
He's not even in the top 10.
Yeah, he'll be in the top 10 once he gets those 5 touchdowns. But
no, I mean,
that's
like,
the thing. That's
in
the
the
thing,
talk,
though.
Mike
he has
Evans,
to get
he's not
6.
even.
He has to get 6, and Mike Evans only got to get 5, and he's gonna be in the top 10. So somebody getting booted out. Two people got to get booted out.
But Mike Evans like ain't even in the top 10 conversation right now in the NFL when they rank all the receivers, dude. This dude's not. He don't even come up in the conversation, and he's better than all these guys.
Yeah, I mean, he never comes up in the conversation, not at all.
He's the most underrated. He's like Jacoby Myers, just underrated as hell, bro. Like the dude, like Rodney Dangerfield, can't get no respect.
I mean, he's done more with less. I mean, he's averaging 15.3 yards per average catch in his season. Like per catch, he's averaging 15.3. Devontae's only averaging 12.4. 12.4. He 3 less yards than that.
Devontae had Aaron Rodgers. He got
100. Dude, he got 1,000 less yards than him with a fucking not an Aaron Rodgers.
With Aaron, that's what I'm saying, dude. Dude had Jacoby Brissett.
Was his quarterback. Like
he had Jacoby Brissett, Baker Mayfield, and Brady for a little bit. Like
2 years, Brady.
Yeah, and then what? Jacoby Brissett.
1 year, Baker for the last year. His main time has been with Winston. Winston has been his main quarterback.
Yeah, bro. So you get 1,000 yards with Winston as your quarterback, come on.
Winston was a 5,000 yard. Winston was a 5,000 yard.
Throwing that ball up.
He just was so high, and touchdown to interception ratio was Winston's problem.
Yeah.
The way you were throwing to a guy like Mike Evans, like you see, comes down with everything, man. That dude's hands are like glue. And his yak yards after the catch, bro, is just crazy. 15 yards of that's for his career. Like,
yeah.
And you're not even mentioned up there with any of the greats. Like, that's totally disrespect. Maybe it's just because he plays in Florida. I don't know.
Yeah, Jameson Winston's last year with them, with the the Buccaneers, he threw 5,109 yards, 33 touchdowns with 33 fucking interceptions.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, so none of those yards were anything
19 and 14,
19
19 and 11, 28 and 18, 22 and 15 is pretty much what he did.
But those passing yards don't mean nothing when you turn the ball over as many times as you throw touchdowns, bro. You're not gaining nothing. It's a wash.
Yeah, but then his yards were 4,000, 3,000, or 3,500, 3,000, 5,100, and then back up.
And then if any of those turnovers turn into points, then you're going negative instead of wash.
Yep. His numbers remind me of Gardner. Like I said, he got touchdown interception ratio is just fucking almost to the T. And the other thing people don't realize about Gardner is his fumbles. He had 8 fumbles last year, 8, 15 and 9. So what was he? 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, and 8 forced fumbles. So Winston's numbers almost mirror his, dude. Like you look at here in 18, 19 and 19 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. He had the same damn near almost the T QBR 90.2. Right here, 2,992 yards. He threw for 3,200. So if we went here, this is probably where he was more at. 3,504 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions with a 92.2 rating. And what I'm trying to say is like this dude was a starter for the Bucks. He put up just about a similar numbers to Gardner, and he's still benched. He's a backup. You know what I mean? Like Gardner's numbers, all his numbers imply are backup numbers, man. Like he's never had a 28-18 season. He's never had 4,000 yards, 28-18. Like he's never put up even over 20 touchdowns, I don't think, you know. So he did 21, I think was his best, 21 touchdowns. But certain players, it was even like when I brought up Carr, you know, Carr's last year, like people don't realize Carr actually finished off pretty good last year, dude. He went what did he win? 4 out of 5 games, dude. He threw for, I think they said it was like 114 completions out of 154, dude. I mean, they said Carr was on fire at the end of the season. And I've always said that's just who Derek is, man. Derek's always been that way, dude. It's just that's who Derek's always been, man.
If it wasn't for that Green Bay game, he would have been better.
Man, he went over there with a brand new team, threw for 3,878 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions, dude. Like,
they were beating the Packers like 17-0, and then he got hurt with that. Got hit so hard from that tundra that's in Green Bay, and that messed up his shoulder. And then, Green Bay came back and beat the Buccaneers. It was 18-17. You know, Derek Carr was still there. I think they would have won. Their defense had so many penalties on pass interference calls on their secondary that they allowed the offense to come back.
And it was definitely time for Carr to go, but that was the way he went was the most disrespectful bullshit. Like, how you going to pay somebody $160 million brand new contract and then release them and get absolutely nothing for a top 10 quarterback? And I don't care what anybody says, you're wrong. He was a top 10 quarterback almost every year he was in the league on trash teams that had no offense, that had no defense, that they were on the field constantly. Like that dude, he leads the Raiders in I don't know how many numbers and records. It's not because he was trash, bro. Like the dude had no supporting cast around him. You put him on this team this year or even last year, the last 10 games or whatever when AP took over, we're in the playoffs and maybe even in the Super Bowl, because I think when we get like this year, if we get to the playoffs, I don't see us losing, bro. Like this team is going to be so crazy. Like the fans, everybody just making the playoffs. Like the momentum is just going to carry us on through. I believe that's just my opinion.
I mean, if we looked at last year,
I don't see us not going.
If we looked at it last year, dude, if we would have made it with that team, they would have been that way, you know. And I even said we would have probably been one of the most scariest teams entering the playoffs at that point in time.
But yeah, Dick Daniels, man, that he just screwed the nation and the Raiders. Like they can say it didn't set us back, but how can you trade your franchise quarterback or not trade him, just release him and get absolutely nothing for him? I mean, you could have got a 3rd round, a 2nd round,
way more than that.
Anybody, bro. You could have got something like some money, something. Just give him away. Just here you go. You can have him.
Yeah, that was stupid. And any owner should have known that. I mean,
right?
That's why I don't like about Mark Davis. And Ziegler should have saw that too. That's why his ass was fired too, because he just went with Josh McDaniels. I mean, he knew that was a bad move, but he just he didn't want to break the bro code. Well, it's not about the bro code; it's about business, and that was a bad business deal. Very bad.
The business was trash because Derek Carr was playing good, and if you would have just let him continue to play and play out the season and not pull him the last 2 games, there would have been all kinds of teams blowing up your damn phone to get him. But since you benched him the last 2 games and made him look like ass by running the ball over and over again and forcing him just to throw to Devontae, it just made him look like it lost interest, like nobody wanted him.
Dude, in his last 4 games,
the Saints wanted him from beginning, and they were going to try to trade Derek Carr, but it was up to Derek Carr because Derek Carr
had no trade clause.
And he said, well, he said it in a nice way, F you in the nicest Christian way, but and he made them release him. They were going to try to trade him. Derek Carr said no, just release me. And
Yeah, in the last 5 games
why would
for the Saints last year, Derek Carr went 14 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, dude. He won 4 out of 5 games.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's just stupid that you don't get nothing for your player, man. Like,
but they couldn't because they did him dirty by benching him. And
they screwed
not
themselves
only
when they did that, man. They screwed themselves.
Yeah.
Not only did they bench him, but they made the fucking dude sit home for the last 2 games. They didn't even let him come to the building, bro.
Yeah, that's
like
why
he
the
was
players
punished,
are
like he's a little kid and like he's a little kid in timeout, bro. Go sit in timeout, just stay home with your family. Like, come on. We all knew it was over when Derek Carr came to the press conference, or close to over.
Yeah.
When he comes to the press conference, crying in tears, saying this shit ain't right in the locker room, bro. This dude's tearing this shit apart, man. And nobody wanted to listen. They was like, "Oh, Derek Carr's a crybaby. He's a whiner. Grown men shouldn't cry." No, he's a fucking Raider like me, dude. Die hard. And that shit, that was his life, bro. And he wasn't having that shit. Like he was like, "Dude, this ain't working for me. Like, y'all are destroying everything we've worked for here. This dude's coming in and just ruining everything Gruden built." Like, we were on a roll, man. We were going before Gruden got lost, and we bring in that douchebag, and he screws the whole team and the whole franchise. Like, thank God that he was smart enough to draft Aiden O'Connell, and it didn't set us back as much as it possibly could. Because
Ziegler got him though. Yeah, that's the only thing with Ziegler.
If we didn't get Aiden out of there, we would have got absolutely nothing. But then on the other hand, if you're Derek Carr, why would you sign why would you be like, okay, yeah, trade me, I'm gonna let you get something for me when you just screwed me by sitting me at home for 2 years and benching me for Stidham, dude? For Jared Stidham, come on. Like,
That's what I said. I
made
knew
him look
that.
stupid. Like,
and you can't go talk about that shit and bench him.
Stidham had no arm.
Yeah, dude, I
wouldn't
let him trade me either.
Do that, man. Oh boy.
Stidham, I wouldn't even have him as a backup quarterback. He could be a third string or be a practice squad quarterback. I mean, he's not. He's got the weakest arm in the NFL.
And people only hate on Derek Carr because they've never seen. They're probably not old enough to see when we won a Super Bowl or what a Super Bowl winning team looks like, unless they're watching the 49ers or the Chiefs. But they want to blame everything on the quarterback, on Derek Carr. Just why the same reason they hate on Aiden O'Connell, bro. It has nothing to do with it. One player does not make a team. Even Tom Brady, like, there's no I in team, bro. Like, even when Tom Brady got hurt, remember when Tom Brady got hurt? How good did Matt Castle come in and play? Matt Castle came in and played so good that he was traded for all kinds of money the next year because everybody's like, oh, we want this dude, Matt Castle. What happened when Matt Castle got traded to another team?
Went to the Chiefs.
And what happened? And how good was he? It wasn't all Tom Brady there is what I'm trying to say, bro. They brought in a Matt Castle that did just as good and carried that team without Tom Brady. So, like, it's not one player. It wasn't Tom Brady that won all those Super Bowls. Yeah, he had some comebacks. Yeah, he was the man. Yeah, he was great. But the system was built around him. It was built for him, just like Aiden, just like they're doing with Aiden O'Connell. They're building the system around him for him.
I agree.
Like, I agree. They're putting him in every position to win, and if he goes down, we have a backup just like Castle sitting behind us. That's a proven quarterback that's in a West Coast system. He's been there, done that, bro. So for all the people that say, "Oh, you need to check yourself and be realistic," you need to be realistic about this team. You need to be realistic about this season. I am being fucking realistic, bro. I've been a fan my whole life, and I've watched this team be trash, and I know the players, and I know that we have in this locker room. I know their heart. I know their want to, the will to win. They're all smart. They're bond together. Like, this team is something we ain't had in a long time, bro. A long time.
Dude, it probably hasn't been
when I was 8 years old.
When
I was 8 years old, and they went to LA, and I was like, oh my God, dude, because I liked it when I was Oakland, but I'm a California boy. I never lived in Oakland, bro. I lived in LA, Orange County, I was born in Norwalk, so Whittier, Bellflower, Downey, SoCal, bro. I'm a SoCal boy. So when they came to Cali when I was 8 years old, I was like, oh my God, Raiders on! I could actually go to a Raiders game. Yeah, bro. I was all about it. And then they win the Super Bowl the first year. Dude, that's why I became a diehard Raiders fan. That was my life, dude. And it's still my life, 49 years to this day. Like, people be like, oh, God, family. Nah, dude, to me, it's Raiders, family. Like, it's always been like that. People, you ask me,
my
dude,
woman, she'll tell you
man,
that same
I
thing.
give everything I got. I'll give everything I got right now for them to win the Super Bowl. I give you anything. What do you want? Take fingers, arms, toes, legs. I don't give a shit, bro. I just want another Super Bowl. I'm a diehard Raiders fan. Like, so, man, this team is back to the old, and I can see it, I can feel it, I can smell it, I can taste that shit, bro. Like, they bought into the system. AP is a master motivator, and he's not a stupid man. He's built. Not only has he built a team around Aiden O'Connell to support him, but he built a team around himself to support himself. Like he said, AOC get better, Max Crosby get better, AP get better, Patrick Graham get better. Like everybody, we're growing. We're not stagnant. We're not sitting in the same spot. Like, and I'm tired of the negativity and everybody saying, "Oh, well, this guy can't do this," and what about this guy, bro? Get off of the high horse, bro. That shit's over and in the past, dude. This is a whole new team. All that negativity and all that shit about, oh, well, we don't know what this guy can do and we don't know what this guy can do. No, but we know what the coaches can do in this system and what they've done for other players. And we know how good the players are on this team and how good the defense is. And we know what defense wins championships. I don't care who you are. Defense wins championships. So, like, the critics, the ESPN, the Fox Sports News, and all these bullshit writers that just keep making shit because they know it's going to get Raider fans' attention and they're going to read it and they're going to share it and they're going to repost it. Is all it is, bro. It's clickbait. When's somebody going to be real and be like, look, we actually might have a chance to go 17-0 because it might not happen, but dude, we have the team to do it. If there's any team that can do it, it's this roster, like, in my opinion.
No doubt, we got the talent base. Got the best wide receiver core in the AFC West. Got the best edge rushers. I think we got the better linebackers in the AFC West too. The corners, they're getting there, but they're not there yet, but they're getting there. But when you have that edge rush and everything, that makes the DBs play better, though. It puts pressure on the quarterbacks where they throw shorter passes and the DBs intercept the balls, because the receivers aren't set because they're not ready for the ball and the quarterback throws the ball too soon. Right. So, yes, the edge rush is what disrupts quarterbacks. And I think that we got the better defense in the AFC West.
I think people are going to be very surprised about our team coming.
I can't wait, dude, because I got receipts.
Yeah, the only thing that they can hold us on is the offense. Is the only position that they can hold us at, and it's the quarterback, and that's it.
Of course, I agree.
And that's why we're going to listen to Gardner's fucking deal right here.
But I don't think it's all
he got here when we picked him up.
I'm not as much worried about the quarterback position as I am right tackle and corner. Like,
and I'm more worried about the second cornerback than any.
Yeah, those guys, we don't know what they got. We've seen what Aiden can do.
Yeah, I have faith. that this is how I look at the right tackle. I've always liked Munford. He's played well even with the Luminor there, so I'm not really too worried about it. I mean, if you're looking for elite, it's probably not going to happen. But I like DeMar Glaze massively. I think DeMar Glaze will probably fit the system way better than Munford. So I'm not really too worried about the right. I think the cornerback for me is a massive spot for me. Like, it's not even close, dude. Like,
and being real, like Mumford's best grade is a run grade, bro. His pass protection blocking grade is not that great. Like, DJ fucking Glaze is way more athletic. Like, he's way faster.
He's a top 10. He's a 9th best pass blocker in all of college over his time being there.
Yeah, he only gave up one sack or something his whole
he's
last
next
year.
level, and he fits in the zone, man. So that's what he's here for the system. So I've said it. Don't be surprised if DeMar Glaze ends up being that starter. I've said that.
I've been saying that. They're like, oh, he's a reach. He's a reach. I'm like, he's not a reach, but dude has a big reach.
How about that car ride in, huh?
Just the weather.
I just want people to understand.
Oh yeah,
like he
chilly Las
said,
Vegas. Happy to
he
be here.
was here to compete
You know,
for the.
it's
He
always
never was
nice and
brought in here to
pleasant
be the
inside,
starter. He
which
just
is
got
something
told he
we're looking
can
forward
compete
to.
for it.
Yeah.
Your expectations, for yourself, especially.
Yeah. Man, I always have kind of two goals for myself everywhere I go is to get better and have fun. So I look forward to getting here, working really hard, and to enjoy it, to enjoy being around these people. It seems like there's such a great energy in this building. All the guys are super into it, and just look forward to being a part of it.
A certain way about the Raiders. Do you feel like that way is kind of your way?
I think so, man. I love, one of the first things I saw coming in here is be you, be yourself, and to have the confidence to do that, I think is huge, man. I think when you have that confidence, you can play a lot better and have a lot more fun.
Gardner, Q Myers from Raider Nation Radio 920. Someone's going to ask you, so have you had the little ass boy conversation with Max yet?
Yeah, sure enough. Saw him. He's a big ass boy is what he is. God dang. But nah, man, it's awesome. Those are guys, not as much fun to play against, but if they're on your team, absolutely love it, man. Excited to be with him, Christian, some of the best, shit talkers I've been around in the NFL. To have them on our side, to practice against them every day, it's just going to make me better. I'm super excited about it.
Pretty good response and the mic'd up too. How long did it take you to come up with that?
Oh, no, I mean, I was just talking on the bench, I guess.
You said they encourage you to be you here. Have you ever not been you? It feels like you've always just been you.
No, I think that's something you kind of figure out along the way, kind of growing that confidence. And I think certain people that you're around can help bring that out of you. And it seems like that's a culture here that's well established, and excited to be a part of it.
Just how everything athletic. You've played a bunch of different systems already in your career. Does that make it easier for you when you're kind of starting to move into it?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to learn how to learn, learn which ways you pick it up best. I think at this point in my career, bounced around in college, bounced around a little bit in the NFL. So I feel very confident in the ability to learn offense, pick it up. And that's one of the things I'm really excited to just dive into.
What was it about the situation? I guess quarterback room situation here is fairly unsettled. Like, what was it when you saw this situation that made you want to kind of be a part of it?
Yeah, no, I'm always looking for opportunities to compete, man, and this is a great one here. Excited to get in and compete with a team that I feel like has a chance to be really good. Played them at the end of the year last year, felt some of that momentum, some of that energy that was building. And anytime you have a chance to compete and win, that's all you can really look forward to.
Gardner, Paul Gutierrez here from ESPN. Has anybody brought up the fact yet that not only are you 2-0 against the Raiders in your career, but you also closed out Oakland?
Oh, sure enough. I haven't forgot it. That's for sure. I had a couple people talk about it. One of the coolest games of my life. Last game in Oakland Coliseum, putting a lot of sad faces on the home fans there. But yeah.
That's about that day, just that vibe, that atmosphere, that feeling.
Oh, it was unbelievable how it went from here to touchdown with 30 seconds left to here, and everybody's mad at John Gruden now, But no, it was amazing, man. You feel the passion of the fan base, people that really care about it. You feel the tradition, and that's something I'm excited to be on the other side of now.
Can you talk a little bit to Spanish broadcast when you played the Raiders in Week 17 last year? You're studying the defense. Now that you're here, you're looking at the offense. What do you see on the weapons that you're going to have at your disposal?
Yeah, no, I got some dudes here, man. Got receivers, already meeting some guys in there. Offensive line looks good. Excited just to get to work. I think we all just got to get on the same page. That's kind of the name of the game. Got a new offense to learn, but excited to get in there and put these guys in the best position to succeed.
Gardner, what would you say is your style of leadership at quarterback?
Shoot, man, I just try to bring it every day. I try to set the tone with how I work, and set the tone with the energy that I bring. I think that's the way you got to lead. You got to lead from the front. And I wouldn't ask anybody to do anything I wouldn't be willing to do myself.
The Raiders are getting you at the peak, the real prime of your career now at 27.
Yeah, I think everything's starting to line up. You add the experience on top of the physical maturity and everything. So I'm just so excited to be able to use that experience here and hopefully help us win some games.
So they got Aiden here who played a lot of games last year. There's speculation they could move up in the draft. Did you discuss that at all with the team? Is that outlined at all? What the plan is going to be for your 2 years here?
It's going to be competitive. That's I think they're going to try to put together the best quarterback room they can. there's no promises being made. I don't want any guarantees. I just want a chance, and I'm excited for the chance I have here.
How would you describe your opportunity last year when it looked like the rookie Anthony Richardson was going to be the guy, and then he went down early, and you had to carry the load the rest of the season, and you were able to adjust and handle it?
Yeah, no, it's crazy just the different, ways you got to get in, and obviously don't want it to ever happen like that. But at the end of the day, grateful for every opportunity you get in this league. They're not easy to come by. So, man, I was able to get in there, have a little stretch of starting. It was a great experience for me. I feel like just being that guy for that much time consecutively. And yeah, I look forward to just using that experience here.
When you look over your shoulder and you see those two logos, the shields right there with Raiders, and do you kind of see yourself fitting in that kind of a mold of being a Raider, that just the mystique? You talked about the culture and what it is.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think that's, like you said, the mystique. I think that's something that everybody in the league has seen and felt. From growing up watching ball to playing against them in the league, it's a real thing. It's a tangible thing. You get in the building and you feel it. And I think it fires me up inside just to, know what this team's about and understand what I could bring to it.
Any conversations with Devontae?
Not yet. That's going to be one of the first calls, man. We got to get the same page club, So it's going to be great.
He's like, he was on the page club.
I've been here like a couple times. I'm not like a crazy going out.
I wonder if
fella,
he's had
but,
that conversation.
no, it's awesome. You got everything, anything your heart desires here, I guess. Heart and then some, but yeah.
Your heart.
It seems like everyone's knows what happened with you and Max, and as already asked you, talked about it. So you alluded to maybe a run-in with Christian Wilkins too at some point. What was behind that, and have you had a chance to talk?
Yeah. He's just like, he's always talking, Played against him, practiced against him, joint practice.
Oh, fuck. Stupid commercials. Daddy Joe Biden over there fucking dying in freaking hospice. Fucking.
Well, if man
can't run, can't beat Trump.
if Garner can pull that shit together, if Scanzarello could bring the best out of Garner Minshew, like he said, man, the maturity and shit. If he can just cut down on the turnovers and make plays that count instead of plays that are negative going the other way, I mean, that dude could be deadly too. Like, I don't know about his accuracy and some of his. I mean, he's saying he's maturity, and this is the best fit for him. Like the Raiders' mystique is kind of fits his mentality. Like, I don't know. We'll see in preseason, I guess.
Yeah, I always said, dude, the only things where I got to just keep it real is like people can feel how they feel, but at the end, like I've always said, I'm always just 100% real, not biased. He got beat out by Anthony Richardson that wasn't even sought after in college to even.
That's a running quarterback.
Yeah, and he the only reason he even got the play is because he got hurt, and they decided that they were just going to do the surgery and shut him down for the whole year. So it wasn't even nothing that was like, oh man, Gardner just played so phenomenal over him or this or that. It was just that he already went down. I think he played 15 games, so he played 2 games, and then they shut him down for the whole season. So at the end of the day, he didn't even beat out
He played 4 games and got hurt.
Draft that year.
Yeah,
First year rookie is hard as hell. Like, you should be able to beat him, dude. You're a 5-year starter, like a 5-year veteran and a 3-year starter. Like, I don't know how you shouldn't be able to beat that dude.
Well, I mean, also you got Anthony Richardson was also drafted in the first round, way the hell up there. So they might have just been like, hey, we're like kind of like we did last year and say, throw Aiden in there and see what he's got. Like, I'm sure he beat him out because his mobility.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson was their starting quarterback for the Colts, bro. Like, that's their starter.
He gives them the best chance to win, though. I mean, with his mobility and his size, like Anthony Richardson was a beast, dude. I was big on that dude and last year, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's not even gonna go in the first round. He's not even going in the first round." Yeah, okay, like
Yeah, I don't
especially in
like
the
his like I don't know if it's college like in college like that's like what's his name from Liberty freaking that win from Liberty the year before freaking Malik Willis, dude. He's the same type of exact same type player. Like those players have good deals in college, transitioning to the NFL, man, it's gonna be real fucking tough, man. Like that's why I've said if you even look at Lamar's been so dangerous at the run, but they know they can't just get to Super Bowl with him running. That's why they forced the pass so heavy last year to start transitioning Lamar. They're like, hey, if we want to win with Lamar, he's gonna have to eventually fucking pass. Like he can't just win running; he has to pass. You know. And all I'm saying is, like for me, like when I'm scouting players, Gardner been in the league for 5 years, so he'd been in the league 4 years up to that day. And if you're telling me a dude just come out of the draft that has zero NFL play style and you got second to him, well, fuck, dude. I mean, that's pretty sad in my opinion, man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and then you're implying like that dude's gonna be the starter for our team? Hell, fuck no. Hell no. He couldn't even beat out Richardson. I didn't even like Richardson. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I like what he did in college. That shit don't work in the NFL, man. Like it only happens to very few people. And the thing that he has on his side is just how big he is, dude. Like he's a big boy. So hopefully he can dirt some people, but I don't know how long that shit works.
You would think that those big boys would make it more than 4 games in the NFL with the size he has. Like that size don't mean shit when you're trying to run the ball. That's why I keep saying mobile quarterbacks do not win Super Bowls, bro. They do not win playoff games. They get injured. Like it's too risky. Like
and then they also
you drafted that kid in the first round,
too,
put him in over Garner, bro, and he plays 4 games and he's out for the season. Like I was huge on Will Levis too. I was like, man, I wish we would have drafted Will Levis. I was like, please draft that kid. And they did. They had a chance, bro. He went in the second round, but dude, that kid comes in his very first game in the NFL and throws 4 touchdowns in a game.
Yeah, but he sucked ass after that, though.
But still, like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't all him though, too. It's a lot of that team. Like he carried the team.
Yeah, when I watched that fool have his opening day
shit.
on there, I thought, man, he played good. But and I watched him every time after that, and he never showed up again. Like that one game, he played great, and they're hoping that fool comes on this year. Which don't get me wrong, he can most definitely come on, but he never came on last year after that game. He never even did nothing again. Like he was lucky if he threw a touchdown per game at that point. And don't get me wrong, there, like I said, there could be a lot of reasons why. This could be just like Khalil Mack getting 6 sacks on Aiden. Like it's just the game, who they're playing, why they're playing. Like
the team they're playing, they're a run first team. They had Derrick Henry. That's a lot of it. The offensive line.
Like I said, I think there's a lot of these quarterbacks that are out here that are. I mean, they're not going to do shit in the NFL. To be honest, like they're not going to do nothing. I mean, there's one guy, man, that just keeps always drawing my attention. And he plays for Tampa, dude, but he's the backup over at Tampa right now. I've always said, like, I always wondered what he would be like if he got the start in a good organization, man, because he has really good traits, man. Like, he has a lot of great traits, dude. He's kind of Tom Brady-esque type player. But like I said, there's a lot of players out there, just like what's his name in Detroit, dude, like Hooker.
Hooker.
Yeah, I'd love to see what Henning can do, man. Like I'd love to see him come over here if we didn't have Aiden. And,
I like the kid with 3 names from UCLA. I can't remember his name right now.
Oh, you're talking about the dude that's in Cleveland,
Datorian Jackson, whatever the hell his name is. From UCLA, with the Cleveland Browns. Like,
yeah, man, you said that shit, which is not even close. But
I don't know what the hell his name is, bro. Like, I can't remember.
I'm like fucking. I was like sitting there. I'm like, I got that fucking. What is it like?
I don't know what the hell his name is.
JMD or JDM or
Yeah,
fucking,
something. I don't know. Fuck. Anyways, that kid played pretty good when he came in for Cleveland, and then he got hurt. Like, but yeah, that kid's flashy as hell too.
Yeah, he was the only other player. He was the only other player that actually had pretty good season and camp, dude. Like, man, he said his name now. Like, I got this whole fucking fucked up name.
I thought it was like Jacorian Thomas Robinson or some shit like.
Demarius Thomas.
Denarius Thomas Robinson. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Demarius Thomason. Was that? Sounds like a Denver Bronco wide receiver.
The hell is his name? Look on my phone now. Hey Siri.
What's the
quarterback that plays for the Cleveland Browns?
I found this on the web.
Dorian Thomas Robinson. I thought it was
Robinson.
Dorian. It was Dorian Thomas Robinson.
Yeah, Dorian Thomas Robinson.
Y'all made me sound like I was way off and shit.
Hey, man, when you said his first name, I knew right away, man. I was like, what the hell?
Demarius Thomason. That was a wide receiver for the Broncos who passed away.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Jacorian Robinson on our team, or Janarius Robinson for some reason. Jacorian kept popping in my head because the Robinson part.
Yeah, I was like, I knew who you were trying to say, but I knew right away. Like, I had his name right when it was. I knew it was like DJM or JDM or some shit like that.
But yeah, I thought that kid was a steal in the draft last year. I was pretty surprised that he went as far as he did. Like,
there was a lot of these guys. I thought that same shit.
Yeah.
You know.
So
and now they're going to be suffocated behind good teams and good players, which I thought was stupid as hell to draft people like that. It's 11:30, so I'm going to throw up this Aiden clips, man, so we can watch his highlights from last year. I've always said, like, just look at the little bit of plays that he has set on for moving around in the pocket. And you got to remember, this is under Bo Hardegree. This is basically an offense where they just basically told him to stand there and throw it in there, which is something Luke Gessie's going to say the same damn thing. Luke Gessie is going to emphasize that he stays in the pocket and completes the pass. That's what he's going to tell him. That's your strongest point, is to make sure we get to an open receiver at some point along these progressions. So, like I said, I've always want to keep watching Aiden just to study him more and more and more, so he can see that there are plays that he does play very well. I've said that he's going to be the starter. I've said it the whole entire time. I just think, to me, like I said, we'll watch tape because he has tape already in the NFL. So, and when we watch him when he's playing under bad and playing good, we'll watch these highlights. After that, we'll talk about it for a minute. Anything else you guys have, and then we'll bounce out. I got to get up at 3:30. I got to do watering in the morning for the fields for potatoes. So I'm most definitely trying to at least be off by midnight. So long story short, we'll hop over here to these highlights real quick, watch these, and then get your guys' take, and then go from there.
All right.
Dad, one of your friends, I told them I was friends because they're little kids like I am, and they just kicked me.
hey, so this play right here was after the man got sacked. His very first play in the NFL. That was his second play. Was that 30-yard pass up the middle to Jacoby Myers, and he called that play, dude. You see if he was here to rewind it, but when he went to the line of scrimmage, he checked that off, dude. He was looking at his mic. He even pointed at him and checked it and called that play to Jacorian. That was his second play ever in the NFL, dude. That's just absolutely amazing. Like, you get sacked your very first play, you come in the next play and change the play to pick up like 30-something yards over the middle to Jacoby. That pass right there, dude. He threw it 5 yards in front of Tay, knowing exactly where he was going to be, not even having timing with him. And that was the play I was talking about where it was 4th and 9 or 4th and 13, and they throw 30-something yards down the field to the 2-yard line. 4-yard line, 3-yard line, whatever. Just a dime, bro. Look at the bullet. Like, he'll never be nothing but a backup in the NFL, says Mitchell Renz. Look at that bomb, bro. Standing flat-footed.
Yeah.
Flat-footed. What was that? 50 yards? Almost 50-something yards from the 40?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. He didn't even step into it. He was running backwards and threw it like 60 yards.
Well, that was good that he just fell for that ball, or else. Tucker,
Yeah, because he overthrew the shit out of one of the fastest receivers in the NFL. Like, you can't outthrow one of those speedy guys. It's almost impossible, but he did.
Before Tucker, I remember Ruggs. He was a guy you couldn't overthrow. He had one of the greatest speeds.
Look at it, falling down, stumbling, still the awareness.
And actually, this is a much better defense.
Dude, this is
Jets
one of the
have
best
one of the best
defenses.
secondaries.
They're one of the best defenses in the NFL.
Yeah.
Weren't they ranked in the top 10 all year?
Yeah. The only downside to the Jets' defense was their stopping the run, but they had good linebackers, good secondary, but they just didn't stop the run very well.
Yeah,
you know what I was thinking? I'll be fair. I'll throw up a Gardner. I'll throw up a Gardner highlight too, just so it can be fair. You know, show Gardner real before we hop out of here.
To win the game, boom, touchdown.
If you look at Aiden, he's always got high. He gets high, accurate, right over the center, right over the chest. Even when he throws over the top, it's right over the top of their head, literally where he's supposed to put it every time. Aiden has got some really good.
Look how mobile he is, though. Look how mobile for the statue. Watch the statue move. Oh,
yeah. What?
What?
Running,
what?
Boom.
Pulls out of the pocket on the run.
He's throwing backwards too. He's moving backwards on that play.
On the run and throws a dime where only Michael. Look, he was getting held too, where only Michael Mayer could get it. Because he knows his matchup. Michael Mayer's 6'4", and the dude covering him 6 foot. He's like, bro, he's got 4 inches on it. I'll just put it where only he can get it. Like that's smart awareness. That's smart football awareness right there, bro. For a 4th round pick, and a 3rd string quarterback.
You look at where he throws the ball every single time. Like you look at like where he puts it. Look at here on 11. Look at where it's at above him, right in the chest. Boom, right in the face.
And
every time, Devontae, every time.
Xavier was playing zone
Aiden
coverage.
Is phenomenal with that pass, dude.
He was playing.
Right
Xavier
there
was
again.
playing zone coverage, and wow, God dang it, I forgot his name, number 11. What he did was same thing with instead of having to beat them, sometimes you don't have to. Well, that was a fault, but you don't have to always beat these quarters. What you do is you outmaneuver them,
or push them in the dirt like that.
Well, the guy fell on his own, but
and you were talking about Trey Tucker.
Tucker, yeah. Trey Tucker did was instead of trying to
see again, like this is what I focus on. This is what I focus on when I'm looking at quarterbacks. Look at it's the ball placement, dude. Like this is how you win games. This is how you win games when you're just dotting dudes right in the chest. You look at
you throw your receivers open. He throws his receivers
right
open an awful lot
every fucking time. Every time, man.
He throws it. He throws his receivers open an awful lot too, or he'll throw the ball 10 yards, 5 yards, 15 yards before they even break. Like he knows where they're gonna be, and for having that little amount of time in the system, in a hard system like that, like dude, the kid is just a genius, bro.
I'm so dead.
I still like Renfro though.
That was Wilkins. That was Wilkins that ran down Renfro right here. Look at Wilkins come down from like 20 yards, 30 yards downfield. Watch, here's Wilkins. This is Wilkins. Bam.
Yeah, for a big man, That took a lot for a big man to run.
Yeah, he came all the way from the line, chased him down.
Well, that's because Hunter Renfro's running sideways 15, 20 yards. You got to go
He's
upfield,
duck and
bro.
dodging. Yeah, he's duck and dodging.
That's why I said that. Griffin, watch Griffin, bro. Griffin's gonna kill it, dude. I know Griffin's gonna make this squad.
You know what? My little brother is a Chiefs fan, and he said he wouldn't mind having Renfro on his team.
I don't know why he's not signed yet, dude. I don't know who would mind
He's a good
having
player. I
Renfro.
still say Renfro's a good player.
He will always be third down
I mean,
Renfro to me, bro.
He went to the Chiefs with Mahomes and
But,
Reed. That'd be danger, bro.
Third and Renfro.
That would be, yeah. Like I said, my little brother even said it himself to me. He wouldn't mind having Renfro.
I always just say Aiden's balls are always right in the chest, bro. Right in the chest. Back, right in the face, dude. Every
Derek
time.
Carr does the same thing. Did the same thing too. He throw it right.
Dude,
right
I guarantee why Devontae speaks on Aiden more than he does Gardner, because Gardner
Look at
does that Jimmy does, dude. He throws it down at your
He's
toes.
already thrown the ball.
You too vulnerable. He just makes you too vulnerable.
Well, Devontae likes guys
Look at
who
that
can throw
touch.
those bullets. He doesn't like guys that throw the ball soft. Throw that ball soft, he doesn't like it.
Look at this outside, right on the chest again.
That was good
Right
coverage
on the
there
number.
too.
It was great coverage. He was
That was
blanketed.
very good coverage. I mean, you can't blame
He
22.
threw it where he had to dive.
But look when he threw it, though. Can you rewind that?
That was really good coverage.
Look when he throws the
blanketed, bro.
Look when he throws
That
the
was
ball.
man-to-man coverage, and he caught the ball well.
He
The
just
corner
knew he had him
covered
on the outside.
Look, the ball's out, dude.
The
The ball was out. He was on the 40. He caught it on the fucking dude.
Yeah,
he caught it
put
20
it
yards
where-
later.
He put it where the corner couldn't get it, even though the corner played good coverage. I mean,
Down
that's
on the 25, and he went
that's
down.
the
by
best
the
coverage
20.
you can get, right there.
No, the
Khalil
ball
Mack
was out
didn't
when he
block.
when he
Look at
crossed
his
that
arm.
40.
I mean, he got dude. Aiden is strong. He got strong arm. It's great accuracy. I mean, look at that. Like even right here, when he had the time. Once he had the time.
Yeah.
Well, this is the old play. This is the
Yeah.
next play. Like when you look at him having the time in there, look at him just rocket this ball,
Yeah.
dude. Look at this. He's just like fucking just
Mac-
perfect little. I mean, just a dot right on the corner of the backfield. I mean, he just barely had that end zone. Barely.
Yeah. Zeus
Look at-
helped
He got
the extra
about
block.
5 yards. He has about 5 yards. His dude's burning. He got him about 5 yards right before the out.
And not only that, but he's got Khalil Mack coming right in his face, and he knows Khalil Mack's coming to the side, and
Yeah.
he's got to trust Josh Jacobs to pick up that block, because if he doesn't, that dude's
Oh, that
getting-
wasn't Jacobs. That was Zeus that blocked him. Believe it or not.
Oh,
Number
well,
35.
whoever
That was Zeus. He
That's
blocked
that's even more frightening. Like you got to have Zeus, who ain't got that much playtime, come in and pick up a block against Khalil Mack that you know is just bearing down at you full speed, and he just stood in there and didn't
Look at that. He
flinch.
pushed him around and he helped the Luminar. Then he put his body
Look
in
at-
the way.
That was 27. Who the hell was that?
Yeah, Mac got blocked by both Luminar and number 35, Zamir White.
Look at that. Aiden just got a great. I mean, that
Bro,
was a
that's-
great throw right there.
That's
Jacoby
called
had to
leading.
fight-
That's called
Yeah.
leading your receiver or throwing your
He had to
receiver
fight
open.
around him. He fought around him and still got in position for this ball.
Yeah.
Like Aiden put it perfect, dude. Like, I mean, man. So I'm
Throwing
saying
him
Aiden's
open.
gonna be danger. Aiden's gonna be danger. When people looking at accuracy throws like this, dude, I mean, this dude is just it was the perfect thrown ball.
And 20 yards before he got there, he was at the 20 when he threw it, and he had to dive in the end zone to catch it. Like he just laid it up like perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by throwing guys open, like because he was covered and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna throw it because I know he's gonna go get it." Like that's what happens when you get timing and a little bit of knowledge and compatibility with your receivers, which he didn't have in the beginning of the season. Like in every game, he got better and better and better.
And you see how he just dots it between both those dudes right there. I mean,
Yeah, no
Aiden
fear.
was great at it. Aiden's great at cover 2, right over him. He'll split him. He splits him all the time, dude.
There's a
See,
couple he threw in the triple coverage to Tay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that
just
safety.
has phenomenal accuracy and phenomenal placement.
That
man.
safety had to come in, or else Devontae would have had a touchdown if that safety wasn't there.
Even that pass right there, I mean, it's only a
Yeah.
short pass, but he threw that way before Tay even turned. Like the ball's in the air.
Yeah.
He's just knowing where Tay's going to be on that route, which, like even Tay talked about, it took a long time for him and Aaron Rodgers to get that, compatibility and to know each other where they're going to be. And like Aiden picked that shit up super fast, bro.
I mean, look at some of these ball placements.
Right.
Look at the accuracy, dude. And he's a rookie in these plays. He's a rookie.
And the culture throwing or putting a lot of pressure on him. He's still.
Tucker was a rookie too.
Huh?
I mean, look at that. I mean, such a beautiful throw. I mean,
Yeah. With Tucker, he doesn't look like. I mean, he's a small receiver, but he catches the ball for a little guy.
2 dudes, and he still just says, "Well, I got faith in Adams here."
Most of the time when
he
you see
got faith
small
in his
receivers,
throwing,
don't
dude. He
catch
knew
the
he
ball
could
that
beat that linebacker. He knew he can beat that linebacker in that corner or safety, whatever the hell that dude was.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with Tucker, I mean, he's got good hands for being a small receiver, because a lot of these small receivers, they're speedy. They usually have small hands, but it seems like he's got some good sized hands catching those balls.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit early in the season, but you can see he got better and better.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he
especially
was
with
I mean, in the past, we had guys like James Jett, Rashid, the Rocket Ishmael. I mean, those guys just could not catch the ball. Kenny Shed, great speed, but couldn't catch the ball,
That's what I'm
Look
hoping.
at this. You see, if you see that play right there, he underthrew him because he just didn't have the arm. But if you look at Aiden last year and Aiden this year, Aiden bulked the fuck up. So this type of play right here, he gonna hit him on that at the 10. Like he gonna get him in stride here. I feel like freaking that's the one thing where Aiden bulked up massively. I've said you look at him where as a quarterback in this year, and then you look at him as a quarterback this year, like fuck, he looks like a real quarterback. He looks like he'd be eating avocado like Tom Brady when he made that transition,
If you look at that play though, like you said, he underthrew him because he didn't have the arm, bro. That's not the case at all. He has the arm. That safety was coming over to light him up, and he just lost it. He just took a little bit off of it because if he would have let him.
Preseason, he underthrew him 2 times, dude. He underthrew him in the regular season 2 times. He most definitely once it gets to a certain point, Tucker running a 4.37, 4.340. So I mean, in open field, he's gone.
Yeah, but he also overthrew him standing flat-footed through a 60-yard pass, and it was over his head. He had to dive for it.
Definitely got him on that one on that outside for sure. But that was really the
look
only
at that
one
flat-footed too. That's another 50-yard, 40-yard pass flat-footed. Like he's got the arm.
And the Broncos, they're playing really soft zone.
Definitely, Jimmy would have thrown that out of bounds right there, even with him wide open.
See, they played that soft zone defense.
This is where Aiden. This is where Aiden, like he just has that dot right there. Bop.
Yeah. And it's like you don't have to beat the corner or safety. All you got to do is get open, catch the ball, and then just get more yardage. It's not always.
I mean, with all our players, that's all you have to do. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was good. Even like with Tucker, it's when he was against the Colts, he didn't try to beat them or the Jets or whatever. Instead of trying to beat them. He sees an opening and he just takes it. That's what you want to do. It's about openings, not about necessarily trying to get to the end zone and get a touchdown. It's about yardage, first downs. That's what it's about.
About your route tree, like Devontae Adams, he's not beating nobody, but he's wide open every fucking play unless he's doubled. because his route tree, he knows when to break. Like if he's running a one to the left, or one to the right, or a two to the left, he knows like he can cut it a couple, like 5 more yards or a couple yards short, or run it 3 yards out or 5 yards out. Like so when Aiden gets that timing down where he knows exactly what Devontae's gonna do, bro, this team is just deadly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The sky will be the limit with what he can do. So it's all going to come down to how much Aiden wants that job. I mean, there's nothing that indicates that Aiden don't want that job, and there ain't nothing that indicates that Aiden can't go get that job. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, Aiden already said, like, I'm not supposed to be here. Like, I'm not losing this opportunity. I shouldn't be in this spot, bro. So, like, I'm just gonna give it everything I got. Like, he's already got the taste of living his dream. Like, to me, Gardner Minshew's been in the league fucking 6 years, bro. He's got 3 different teams and a chance to be the starter and live his dream, and he let that shit slip away because he got beat out. Aiden O'Connell don't have that mentality, in my opinion, bro. He's not relinquishing this job unless something fucking crazy happens.
Did I die for no reason?
see, it's like plays that I'll notice with Gardner over him. It's like, for instance, with this type of play where Aiden would put it out in front of him, Gardner puts it out behind him. You know, like almost with where it's giving the corner the position to battle him. You know what I mean? Like where Aiden, his is like where the corner can't even contest it. You know, like the only thing the corner can probably do is maybe put his hand fucking where it tips off his fingers and it goes off. You know what I mean? Gardner, he'll put it in areas where the corner can always, like, a corner has a good chance to contest the catch. See, it's things like this that's the only thing that I can see them saying, like, that's where he beats Aiden. But again, Aiden ain't been in the league for 6 years to pop up a highlight like that. You know what I mean? So
that's just the receiver getting open. That's more a systematic quarterback. I mean, even Jimmy did that too, but the reason with Jimmy though is he's brittle and busted up. And when you get brittle and busted up, it affects the way you throw the ball too.
I mean, he ran into this guy right here. I mean, the only thing is like the things that I look at is Aiden's balls look way more on target, way more crisp, way more accurate. Like he wouldn't throw them into 2 people like that right there. Like you want to see Aiden do things like that.
Yeah.
Aiden will throw it to 2 dudes, but he ain't gonna throw it where they just get murdered, you know, trying to get the ball.
And plus, the one thing the Colts had better than us mainly were the receiving backs and their O-line, but I think the wide receivers and the tight end we were better than them at.
Dude, we had that game won if it wasn't for a stupid offsides call on Jack Jones that wasn't offside.
Well, I also think it was also AP not being aware of because the refs are not on our side. They cheat. He wasn't aware of the game ball at the end of the quarter. We could have came back and won.
Yep. Wasted time.
Gruden would have shit on the ref and cussed him out.
No, not but anything.
He would have called a timeout, but he'd yell at the ref. Said that was not. The player was out of bounds already. The time clock should have stopped. You know, because every good head coach would see that, and AP didn't see that. But then you have to understand, AP was an intern head coach. You know, so hopefully he don't make those mistakes when this season, because those are crucial mistakes that can cost you the game.
Did we have a challenge? Or I guess you can't really challenge it or do anything.
No, but he had a timeout. He could have at least timed out, and he could still chew out the ref. You know,
yeah,
the refs are not going to be on your side. You know.
Yeah, but that's not going to help us.
He didn't know that the time. He didn't know that the time was running down, and we did have a timeout left. And he was slow at that.
Yep, that's why you got to have somebody besides him watching the clock, saying, "Hey, bro, like the clock's running," because he's thinking of the next play. Like, what are we doing? What's next? Like,
well, what it is as a critic, you can be a critic of the coach, but he can learn from it. It was an inexperiencedness of a NFL head coach, and this was his first time as an interim, head coach, and going from a linebacker coach to head coach. Yes, he could bring out the great morale, but with the staff and everything, we just have to see how they work well together. Because he's got a great morale, knows how to bring the best out of players.
But he also had the offensive way inexperienced, never offensive coordinator taking over too. At least with Getsy and Philbon and these guys in the building, that they're not. I don't think they're going to let that shit happen this time.
Like I said, remember we had a guy like Hugh Jackson who was 6-0 in our division. We beat everybody, but we were 8-8.
8-8. Yep.
Yeah. But Hugh Jackson, I liked Hugh Jackson. I never had the problem with him though. His main problem was that he was desperate to go to the playoffs. That he traded first-round pick to get Carson Palmer out of retirement from the Bengals. It was just too much draft capital he gave up. That's the main reason why Reggie, when he took over as a general manager, he fired him. You can't do that,
Yeah, that cost us a lot of capital. But, Carson Palmer still was good, though. And he did have some good-ass games for us.
I think with him, it wasn't really him. It was that it wasn't a good O-line for him, and his protection wasn't that good. And then when he went to Arizona, he looked like he was even better.
So we had a defense that year, too. We had a decent
we had a good defense. Our O-line was terrible back then, though.
But 6-0 in the division, I think the whole division was trash that year, weren't they?
The Chiefs didn't belong. They faced, we beat them in their last game, but they went to the playoffs as a number 4 seed. And they faced Baltimore, and Baltimore beat them like they were nothing.
Yep. Yeah, I liked Hugh Jackson. I thought he was. I was hoping they'd bring him on the staff, but I guess they changed their mind.
He brings the best out of players, though. He does, just like AP does the same thing. But here's the thing: Hugh Jackson was an offensive mind, though. Where AP's the opposite. He's a defensive mind.
Man, I would have loved to have Hugh here with Aiden and them, though. That would have been.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they were talking in the beginning of the year like he was.
Yeah, I remember. And he even said that he would be open to coming here on the squad.
Yeah.
As a quarterback coach or whatever. Like.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
But it is what it is. You can't have all the
coaches,
you can't have them all.
Yeah. See, that was good trickery play. That's what you're play calling. So I think he's a good insurance policy. Like I said, that's what Gardner Minshew is. He's a good just insurance mostly. He's not guy that can play all, 17, 18 games, That's just not who he is.
What is he?
That was a good play right there.
Like, I don't see him.
I was like, what looked like a double or triple flea flicker.
Oh, that must be him. Wait, he's in a tree?
Yeah, he's above you.
That makes no sense.
He's above you in the tree.
Oh, no, he's not. What the signal?
Yeah, he is.
Then where is he? I don't see him in a tree. I don't see him in the tree. Dude,
Man, so what do y'all think about Colton being put on the PUP list? Like, are y'all worried about it? You think it's going to be a big deal?
If it goes past the regular season, it's definitely not a good deal.
You think maybe they're just, because he had shoulder surgery, you think they're just throwing him on there to maybe put Mumford at left tackle and give Glaze some reps at right tackle? Or
It wouldn't be a bad move, though.
I mean, we still
To
got.
me, I'm not worried about it because AP said that he's seen him out there running around and so on. I think it's just more for. I think they're going to do that with a lot of the players. I mean, look at JPJ. There, he's supposed to be fighting for that spot, and he's on that list too. So, then
he's a
even
precautionary.
Butler's on that list. So for me, I'm not really too worried about them being on the list right now.
Yeah.
You got 17 practices, which is about 2 weeks, 2, 3. So you're looking about 3 to 4 weeks. If AP or Colton ain't out there in the next 2 weeks, then I'd probably start worrying because he's a veteran, man. He knows the system. He played it with John Gruden, and he's played it. He knows all the systems. So I don't think he needs to come out here. He's going to own his spot. When they say hike on game 1, he's going to own his spot. So to me, I don't know if is a big. To me, I'm not worried. I've never been worried about Colton Miller. I think Colton Miller. The only thing I'd be worried about, and I told everybody this year, is if his injuries pop up again this year, I'd most definitely start looking to trade his ass. Like that's what I would probably do because once injuries start plaguing linemen like that, they tend to start. And they come back, man. Like it only gets worse from there.
Go back to that horse analogy. They're like a horse with a broken leg.
Well,
you
sometimes
shoot
you might not even be able to trade
a
him.
broken leg, man. 9 out of 10 times you shoot that horse and put him to bed.
Just take them out in the pasture. Like that's what happens to linemen once they start get injury bugs.
Yeah, because like I said, it's a big deal. And you're talking about defensive linemen and DNs that can, once they know you have a weakness in one of your legs, dude, on stepping or getting set, they're gonna use that to their advantage every single time, man.
Yep.
So
especially if it's a shoulder.
Yeah, you can't pull him out against Mac and Bosa. Those players are. That's why you're paying them all the money, dude, to play those players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Well, Bosa,
at the end of the
Bosa's
day,
not the guy I would worry about. Khalil Mack
I'm
is
just
the guy.
using it for an example when you're playing good players. So
Bosa's pretty injury prone.
You just have to.
Yeah.
You can't put them out there. They're to make their money doing that.
So what's the preseason going to look like? So Colton's going to be on the PUP list. JPJ is going to be on the PUP list. You think Whitehair going to get some play time? You think it's going to be?
I mean, I hope JPJ ain't on the PUP list when we get to the preseason. I mean, that would mean he ain't going to play at all.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's on the PUP list and you're trying to bring him in, let's say he's on the PUP list, then it's a minimal 4 games. So he's not even coming in until week 5 or 6. I mean, where is he going to get the playing time? They're already going to have players. He's a rookie, so he's never even he's not even have any veteran experience to come in and just assume that spot.
Well, they're saying his is just a precautionary.
Like this, if he's on that list, by the time they get to the regular season, I would just do like they did Dalton Wagner and just set him for the year. I just keep him on the list for the year because what's he gaining to be there at that point? Like he's not gaining anything, and I think that'd be a fail. I think that'd be a massive fail for the Raiders.
That's a huge fail because who are we going to put in? Whitehead or Meredith?
It's going to be Pete or Whitehair. Fucking one of the two. It'd most likely be Pete, and I think it's going to be Pete anyways. I've said it the whole time. I think Pete plays that left guard because if Pete plays the left guard, it only makes our team that much more stronger. You got a 3-time Pro Bowler. I've said with JPJ, you can have all the dog you got in college. Those are boys. Those are straight boys. You're not playing against straight men. You look at he went out here and played against men, and he ended up on the fucking injured reserve list already. Like,
he's not hurt though. He just tweaked his lower back or something, and they said he's hurt. They said he has no physical injury. It's just a precautionary. They just don't.
That happened in the first week of OTAs with no pads. So to sit and say that injury isn't nothing, and we're a month and what? Month and 3 weeks. We're almost 2 months away.
That's what I'm saying. They said they're being cautious. They already know kind of what they got in that kid, and he'll play in the preseason. They just don't want him and pads and
Yeah, he'll have
risking
to play in the
anything.
preseason. I mean, like I
Well,
said,
they
if
might
he
just
is
play.
playing, it's
Well,
going to be a massive fail.
Well, they'll play a minimum in the preseason, like maybe one quarter, and then take him out.
He has to play, in my opinion, he needs to play fucking almost the whole preseason.
All he can,
because
yeah. As much
Well,
as
yeah,
he
with
can.
rookies, you do.
He's a player that has one. You drafted him to play be that starter
Yeah.
eventually. Pete ain't gonna be that starter. Like he probably
I don't
will be
see him.
this year, but I'm just saying, like over the long run,
Yeah.
he's not gonna be the starter. It's gonna be JPJ. I mean, or PJP. Fuck, man. Jackson Powers Johnson. So, but long story short, I think that's your main goal. But I mean, again, how do you sit and say that you're going to take a kid over a 3-time Pro Bowl player at that position that has 0 playing time throughout the camp preseason and then say that he's going to be the starter? I think that'd be dumb. I think it would just be like, that's where it would become people are just going by the name. You know what I mean? Like that's all they're doing is just going by the name. So you said a guy earlier in the show, Ryan Leaf. That dude was projected to be way better than Peyton Manning's ass at the time. He was projected the #1 overall quarterback in that time, and he was the one that was supposed to be the next level type dude, and he just fell off the whole face of the earth with all the shit that happened to him. So again, Peyton came out. Peyton didn't even play good football that first year either. So, I mean, like I said, the way things go, man, it is what it is. So, if you got it, you got it. You don't, you don't. It's just what it is in the NFL. Like, that's just straight up facts. Hey,
Right. I don't think Andres Pete makes this team, bro. I think in this wide zone system, he's just a little bit too old, a little bit too big, and a little bit too slow to be trying to move out. We need guards that are going to be pulling, man. Like that dude don't fit it. I think Meredith fits it better than Whitehead and Pete, in my opinion. Like there's a reason they released that dude, brought him back, released him, brought him back. They see something in that kid to keep bringing him back on the squad. Like.
Who did you say?
Jordan Meredith.
Meredith's good, but did you just say that you don't see Pete making the squad?
I don't see him making a team, bro. I think they just brought him in for a competition and like a veteran leadership. Like there's too many like athletics dudes, even Coker that they got at UDFA, man. That kid's just
He's also been signed to the USFL. So if we don't put him on a 53-man, he ain't gonna be playing for us to begin with. So there's a lot of people that, like I said, those type of players. Pete gonna make the squad. I mean, the guy I would probably say that ain't gonna make the squad is gonna be Whitehair for sure. Like if they're talking about can't probably do it, it would be Whitehair. I think Pete can most definitely still play in the system, still be productive as hell. I mean, he's still good. So he can play in that system. So I mean, like I said, Cronker, I've said that's one of my favorite players. I've said that the second that we got that dude here. The problem is he's already been signed by the USFL, drafted by them. So, like I said, if we don't put him on the 53, I couldn't see him playing here on the team. He's gonna make more money to be on that team than he would be on the practice squad here. So, and then not only that, if he plays good playing time through there, he's gonna get on another team. So, and probably get a pretty good team. So. Like I said, there's a lot of players here. I think we have 5 players that were picked in the USFL right now. Frickin', there's 5 of them that are over there right now. So, like I said, I told everybody before in the beginning of when we did all this, I said, man, we're going to end up with multiple players that are going to end up going somewhere else and being starters on other people's teams. It's just we can't hold everybody, you know.
Mm-hmm. Then we drafted too good, and then they're fucking gonna even get better coming over here and learning this system, and AP's motivation and shit is just gonna make players better.
Yeah, if it was me, like I said, I would be looking at people like Chris Sims or Sit Smith, people of those, because people like
Sam
Wu
Webb.
and all those.
You got to look at last year players that were like, where are they at this year? Like, if they don't have any type of growth in them whatsoever, you got to just cut them because there's just too many people. Like, I would rather have a Chris Smith go somewhere else and play on someone else. I wouldn't feel no loss if you send a dude like Wu out of here and don't give him a chance on the team over a dude like Smith that didn't do shit when he did have the chance. I mean, hey, we would just be dumb. They're almost the same type of player at the end of the day. They're both backup players. They're not going to get much playing time. And if you missed on Smith, you miss on Smith. You know, I mean, that's just part of it. But the difference is you're getting people like Wu and so on that come in year after year that even if you miss on Wu, you might have another replacement the following year. And it's not even that. If you miss on Wu, you already got the replacement in frickin' Trey Taylor. So it's not like you're missing out anyways. You're just gaining. So
They got Wu at corner. He's not playing. So they got him at corner and nickel.
Yeah, I think
he said he's been playing. He's been playing left and right.
Yeah, well, good luck to him.
Man, he said
I've already said there's just too many people.
The Raiders don't have a left and right corner or a number 1, number 2 corner. He said everybody's been swapping out both sides. They trying to get everybody to be versatile and play both. And he said he also been playing a lot of slot with Nate Hobbs.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's already 8 corners over there, and the thing that Wu will have to understand, he's going to be labeled in that safety. Watch, I guarantee you, they'll move him to the safety position because at the end of the day, they have 3 people that are drafted out by them alone. On top of Jack Jones, that's 4. Then you're talking Hobbs, that's 5. You're not going to be pushing in that corner area room too very often within those people. If you're talking about making 53 men, I would see it more in the safety position because, like I said, outside of Paulo and Smith and then Trey Taylor, I mean, you would be able to take that 5 in that deal easy spot in there. So, I mean, regardless of where they're going to label them, the corner position, this is how I look at it. We drafted corners. They're going to be on the roster no matter what. Like, they're going to be on that roster over him for damn sure. And if they felt that Wu would have been there, they would have drafted him. So I can't see him getting, in my personal opinion.
You can't judge a player until you get him in the building and see what is going on.
Better than Richardson. He's not better than Richardson. That's bad.
When you got a kid racing the veterans to the facility every morning, trying to be the first one there and the last one to leave, that goes a long way. Especially with the player like AP that was a UDFA, he knows what it takes to make a squad. And when you see somebody working that hard and going out of their way and knowing the playbook and being all in the playbook, like the dude it said, he's got the playbook.
Every player that's on that team is doing that. There's not a player on that team not doing that. And if the player that's on the team not
wait. Obviously there are, because Antonio Pierce said he brought the rookies here. He brought the rookies in early because to make sure that
there's 90 players there. He's not the only dude doing that.
Oh, I'm not saying he's the only fucking player doing that. I'm saying there's AP said that they brought the rookies in to make sure, like, in case some guys don't have the playbook and weren't all in the playbook. I'm saying Wu's already got that shit. He's already in it. So there's obviously some players on the rookie's side that don't have the playbook, or he wouldn't have brought them in 3 days earlier. He even went out his way to say there's a couple people that might need a refreshing on the playbook. So but Wu's not one of those dudes. He said he got that shit right off the bat. He's been making plays. Like he said, Nate Hobbs, like he made a play and Nate Hobbs told him, "Man, you're in the NFL, bro. You just made a play in the NFL. Be excited." He said, "I ain't done nothing yet." Man, that kid's got character, bro. And I'm telling you, like, that's going to go a long, long, long way.
Well, hopefully he'll make the team.
He runs a 4.3 40. Like, he hits like a missile. The kid reminds me of Ronnie Lott, dude. Like, he's always looking to strip the ball, like 4 fumbles, 2 interceptions for touchdowns in a game. Like that, dude, that kid's a showboat. The Cameron Richard never even had an interception. Like this dude in our fumble, like this kid's got way more plays than him. And to pick him up as a UDFA, and AP is gonna have that soft spot in his heart.
That's the thing I think is funny. That's how you know that the conversation turned biased in a heartbeat. One, Wu, just because he goes to I'm all right.
I know he didn't play in the SEC and he was at
I'm not
Northern
even
Iowa.
gonna go.
But I'm saying, like, the kid's
Yeah, I'm
he's
not
a
even
ball
going
hawk.
down
Like,
that road.
he's a
I'm
ball
not
hawk.
even
He's a
going down
turnover
that
machine.
road.
Like, he's looking to knock the ball loose every time he can. Like, he's great at tackling. He wraps up. Like, he don't get beat on tackles. I mean, that kid's solid as hell. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a hard time cutting that kid.
I agree. It's going to be very competitive in the cornerback position.
And they're all family, man. Like he said, like all the rookies be hanging out all the time, constantly. Like, so yeah, it's gonna be rough for them for sure. Like it's definitely a competition, and and consistency, bro. Consistency gains reps. Like consistency gets you seen, and when you're consistent over and over again, showing up in the morning and leaving, knowing the playbook when they call on you to come in and know what's going on and not making mistakes, bro. Like that goes a long, long way.
It happens every single year, man. Every year, every time we draft, every time we bring people in, people have the same conversations, the same things. Like there's a reason players go 7th rounds and so on. Like I've said, over people like Richardson has got he's got the 4th highest grade in college football. If Wu was better than him, he would have been drafted where he was drafted, and not 32 teams would have passed on him for fucking 7 rounds, like straight up. And you can have your misses or not. There's a difference when you're taking people like Devonshire and them that have high projected, again, another player, top 10, top
He didn't
12,
go to the 7th round though.
one of the best
Devonshire went in the
players
7th.
out there. We're talking about, you can't be biased. It doesn't matter. I've never
not
been
being
biased in
biased,
my
bro. There's
life.
no
I'll never
bias
be
about it.
biased because it doesn't do nobody fucking justice. And to imply that a player that's down on there, we have these players every year, every single year. The problem is only so many people are going to make the roster. That's the problem, man. And to sit here and say that anybody in the safety position that's going to be bumped off of there out of the top 4 of Paulo, Trey, Epps, or Morit, probably not going to happen. Like I said, in the corner position, you already have Bennett. He's going to be locked because he's already on the damn team. You already have freaking Jack Jones, which he's on the team. You have Nate Hobbs. You drafted 2 players inside there. Then you're going to have freaking Brandon Faison, which is still an NFL player. You're going to have to make pretty damn substantial move there to get there. To be in the deal as a backup or practice squad, then you're looking at another team trying to take him. So for a player like him, he's going to have to make the squad. That's why I said players of their caliber are most definitely be on it.
Everybody's got to make the squad. I mean, that's a given.
Yeah, they're going to be on somebody else's team most likely.
He's a
And Brandon
zone
Faison's
corner,
always
though.
hurt.
And he's a zone corner. He does not fit man-to-man corners. He fit well with Gus Bradley's system.
It doesn't matter. You have corners that are safety and zone every scheme. Not every dude, not in every dude's deal is like, oh, they gotta do man press. That's not how it works. It matters on how they call the play at the time on the field. Do they need a zone corner pressing on this side with this dude, or do they need a man press dude that can jam them down here and keep them off balance for a few seconds so then somebody else can get to the fucking quarterback? I mean, it ain't just, oh
And
man.
if you can do all of that,
Best corner.
left, right, nickel, safety, free safety, like he can play in the box, he can play press, he can play man. That dude, like he's versatile. AP's preaching versatility. The Cameron Richardson and DJ Devonshire, they don't play all those positions. They don't play every single position and special teams. Like that dude plays everything, and he knows every.
Again,
play.
I'm not going to get in biased conversations
everybody's
over
plays. Like
position. If AP and them thought that, they would have drafted Wu. They didn't draft him. They drafted the other dude. So, and they didn't just draft him. They drafted Devonshire. So when you make a comment like that, it's a biased opinion because that's implying that's how they viewed him. They didn't view him that way because they didn't draft him that way. So I wouldn't say it in those contents. If you say it like that's how you feel about him, but that's sure in the hell not the way that they felt.
Isn't that what we're talking about? I didn't say AP feels about him. I just said that's how I feel. Like, and I know the kid's fucking in the system.
You just said right now
it's going to rub off and go a long way.
You said right now that they didn't see it that way because he's so versatile, and that's not how Richardson and Devonshire. You said that.
Yeah, I said they're not as versatile. They don't play safety. They don't play free safety. They don't line up in the box. One plays left corner, another one plays right, bro. And that's what they play almost the whole college. Like this kid's been all over. And AP preaches versatility, versatility. Want guys that can play every position,
Well,
that
like I
knows the
said,
position,
he's
that
gonna
knows
have to earn his
everybody's
spot,
position.
and
Like,
he'll have
and
to
that's
play
that kid
probably
right there.
out.
You got a hard hitting kid that makes turnovers,
Kinda
that's
like
fast, that's hungry, and like just had a baby, bro. That kid's got everything to play for. I'm telling you.
Well,
And
they don't play
and he's
for
from
people's
Florida, man.
age
That
in the
them Florida
NFL.
boys, them
They're
Florida
not worried
boys.
about him having a kid. What he does in his personal life
Man,
is
I
his
know you keep
personal
saying
life.
whatever, but them Florida boys, there's something in the water, man. When it comes to them Florida boys, look how many are in the NFL. Like it's just different out there. It's like Texas when you go to high school and college, bro. That it's all about football. They're crazy about that shit, and they breed different. But I mean, whatever, he can make it, he can not make it. But I'm saying Will Governor's not if when he makes this team, he makes the team, bro. So like. I know you got all those calls and you've called everything that's happened in the NFL with the Raiders, but I'm saying Will Governor makes this team, bro. I'm telling you, whether it's safety, whether it's he's got to start on
I
special
just
teams
said
and
if he
make his
makes
way
the
up,
team, it'll
that
probably
that
be
dude's
in
got a
that.
roster spot. Watch.
It'll probably be in that aspect.
That dude's got a roster spot. He got Nate Hobbs in his ear. He got in the coach's ear. He got Epps on his team. Like Max Crosby's even come talk to him, hanging out. Hobbs taking him to dinner and shit with Brandon Face on. Like, that man, that shit goes a long way when you got
They
somebody
play
that
for the
Nate
Raiders,
Hobbs is like,
bro.
bro, I see a lot of this kid in me. Like, you gonna tell you.
I have to see in the preseason. That's where I think they do a lot more evaluation. You have to see it from there if they can outplay, and it'll be a tough position where we'll see players that we didn't expect to go. You never know. You can see a player that we like, and they say we like to keep them, but we see this other player, you never know. Richardson, even though he's he's a third or fourth rounder, he could end up being gone. You just don't know. And AP will say, I like to keep him, but we just don't have room, And he ends up going to another team and becoming maybe a possible starter.
It all depends on your mentality and how bad you want it. Like,
that's true.
You could say that. You could say everybody comes in this year. Everybody comes in every year and does the same thing. But if that was the case, every rookie would make every team. They wouldn't get cut.
No, they're not.
There wouldn't be guys getting cut and never playing in the league again, like Alex Leatherwood. So you can't say every rookie comes in. And
Leatherwood, that was the dumbest
It works
move
the
by-
same way, bro. You can't say that. Like
McDaniels was setting Alex.
Yeah, but that
Leatherwood
doesn't
for
even
failure.
make sense. That comment didn't even make sense because one, Leatherwood played a whole entire season before he got cut,
and then never played again until now.
That's not true. He got picked up by Jim Harbaugh, and he
bro.
played He played with Chicago in multiple games. He just didn't be a
Yeah.
starter.
Yeah, well, he got done ugly, and he went to a different system, slightly different system, and it didn't work. And I think he's going to get rejuvenated by Jim Harbaugh. I think Alex Leatherwood is a good run blocking guard. That's what he is. He's not a.
Yeah,
not a
good. I
good
don't want to
tackle.
see it. I don't care.
He's a left tackle, a backup left tackle is what he really is. He's kind of like a Luminor.
Hey, I told you, take that out of here now.
But he's better as a guard, and Josh McDaniels set him up for failure. He says, "Oh, let's see how good he plays tackle, the way he was doing earlier." And Gruden didn't want to set him for failure; he wanted to set him for success. And he says, "You know what? He's not a good tackle. He'll be a guard." Gruden didn't care that he was a first-round pick that was probably meant to be a second or third-round pick. But it is what it is, and the kid got screwed by Josh McDaniels. He just said, "No, he's not going to fit my system. Doesn't care." First round pick. I mean, any owner would have said no. He would have said, "You're going to utilize this kid, and you better utilize it." That's what a real owner would do. Jerry Jones, even he would say that he would never let it. He would never hire a Josh McDaniels. Most of these owners would never hire Josh McDaniels as a head coach. They know his history. Mark Davis is so naive, and he didn't know that. But McDaniels, he's good at evaluating talent, but he's so arrogant that he doesn't care. He'll get rid of pieces that can be good. He doesn't care. Just because he doesn't like them, he'll just get rid of them.
Dude, I don't need that. I need the money.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at Wu making the roster, wouldn't it be nothing special because you're looking at you got Bennett, Devonshire, Hobbs, Jack Jones, Richardson, which would be 5. Then you'd be pushing either Sam Webb or Brandon Faison off of the roster, which would be 7.
I think Webb
6 and
could be
7.
gone.
It could
Webb,
either be one of the two easily. So
Yeah.
it's not like
Size,
it'd
though.
be pushing any person off of it that would
Webb's
matter
got good
because
size, but
Quan Shepard, he's another guy that could be a threat. I mean, they got a few of them because you have Quan Shepard, you have
I like Jaquan Shepard too, man. Like
what's his name?
That's what I was saying. Like,
What's the other guy? Williams, Rashad Williams. Rashad Williams is another one. So there's good players that are all on here. Like I said, I mean, it would be if he was to push somebody. If he was to push somebody on the cornerback side, I guarantee you it's going to be Brandon Faison or fucking Sam Webb. I'll bet $100 bill right this second.
I agree with you there
and
because
you gotta know from history, bro. Like, I mean, just AP,
Sam Webb been on the roster for 2 years.
Like Terrell Davis. I mean, look at how many UDFA players were undrafted that came out to be superstars in the NFL. Like Terrell Davis, UDFA, bro. That dude got 2 Super Bowl rings, and
but we're talking about one of the
best backs in the NFL. Like, I mean, and that dude had headaches problems. He started out at special teams, like barely even made the team, just made a couple plays.
Headaches because he needed braces.
Like, it's all about heart and character, and like fucking, if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. And
but I mean, we relate one player over a 20-year span, and we're talking about 32 teams, 7-round drafts. You know,
not one player. There's a million players that are UDFAs that came
70
out
players per year, 2,000 some odd players every 10 years, and we're relating to one fucking guy. You know. Like I said, it's nice to have dreams of one individual players, but there's times that are so minimal within the span of the NFL of how many times players have come to teams and had that same exact view, same mind frame. It doesn't always work like that. Like those stories are very so often. That's why they're stories.
Yeah, I can see
Or in the safety position, you're looking at Epps, Grant, which Grant can be pushed. Grant can easily be pushed, and Wu can take that position. Then you got Morick, Paulo, Stanford, which I don't think he's even making it. Smith, I would even push Smith too, man. So I mean, he can most definitely make it on either which end. So I mean, like I said, he can push. He can either push freaking. I mean, shit. Like I said, Sam Webb. I mean, Sam Webb had the chance to start, and he didn't do much with it. So he could either push him or Brandon Faison. Faison would probably make more sense. I mean, Webb's 26. He's still got a few more years of development. So I would probably bet that it would be Faison at the end of the day. Yeah. And then if it was in the safeties, it would be Jaden Grant or Smith. I think either of those two. And this is why I think it'd be more Smith. It fits the same size, same frame, same everything. And that's what they wanted Smith to be, was that versatile player that can play across the board. And Wu would fit that exact same
plays, cause turnovers.
195, where Wu is 190. Smith is 5'11. He's 5'10. I mean, he would fit that to the fucking T, like to the T for what they're looking for in that position.
Some things got him at 6 foot, some got him at 5'10. I asked him which one, he wouldn't tell me.
I mean, I think he's 5'10. I mean, just look at Wikipedia and tell you his exact height. I mean,
his answer was, it doesn't matter if he's 6 foot, if he's 5'10 or 6'5", bro. You're gonna know how big he is when he hits you. That's what he said. I was like, I love that shit. He said, it don't matter. You're gonna know when I hit you, bro. It don't matter how tall I am.
I know Henry Ruggs is 5'11", but he was put at 6 feet tall. But you know, he's really 5'11". You know, the wide receiver.
I'm not ready. Don't kill me.
Yeah, and that fool predicted what team he wanted.
If you look at every major deal, so like if you're just going through Google's probably the only site that has him at 6 foot, because
Any Google site has him at 6 foot. If it's through any major NFL site, all 5'10", 5'10", 190, 5'10", 190, 5'10", 190, 5'10", 190, 5'10", 190. Only Google sites have him at 6 foot, 6 foot, 190. They're the only damn site that has him at that height.
Didn't they one time have Doug Flutie as 6 feet tall, but he was really 5'9"?
He's most definitely 5'10", man. Like there's no doubt he's small, man. Like he ain't fucking nowhere
Not
even
6 feet
close.
though.
6 foot tall,
I mean,
dude.
with-
Just look at him lined up to the linebacker. That should tell you instantly just how tall he is. He ain't even up that tall to those guys.
I mean, with new shoes for me, when I have my new shoes on, I'm 5'10", but I'm actually 5'9". But I call myself 5'9", But I remember I talked to some other guy. He thought I was 5'10". I said, "No, I'm 5'9". But when your shoes wear down, we have those new shoes that make you slightly taller. But once my shoes wear down a little bit, I'm gonna be like 5'9" and a little bit over 3/4, because those shoes do wear down. But but without shoes on, I'm like 5'9" and probably 1/8.
Yeah, I say he's 2 inches bigger than a Meek, so I can fucking care less.
Yeah, Meek is 5'8". Meek played good coverage. I mean, he had great posture, but the problem was he was too damn short. It's just not a fair advantage. This is a fair disadvantage for him. He had short arms and a little short body. He was built like a small running back.
He made up for that a little bit with his vert, though. That dude has some hops.
Oh, he could tackle pretty damn good for a little guy, but the problem was like with Keenan Allen. I know, but when we went up against Keenan Allen like just caught the ball right in front of him. There was nothing he could do about it. There's nothing he could do. He played the best coverage he could ever play for a small DB going up against a 6'2", 6'3" wide receiver. Just caught the ball right in front of him. I mean, it was good coverage. It's the best coverage you're gonna get from a guy that's 5'8". That's why I don't like short DBs. Like 5'8", that's way too short. Yeah, I like Meek.
There was too many times where he got burnt.
Yeah, he should be like he could play like he's playing zone coverage, nickelback, or play free safety, because that's where we'd be better at.
Well, there was too many plays where he was lost. Like he didn't know the playbook. Like the fucking guy would go by him and they catch it, and then he'd be looking around like, whose guy was that? And it was obviously your guy, bro. Like,
there was a guy, he gave up on a play. He did give up on a play, which had nothing to do with his height, but most of the time he got burnt when he played man coverage. Yeah, he cannot. He was too short. Cutting him wasn't really a big loss. I mean, although good tackler, got a lot of heart, but just too short.
That's the thing, that there's some pretty good fucking players on the as the backups, just as backups. I mean, Rashad Williams is pretty good, man. Like, that's why I say, like, I mean, I can see multiple people getting cut. Like, I can probably see you can probably most definitely see Webb and Facem getting cut.
Yeah.
Well, and I was saying, like I was saying earlier, is like, do we really need fucking 9 defensive tackles and ends like we had last year when corner number 2 is one of our corner, just basically corner is one of our weakest spots. So it makes sense to not keep that many receivers when we have a Brock Bowers and fucking White that can catch out of the backfield and Labe. Like, why keep so many receivers when we could use one more over there at the corner spot? Or why keep so many defensive tackles when we could use one more at the corner spot? Last year we kept 5 running backs. Do we only keep 4 and keep one more corner? Like, they could keep 7 or 8, and all these guys might make it just to see what they have. Like,
since we don't have a fullback, we'll most likely
we do have a fullback.
Running backs. Well, we use the tight end in the fullback position.
No, we have a physical fullback on the roster.
I'm not talking to you, jeez.
Who?
My friend.
Who?
I'm looking.
Who?
Who do we have? We don't have a fullback on the roster.
Last fullback we had was
Yeah, we do.
he was Josh McDaniels' guy. And I
It
like
was
his size.
freaking Johnson, but Johnson's not signed with us.
No, he's not with us at all. I like his
Fullback
size.
John Samuel Schneeker.
He probably won't make the team.
He ain't gonna make the fucking team.
We still have a fullback, bro. Was I wrong?
No, he's not gonna make.
You're telling me we don't have one on the roster. There's one on the roster.
I know
Yeah, but it's gonna be.
making that fucking.
He's gonna get cut.
Wait, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how good he is. I don't even know who the fuck he is. But I'm saying, like, we have one on the roster. Like, he might make it, he might not. But
I don't think he'll
depends
make it
on.
unless.
I mean, if he's a big smash mouth fullback that can open up holes and shit, like a John Ritchie type, like he could make it.
Yeah, John Ritchie wasn't
Because
really.
I don't even see that guy on here. I just see Amir Abdullah, Brown, Labe, Madison, Alistair, McCormick, White.
Yeah.
I don't know where that guy
Our only
is.
smash mouth fullback was
roster by lineup.
Jack Crockett.
Lineup by
I
position.
just go to the ESPN current roster, and
John Ritchie was more of a receiving fullback, just like Alec Ingold. You know, that's what I always said. Alec Ingold, when we had him,
He's number
was more like
86.
John
He
Ritchie.
might be they got him listed as fullback, but he might be a tight end. He's number 86. That's weird.
Yeah, it sounds like
86
we
is a
use
tight
ends
end. They have him as a tight end.
They have it listed fullback. It says FB. John Samuel.
Yeah, because in the regular roster, they don't have a fullback. They only have even under
Most teams
depth.
don't.
Let's look over here.
I was mad we lost to Alec Ingold.
In here. Yeah, because even under the depth chart, it just goes quarterback, halfback, wide receiver, tight end, left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle. No fullback in there.
Yeah.
And then even under the running back, and it only has Amir Alexander, Abdullah, and Lave, and it's current because it has Michael Gallup retired and Jalen Guyton on the
Can't be current. For running backs, we have Labe, Madison, Abdullah, Britton Brown, Zamir White, Tyreek McAllister.
Yeah, for now.
Like,
I
all those dudes are still on the roster, bro. I don't know what roster you're looking at.
Well, you can have 90. There's 90-man roster.
Yeah.
Is that the projected? Are you looking at a projected roster or some shit?
No, I'm looking at when
these
you
still
look
guys
at,
they're
when
still
you're
on the
looking at-
90-man roster.
No, when you're looking at the Raiders depth chart, they don't go by what fucking some UDFA fucking player. They're going by current players within the NFL that were on the roster from last year. So even Gardner Minshew labeled as the number 2 quarterback in the roster. Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, Anthony Brown, Carter Bradley, running backs, Amir Alexander, Amir Lave, wide receivers, Devontae, Gallup retired, Christian Wilkins, Jeff Foreman, Jacoby Myers, Jalen Guyton, which is on the reserve, Beckman, and Kighton, or whatever the fucking dude's name is. Tucker, Turner, and Griffin are all 3. Then tight ends, it would go Brock, Michael, Bryant, and then Zentry. Left tackle, Colton, Pete, Jalen McKenzie, Andrew Croker. Left guard, Dylan, Cody Whitehair, Ben Brown, Jake Jorhan, or however you say his name.
Johanna.
Center, Andre James, Will Pootman, Clark Barrington. Right guard, Powers, Meredith. Right tackle, Munford, Glaze, and Wagner. And then defense is pretty much all the. Where's their corners? The corners they're saying would be left corner,
Jones,
right
Bennett,
nickel.
Shepherd,
So left
Gordon,
corner would be
Williams.
Jack Jones, Brandon Fasum, Sam Webb, Cornell Armstrong. Right corner would be Nate Hobbs, Bennett, Richardson, Devonshire. Nickelback would be Nate Hobbs and Devonshire.
Right
Then
corner is Nate Hobbs and nickelback is Nate Hobbs.
the right cornerback would play Nate Hobbs, but it would be Jacorian Bennett would be the starter if Nate Hobbs is in the nickelback.
They could alternate
If
them.
Nate
too.
Hobbs is in the nickelback in the slot, it would be Jacorian Bennett. But if Nate Hobbs is not, if they're not in the nickel like running slot, it would be Nate Hobbs as the number
Yeah.
2. And then
That makes sense, 'cause- yeah.
Devonshire would be the alternate to Hobbs in the slot. But long story short, it would go Jack Jones, Jacorian Bennett, Nate Hobbs. But if there's no nickelback, it would go Jacorian Bennett, Nate Hobbs. It would be how it would go.
Yeah.
And then their safeties are Morick, Grant, Epps, Chris, Taylor, and Paulo. But like I said, I can see Wu dethroning easily.
PFF got Chris Smith, Sam Webb, Jalen Grant, Trey Taylor, Phelan Sanford, Palomalu, and Epps and Morig all at safety.
Yeah, that's who they have. Phelan, Stanford.
And then corner is Hobbs, Faison, Richardson, Devonshire, Williams, Governor, Shepard, Bennett, Jones, and Armstrong. They don't have Webb as a corner on here.
Well, this is ESPN, so I don't care what they have. I mean,
This
Sam
is
Webb
PFF.
Sam Webb been on the fucking roster for 2 years. So
PFF, bro, they grade everything. Like
I don't give a fucking. PFF is full of shit, so I can care less. I can give a fucking what that site says.
ESPN has us ranked 30th in the NFL. Fuck ESPN.
Yeah, they all do.
Yeah.
So that's
Man,
not
it's
just
it's
that-
almost
that's
3
just
here.
what-
Fucking, I'm gonna get off. I appreciate y'all. Fucking, y'all have a good night.
yeah.
I gotta get some sleep. I got a couple hours to go.
Yeah, fuck, it's 12:42. Fucking
Yeah.
facts, man.
Yep. 12:42 here too.
All right, man. I hope you have a good night. Appreciate you, man. See you on Thursday if you want to come. If not, on
Yep.
Saturday. Outside of it, I always appreciate you popping up. Outside of that, we'll see what the next conversations are. Hopefully, we'll have players playing by then in the damn deal, so we can go off of some stuff. Outside of it, like I said, I appreciate everybody being here. Fucking, I didn't even 12:40, man. I got to get up at 3:30, so this ain't gonna work out too well. But outside of that, hey, I hope you guys have a great night, man. I hope everything works out in training camp and our camp going forward. I hope all the players get their time. I've always said, may the best man win. I mean, whoever's the best is going to be the best, and that's what's going to get us where we got to go. I've said, like, quarterback to me is just the most crucial point and cornerback. So we need all the competition we can get. So regardless of who it is that's out there or who's playing or who's not, it's got to be the best people. And just like I say, any player that brings the energy of wanting to win or lead, that's exactly what we need. So outside of that, I really do appreciate all of you guys, all you guys' comments. And outside of that, we'll catch you guys later on the next live on Thursday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. Outside of that, Raider Nation till I die, man. Appreciate you all.
Much love. Salute everybody in the chat. If you're still here, anybody?
Hell yeah. Salute Ozzy. Ozzy popped up. Says call after. Said tried. All right, man. I gotta go. I gotta get to bed. So I hope you guys have a great night. Peace
All right,
out.
man. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
See you.
Later.
See you Thursday.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Peace, man.
Later.